All right. So today's topic is Apophis, the pole shift, how that kind of ties into the negative alien agenda, how the aliens might take advantage of either one of those things. I think we could throw out, grid down scenarios, maybe a nuke, anything like that could land us at the apocalypse. And we're going to talk to Tom about that. We'll be opening up for questions very quickly. And even though this is Doom and it's about Apophis and pole shift and the negative alien agenda, Tom's pretty flexible on most questions and a wealth of information. So take advantage while we have him with us. He's been doing the third Thursday of every month so far. That's just a very loose schedule. Anything could happen, but that's what we have right now. And this is, Tom, is this our third? I think this is our third space together.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. So, Tom, which one of these topics do you see as taking priority? Do you want to go what could happen first, what's most likely, how it all fits in type of thing?
Yeah, sure. I was researching Apophis recently, or Apophis as I like to call it. And, you know, even if there's a lot of scientific skepticism about its impact threat, I think we also have to keep in mind that it is one of literally millions, if not billions, of objects out there that are just swirling around. And most of those that are under a certain size or under a certain degree of albedo or reflectivity, we don't even know about because we don't have the instruments to detect them. So I was really thinking about what are the possible space threats. And I know when Ben Davidson was on, he was talking quite a bit about the sun itself and, the galactic current sheet and how that affects the sun and how all the debris comes into the center of the solar system and accretes around the sun and then it gets blown out. And then we essentially get pelted by this debris that gets ejected, or blown away from the sun. So that's another whole component to it. But as far as near Earth asteroids and comets are concerned, I sort of narrowed it down to what is the most likely thing that our instruments are going to miss. That would be pretty much the biggest threat to us. Because, on the one hand, with things like Apophis or other large things, yes, it's like 300, if not 400 meters across. And if it impacts, it's going to have like devastating consequences. But as I said, you can either have one thing that is really big that causes a major risk, or you can have a huge number of smaller things that in aggregate, also total up to a comparable risk. So, for example, what would be something that would be very difficult to detect, that would have a very huge impact, and therefore we are most vulnerable to? And what I figured out is that it would have to be either a comet or like an asteroid or some sort of interstellar debris swarm. Okay, so a swarm made of objects that are, let's say, under 50 meters in diameter, especially ones that come from the outer reaches of the solar system. So what they call trans-Neptunian objects. So those are objects that are beyond the orbit of Neptune, and they're very ancient. Okay, they're very ancient. They've been around for a very long time, and because of that, their surface tends to be darker than some of the newer objects, because they've been irradiated more by UV radiation, just in cosmic rays and such, and also because which changes the surface chemistry, and also because they're so far out there, they're so cold that a lot of the volatile organic compounds that are on their surface haven't yet boiled away. So when we talk about it, we're basically talking about like hydrocarbons, which are black most of the time, and so you have these dark objects that are out there, which would be very difficult to detect because they're so dark, and they're cold too. So even our infrared telescopes wouldn't be easily able to detect them. And then if you have a large number of them and they're smaller in size, then if a swarm of that came towards us, well, good luck trying to detect that, because our telescopes, they depend on, like I said, a certain size and a certain degree of reflectivity in order to even be able to detect it. Right? So if you got a large number of things that are actually small, then if you can't detect any one of those, you can't really detect the entire thing. And so what are some of the mechanisms that could cause that to happen? Oh, I forgot to mention, besides it being like a swarm besides it being smaller in size, each of the individual particles, like a shotgun blast. A shotgun blast consists, well, most of the time, of individual little pellets, as opposed to like a giant bullet. But it can still cause a lot of damage. So besides that, if it's also extremely fast moving, then that's also very hard to track, because anytime a particular observatory tries to track one of these things, there's only like a certain cone of like a certain window of time opportunity, and also like angle of view opportunity that it needs in order to be able to view it and to track it, and therefore determine its trajectory. So if it's moving fast enough, then that window of time gets smaller, and also it's not going to be in that cone of view long enough for it to really to even pick up on it to begin with. So that's another thing. If it's moving really fast, if it's got low reflectivity, and also even worse is if it's coming from the direction of the sun. Because if it's coming from the sun direction, then, that's like trying to view something during daytime. You're not going to shine a powerful telescope near the sun to be able to view anything, because, you're going to get blinded. It's going to damage the telescope. So things that are coming from the direction of the sun, which are called sunward approaching or sunward facing objects, well, those are, that's a giant blind spot. Now, as the Earth goes around the sun over the course of the year, the angle does change, so then you'll be able to see it. But if it's moving fast enough, there might not be enough time to like get to the other side of the sun to be able to view it. That takes 6 months. So what I'm trying to get across is there are so many blind spots, so many windows, so many exceptions to the near-Earth hazardous object detection system that we have right now that, in a way, we're kind of sitting ducks for that. And so if Apophis doesn't end up being anything, as scientists believe right now, I read an article recently where they tried to take into consideration, okay, well, what happens if Apophis gets hit by a smaller asteroid, which then changes its trajectory? And I think it was just last year where they studied like 1.3 million smaller asteroids that they know are around, that they're tracking, and see which one of those has a chance of hitting Apophis to change its trajectory. And they claim that not a single one of them will. Okay, so if you just go strictly on the academia science side, they're like basically saying that we're safe, don't worry about it. But as I said, even if that's the case, there's so much other stuff going on that we do have to be mindful of that. Not to mention what Ben Davidson said. So yeah, just to summarize, a comet swarm, some sort of asteroid swarm, being dragged in at extremely high speed, with a low reflectivity because it's from so far out, and sunward facing. That's like the worst possible combination. And so if we do get hit by some sort of a swarm, a swarm of particles, it's going to be like instead of like a rifle bullet that goes straight through an object, in a small spot, it's going to be spread out. And actually, a lot of that stuff will burn up in the atmosphere, but because it's going so fast and because it has so much energy, it would essentially be like a flamethrower that just engulfs whatever the area coverage is in flames. Something like that did happen. What was it, like 10, 12,000 years ago in North America, where they found charred remains of animals that even like going partially into caves. That's how hot the temperature was in North America at the time. And it wiped out a lot of the humans that had been settling there, the Clovis culture. So, yeah, there is a potential repeat for that. What else? Oh, yeah, and I was reading Fulcanelli recently. Fulcanelli, he was the most famous 20th century alchemist that there was, okay? And he's one of the few alchemists who essentially lived up to his claims, because there have been witnesses who, after his supposed passing, which many people believe was a faked death, they saw him again looking even younger than he was before, okay? So he probably succeeded in it. But anyway, he was very knowledgeable, he was very well read, and he also studied the end of the world. And in fact, his next book, which was never released, was called, the title involved the end of the world, and it was entirely about the cataclysm that was coming and the mechanism behind it, okay? One of the things that he said is that these disaster cycles, they alternate between water and fire. And he said that the previous one was a giant deluge, the whole Atlantean myth. And that therefore this coming one will be a conflagration, in other words, death by fire, essentially. Okay. And this death by fire does fit with what Ben Davidson has said. and it does fit with the idea of some sort of a comet swarm or something like that, dumps a ton of energy into the atmosphere and essentially burns it up. Okay. So you can have that, and you can also have comets that we don't even know about yet because either they're too dark or they are from the sunward direction. Because, there are many prophecies, whether we look at certain Native American prophecies or the Mother Shipton prophecies, which are pretty interesting, and they do involve a giant comet coming near Earth, like 6 times or something like that, and replicating a lot of the scenarios that are described in the book of Revelation. Yeah, so these are all potentials that we could be facing, and Apophis is just one little tiny piece of it, but definitely not. The idea of apocalypse isn't contingent on Apophis alone, is what I'm trying to say.
And what's your personal opinion on the first and second pass that we have ahead of us right now for Apophis?
Well, just my personal opinion, I can't entirely dismiss the scientific opinion because, on the one hand, yeah, sure, if there was a genuine threat that really was as big as people are claiming it is, then national security stuff will ensure that it's not being spoken about truthfully, because that would lead to panic. It would lead to economic, instability, if not collapse, from people selling their assets because, they're all trying to buy bunkers. So they're not going to reveal that. So if the scientists say that there is no threat, well, on the one hand, yeah, they looked at the data, but on the other hand, there's a political interest in keeping it secret, so you can't fully 100% trust it. So me personally, I would lean towards it being okay for the first 2 passes, but I'm more worried about a lot of other threats that I think are more likely and also more numerous.
Well, let's get to those then. What's the most likely to cause an extinction level event, close to extinction level event? We have the whole nuke thing. We have the pole shift. We have the possibility. Ben Davidson does believe we're going to get a grid down scenario, maybe as far out as 10 to 15 years earlier than the actual pole shift. We've got the solar flares, EMP stuff. What are you thinking?
Well, I think our number one threat right now is a combination of cyber attack and an EMP attack. And the only reason I say that is because that is not dependent on any. It's not dependent on any real fringe speculation or maybes with near-Earth objects or the sun stuff. I mean, that's just based on the reality of our economic situation, our political, geopolitical situation, the way that things are headed, and just the ease at which it can happen. Over the past couple of years, there have been a lot of anomalous wildfires, which, upon investigation, have been caused by arson. A lot of times they actually caught the arsonists, including in Canada with all those crazy wildfires they had in the past year. Well, I think some of those are probably practice runs for mass sabotage to happen at some point in the near future, possibly. We also had that. We also had attacks on power substations. People shooting those power substations with AK-47s, and they never caught the perpetrators. I mean, why would they do that unless it's some sort of security penetration testing or to see what the effects of that were? So that, in combination with our southern border right now, well, in the U.S. being so open and uncontrolled, it's crazy. I mean, there's actual video footage of Syrian and ISIS terrorists coming into there. One of them saying you may not know me now, but you will. Making threats like that. So I think the pieces are being put in place for a potential grid takedown scenario through a combination of local sabotage, whether it's through terrorism, explosions, shootings, and also foreign implemented cyber attacks. And as far as EMPs go, well, there's a lot of evidence that North Korea has several satellites that circle the United States twice a day. Okay. And these satellites, they don't. Ever since their launch, they haven't transmitted any signals. It's more like they're awaiting to receive a signal. And what could that be for? Unless perhaps they carried nukes or some sort of EMP weapon to be detonated at a certain time. And then if you take into account Russia and some of the claims that people like Zhirinovsky have made about the secret kind of weapons that they have to. He might have been hyperbolic or maybe not, but he talked about gravity interference weapons that can sink an entire continent and can destroy America within 15 minutes. That's what they claim. Okay. Now, things are getting so unstable, especially economically, that even if we look at disclosure, for example, okay, let's say some sort of alien disclosure happens and technology is going to be transferred to humanity, right? And everyone cheers because, yeah, we're getting alien technology, we'll have free energy and so on. But the thing is, that technology might not be distributed equally between nations. Maybe it'll only be given to first world nations, or it might only be given to whatever nation that particular alien group thinks is most in alignment with its agenda or the most subservient. And maybe that is China and not the United States. So if that were to happen and the American military realizes, oh, shoot, they're given this technology and within 1 year they will have total global supremacy, we have, let's say, half that, 6 months, to nip that in the bud before they take over the entire world. Okay, I'm talking about like paranoid military thinking. That's how they would think. And if that were the case, I think they would have no problem with nuking China to prevent that from happening. Okay, they wouldn't have a problem with that because it's either them or us in terms of projecting into future scenarios and how it could play out. So there are so many existential threats that are converging at the same time that the mere expectation of these existential threats can lead to actions taken right now that lead to, at minimum, some sort of cyber attack or EMP attack that, because that's like the most bloodless way of taking down a nation. Other than like in that movie, what was that movie recently the one about the cyber attack? Do you remember? Do you guys know what that one's called?
Yeah, the Obama
Leave
movie.
the World Behind, or
Leave the World Behind. Okay, I was thinking of that. I just thought that was another movie, but something like that where you have a combination of cyber attack and also inside jobs. I think that movie was prescient, but some people would call it predictive programming. But what is that other than advertising a blueprint of what's going to happen, right? So I think that scenario is the one that is the most dangerous. And actually, some of the Russian leaders themselves have said that if they were to attack America, they would definitely choose that option, because if you were to take down a nation's power grid and their communication infrastructure, you're not technically responsible for killing those people directly and literally. It's not like nuking them in a thermonuclear fire. You're just taking something away, and then that country itself is what eats itself, through different political factions and ethnic factions warring and starvation and famine, plagues and everything that comes with that. So they think that it's a less culpable, perhaps even a kinder way for them to take out a nation is to simply do that and not do the direct killing through nukes. And so that's another, that lowers the barrier of entry to taking down a nation. If you think that, okay, it's not going to be that horrible if we do it that way because at least we're not killing them outright, well, then that makes it easier to push that button. And that's another reason why I think the risk is higher. Yeah.
Thanks, Tom. Could you just take a few minutes or however long you want just to explain to the audience? So we're talking about Apophis pole shift, any kind of cataclysm you could possibly think of. And how does that tie into what we call the negative alien agenda? So what does the apocalypse have to do, besides meaning revealing, but the doom apocalypse? What does that have to do with aliens? And then let's go to Ulrich real quick before you answer that, Tom, since he's been bouncing around here. Ulrich.
Yeah, sorry, the negative alien agenda was fucking with my tech. So I had to have a firm conversation with the universe. It looks like I'm good. Whenever you think it's appropriate, can we get you to comment, Tom, on some of the current events that are rumored to be happening like tomorrow with the Vatican making an announcement, maybe like to integrate science and spirituality, with whistleblowers or first-hand witnesses' lives being threatened, because they all kind of connect with the expectation, right, of us moving closer and closer to like global warfare. I hope that's like, doesn't have to be now, but I always want to get Tom to comment on current events, and then 8 hours go by and we need to wait a month.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, it all ties together. So both questions are actually the same question ultimately because it all ties together. And so if we just look at just the ufology or abduction side of things, I mean, what sorts of things do we see? And actually, you can throw in my labs into that as well, military abductions. What sorts of things do we see? Well, we see on the one hand, for example, back in the 40s and 50s, it was really popular for these alien contactees to be told that, humanity needs to disarm their nuclear weapons, and nuclear weapons are bad, nuclear technology is bad, and so on. And then, okay, so you got that piece. Then you have these UFOs, these ships or drones or whatever, buzzing military ships, nuclear bases, even disabling, supposedly, mechanical disassembly of these some of these missiles and nuclear missiles and so on. So you got that, okay? And so it seems to me that some of these alien factions, their concern for our nuclear ability, it seems duplicitous, because a lot of the nuclear testing that's been going on, there's been thousands and thousands of nuclear tests. They didn't stop those, and they didn't really interfere with those. I think what they're doing is they're only very selectively positioning themselves as being concerned about nuclear stuff, so that when the time comes, and what time is that? Well, it would have to be a time that either involves nuclear weapons or gets very close to that point. They can then step in and pose themselves as the interveners, the interventionists, and basically just wag their finger at us and say that, well, we tried to warn you. We warned you for 50 years, but you didn't listen, and here you are. You're legal. You're just failed. They've put humanity in peril, and then they can throw in climate change and everything else that's blamed on humanity, and essentially just kind of just morally drive us to our knees, because they would then have then they would have the moral high ground in saying that they're the ones who warned us of what ends up happening. So they can kind of pivot a cataclysm that perhaps was inevitable. I'm talking about nuclear cataclysm, but everything else that comes with it, and they can pivot that towards their own benefit, their own advantage. And it's kind of ties back into the climate change agenda. I mean, of course, climate change is happening to a definite degree, but there's a lot of political shenanigans and scientific fraud involved in that as well. And it serves a huge political interest in ensuring that only humanity is blamed for it, so that therefore they can justify certain types of tyranny. I mean, this is all like common knowledge in the fringe community, so I'm just kind of speaking to the choir here. But as far as the negative alien agenda goes, all right, so you've got the nuclear component, which points towards nuclear war. And then you also have certain, preparing abductees, in both alien and especially the military abductees, for a grid down situation. And what to do in the event that happens, the kind of training, the kind of mindset that you need to get through that, or the idea of an evacuation. Like, okay, yeah, one day this is going to happen or that's going to happen, and we're going to pick you up, or we're going to telepathically contact you and tell you to start heading towards this particular location. So then you've got hundreds, if not thousands, of abductees given this telepathic message to just start heading towards this location spot, which I guess they'll either be picked up from there, or maybe that's like a safe spot that they're guided to escape what's going to happen. And so it doesn't matter whether you look at ufology or the abduction field or the contactee field, there's a huge apocalyptic doomer element to it, right? And is that all just for psychological plays? Is it all a big ploy? Or do they actually know something? And I would say that they actually do know something, because so much of their agenda, including the hybrid breeding stuff, it only makes sense in context of a major discontinuity in human history coming up, it opens up a window for them to pivot towards their own agenda, in terms of shaping how the chaos goes, and especially what comes out of that chaos in terms of our culture, our civilization, and especially our genetics. It's almost like they use these opportunities, these cataclysmic times, in order to terraform or reshape our human genome, the human genetic landscape. And I suspect that historically this has happened before. Okay, for example, 70,000 years ago, there was a huge bottleneck in human genetics where most of humanity died out. And supposedly, according to modern science, there are only, 3,000 people left. And so all modern humans supposedly descend from these 3,000 people. Well, is that what really happened? Or was there a major cataclysm at the time and some sort of alien or ultra-terrestrial faction used that opportunity to breed a new model of humans and then seeded them on Earth? Maybe they wiped the old ones out and kept a couple thousand of them and used them to breed a new batch of hybrids or something. And we are those hybrids right now. And what if they're getting ready to do it again? What if that's what this is all about? Okay. So that's a possibility. And as far as current events go, we see a convergence of simultaneous acceleration in so many different trends. But one of those trends is, of course, the World War III, nuclear war, EMP, cyber attack trend. So we got that. And that's, so even though we don't really hear much anymore in the mainstream news about Ukraine and Russia, that's still heavily going on. And it's just getting worse, especially now in the Middle East with Israel and Iran and Lebanon and all these other countries. And the BRICS nations starting to get more integrated, not only economically but also militarily. So that's all happening, and it's all setting the stage for a big showdown in the near future. I'm probably guessing within maybe 5 years. It seems to be lining up around 5 years. But then simultaneously with that, we also have the alien disclosure stuff accelerating at exactly the same rate, in the same way, at the same time. Is that coincidence? I don't think so. And part of that, for example, as you mentioned, is the Vatican getting ready to do their announcements, and that's only a small part in a very long line of slow preparation and disclosure that the Vatican has been doing for at least the past 10 years. Because if you guys remember, some of you back in 2008, 2009, the Vatican was coming out saying that ET is our brother, and just kind of getting into the exopolitics sphere back then. Well, now they're getting ready to do it again in an even more serious way. I think in the meantime, they're probably just waiting for other pieces to fall into place. And perhaps the Trump years kind of delayed that a little bit because certain things needed to happen which didn't happen on time. But now that he's been out of the way, it's things can get back on track. So I do think that their agenda is getting back on track now, and it's heading towards a certain climax where it's almost like musical chairs, where there's only one chair left, and there are competing factions or agendas that need to secure that chair in order to be the future that comes out of all this. And it's getting closer and closer and closer to the music stopping, right? And then the question is, well, who's going to be in that chair, right? And who's going to be the king on the throne of the new phase of civilization? And I think that's what all of this is about right now.
Tom, as a follow-up on that, I have a game theory bias to this. So to me, I'm looking at when they employ chaos, it's to collapse the timelines into something controllable. So they're not increasing the chaos for the predictability, for the unpredictability of managing timelines. They're increasing chaos, for instance, to induce a major event of grief, of submission, of breaking the human soul, i.e. through nuclear warfare that's incited. So when I hear the Bledsoe promise that these beings are going to come in 2027 and give us a gentle slap on the wrist because we mismanaged our power, I hear also a contradiction, maybe even a logical impossibility, that they're going to stop the nukes. To me, the red herring is the promise that the nukes are going to be stopped. And that's what you would want. You would want humans to think, oh, it's fine. We're not on the precipice of nuclear warfare. These little alien orbs are just going to stop them. And then it's the nuclear warfare itself that enables our submission when they do show up in 2027. Do you see things a similar way? And do you not consider the possibility that the disclosure wars going on, everybody now wants to make disclosure happen through their medium. The Vatican wants to jump in. I guess they're going to get an X account soon, and the Pope is going to start spacing. That the ramping up, the acceleration of geopolitical tensions could be some sort of hitchhiker reward punishment response, more of a punishment. The faster and closer we get to catastrophic disclosure, don't they need to ramp up the catastrophes so that we don't get disclosure as well? Those two basically are my questions. Are we being deceived in fake protection when it comes to nuclear warfare? And is the warfare not going to ramp up in an arms race kind of way to prevent disclosure?
Yeah, that's a really subtle points that you make there. And I totally agree with the questions that you pose in terms of their significance. So from what I've seen, the negative alien agenda, I mean, of course, there's multiple factions and different scenarios that they could play out. But I noticed that they try different types of different plays at different times to see what sticks. And so back, 2004 through 2008 or 9 or so, during that time period, there was a lot of E.T. is our brother propaganda that was being put out, by Vatican. I mean, even Edgar Mitchell was saying that if aliens were hostile, then they would have already wiped us out, but they didn't, so therefore they're good. That sort of thing. And then that was like Stephen Greer's golden age or something. So that whole time period, the main ploy was the main drive, I should say, was to present aliens as our benevolent saviors in a way. And there was very little at the time in terms of any sort of paranoia or suspicion or skepticism about their motives. So I think that particular ploy would have worked under certain, political, cultural situations that simply don't exist anymore nowadays. Because back then, 2008, Obama got elected, and he would have been ideal for being, for someone to shake ET hands and to lead us into a new era of hope and change. Right? I mean, that was his whole campaign promise, right? The sort of messianic figure who got a Nobel Prize for not really doing anything.
For being black.
Yeah, or whatever,
It's fair. It's fair. Even he would admit it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so there was a lot of positivity and hopium that went into that particular ploy. Unfortunately, that I don't think that worked out because, well, many things happened. The informational landscape changed, and people started questioning the alien agenda more around that time. Like in my case, I put out Discerning Alien Disinformation, the book, which was, it was useful. It gave people a lot of food for thought about how it could go down. And I heard that at the Exopolitics Institute, there was sort of a scuffle that erupted amongst the members there because my book came out and they were discussing it, and it called out a lot of the bullshit that was happening, and some of the people sided with the bullshit and some people didn't, and lines were drawn, and so drama erupted out of that. So it's little things like that perhaps could give certain, control freak alien factions concern about, okay, well, how will humanity react now that information is out that we don't want out? The informational landscape has changed. So, well, if we can't do it anymore by, easy deception like that, then we're going to have to turn up the heat. And so I think that's where the deception ploy starts being passed over in favor of a more force-based ploy. And by that, I'm talking about increasing the situation of desperation through, for instance, an EMP or cyber attack or financial collapse or some sort of nuclear war situation, which we do seem to be heading towards now. So maybe this all could have gone down 10, 20 years ago, but the probabilities didn't work out in their favor. So they decided to, all right, let's pause this and let's rework the pieces and let's try again with a little more force this time. And so now here we are again on another iteration of that cycle where now the conditions, the variables have changed and they're trying something else. So maybe there's still deception involved, but it's not just deception. It's not like, oh, we're all going to show up as space brothers and we're all going to sign into treaties and cultural and technological exchanges with humans. Maybe it's not that anymore. Maybe it's more like human leaders engage in World War III and wreck society, and then they come in as interventionists or as rescuers or something like that. It's also possible that they could do a good cop, bad cop routine where they divide themselves into the more positive looking factions and the more obviously negative ones. Like one side could have, let's say, the Nordic, Palladian, tall white types. Another one could be, let's say, reptilians or something like that. Maybe with the well, I don't think the mantids would show up because they're the real deal. They're not going to get involved in the front line of the war. But you see, you got these two stooges that show up. One plays a good cop, one plays a bad cop. Yeah, and the bad cop, they could even say that, all right, humanity screwed up, but our leaders were being manipulated by aliens, and they pin it, let's say, on the reptilians. And I mean, I think anyone who's a fan of David Icke would probably side with that agenda, because the whole like reptilian Lizzie royal family thing. I mean, that's become a meme at this point. So you could have that, and then you could have the Nordic types, which in this case could be clones. They could be actual like negatively oriented Nordics, like space Nazis, essentially. You could have that posing as the good guys, and because they're going to look like us, relatively speaking, and because some of them are supposedly very good looking, I mean that triggers something in us genetically to put them on a pedestal. I mean, we do it already with celebrities. It's kind of like programmed into our genetics to favor certain looks over others, unfortunately. It's just part of biology. And they could play on that. They could genetically design a vessel that plays right into that, right? And so that level of deception could still exist, but its chance of success would definitely be enhanced if the situation were desperate. If there were a desperate ecological, climactic, financial, whatever cataclysm that happens that drives people to their knees and makes them welcome any sort of intervention from the outside. I mean, because obviously, the worse things get, the more people are going to be blaming their stupid, incompetent, evil leaders for making life so miserable. I mean, it's already happening. People are already losing faith in authority. I mean, whatever faith they had after COVID kind of evaporated. And now with like the Biden administration and like Trudeau and what's going on in Europe with all these incompetent leaders like Macron and so on, I don't know. To me, it seems kind of convenient that these people are just also incompetent and obviously corrupt. It seems almost like some sort of a populist backlash is being engineered, and the only question then is towards what ends, right? Is it to kindle a genuine great awakening, amongst the population to get them to rise up against the elitist corrupt power structure, or is it to ruin faith in human authority in order to make alien authority seem like the logical and obvious solution?
And sorry, I don't know if my audio sometimes stops working, but I hope I'm not talking over you, Tom. What about this idea that that there's an arms race? So with the Cold War with Russia, the more and better nukes they make, the more and better nukes we need to make. Something like that happening with disclosure. As disclosure is being decentralized, does chaos need to be accelerated as well as the avenues of disclosure accelerate?
I would say it's something perpendicular to that, in that there are certain catastrophes or certain singularities that are approaching that are unavoidable. They cannot be stopped, but they can be used. So once catastrophes do happen, whether they're man-made or natural, then what happens to the meaning of catastrophic disclosure if things are already catastrophic? You see, that then there's no longer a barrier to disclosure if things are already on shaky ground, if not completely collapsed into rubble. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is they may try to prevent disclosure by maybe ramping up catastrophes, but there are catastrophes that are out of their hands that would still happen and therefore would still open the door to disclosure anyway. So I think if I were them, then my thinking would be, okay, shoot, it's going to happen anyway. The stuff that we can't stop is going to happen anyway, and therefore some sort of disclosure is going to come out whether we want it or not. And so the only thing that we can do is to figure out, how do we use the unstoppable catastrophes? How do we use that? And how do we disclose in a way that could still allow us to manage the chaos and manage what comes out of it? Okay, but the thing is, if it's just humans that are arguing this, that are just humans that are thinking this, it's kind of what do you call it? It's kind of, I don't know, quixotic or chaotic, because they're not as talented, they're not as smart, and they're not as resourceful as aliens or ultra-terrestrials would be. So whatever control they think they have, they're probably just being played, So the timeline, the timetable of what's happening is really, I think, under the control of things that are beyond the human sphere. So they think that they're in control. They think they can delay things, but they can't. Whether it's divine forces, whether it's alien forces, ultra-terrestrials, whatever, things are going to happen that are beyond the control of our human military, even our deep black ops, breakaway shadow government stuff. I don't think they can control everything. They can only try to survive it and manage it. And I think a lot of what's happening now in current affairs revolves around that as well.
Can I push back on the orthogonal argument? The fact that some of this
Sure.
is perpendicular.
I want one of these Nordic, alien attractive guys to come and probe me and possibly impregnate me personally. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm willing to submit to that kind of experiment.
Well, that might be raining down. It might be raining down Anunnaki Nordic men. That might be happening. The thing I'm seeing, Tom, is the reason why I don't see it as necessarily perpendicular is because if you take a look at DEI, Tom, it seems like some of it is prepared to deflect from the pole shift. So even COVID, even our financial collapses, even nuclear warfare. I mean, if one of the major aspects of disclosure is an extinction level cataclysm, and you don't want civilization to be preserved past the cataclysm, then there's really two things you need to do. One, you need to make sure that the grid doesn't get shielded, because if we have 10 to 15 years of precursor events, which would be the case in the case of a cataclysmic pole shift, then those 10 to 15 years are spent in the dark globally after the grid falls, in which case half the population just takes care of itself, annihilates itself. And so then you have a window that is not 10 to 20 years away for a crustal displacement. Then you have a window that is 0 to 5 years away for precursor events that would take out the grid on the run up to the pole shift. And if you just look at it from 0 to 5 years away, to avoid a grid blackout, then it changes everything, because then you're just preventing people from realizing our grid needs to be shielded. I mean, right now, there's no explanation for why the entire world isn't shielding its grid, right? And so I'm looking at this as in, when you have events like multiple geomagnetic storms, when you have aurora borealis in the southern states, we had 6 last year, that's never happened before. These are all events that are nature disclosing. We're saying, hey, this is not normal, even for the sun's 11-year solar cycles. And the DEI is a perfect cover for this, right? Like, if everything that we see, the birds that are just flying in circles are falling from the sky, the killer whales that are now attacking boats, nature's going crazy right now. And if DEI is there to blame everything on humanity, that's a cover for the pole shift. Do you get what I'm saying? If China, if we're broadcasting like, oh, we're not going to be able to prevent China from hacking our grid, and our grid's going to black out just randomly, sporadically at different times, not permanently, that's cover for a solar micronova. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm seeing a lot of these things that are already being set up in advance, which is why it's hard for me to only see it as like an orthogonal thing. To me, I'm looking at the pole shift as the entire decider for looking back from a standpoint of retrocausality of why the hybridization program is being ramped up, right? All of a sudden, if the alien agenda is like, oh, looks like we're going to go through the cycle a bit sooner, then obviously they're going to have to create more hybrids that will mature in time, for a post-cataclysm world. Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, totally. I do agree exactly with what you just said. And it's clear, it's clear to me that grids are not being shielded to the degree that they should be, obviously. And there are people who studied the grid shielding problem, the magnetic impacts, and so on, EMP threats. What was his name? Josh Holloman or John Hollerman. He's been on Canadian Prepper quite a bit. But anyway, so he's part of he's an advisor to the government for the threat of EMPs, and even he complains very emphatically how the corporate, what seems like corporate and political interests are keeping the grid from being shielded. In other words, lots of recommendations are being made to the government, but the government, and especially the regulatory commissions over the power grid, are purposely, intentionally ignoring it or delaying it. Okay, and you can interpret that from different angles. Like you could say, okay, well, perhaps they are part of the I don't know, some sort of New World Order agenda, and maybe they're in on it and they want to collapse America, which fits with a lot of other trends that have been happening. But I think even that plays into a bigger thing, which is more along the lines of what you just said, which is that there are these natural threats that they can't control that they need to cover up, these cyclical cataclysm cycles. And in order to cover that up, yeah, obviously they would have to invent other excuses. But be that as it may, that doesn't prevent some of those other things from happening anyway. Like, for example, I mean, China and Russia have the ability to create an EMP grid takedown situation. I mean, they have literally the ability and the technology, and some would say the will, to do it. Okay, so they have that. But in addition to that, yes, you also have the magnetic field of the Earth getting weaker and weaker, and the more that happens, the more solar storms are going to impact us. So, that's why I said earlier that the cyber and EMP threat is the biggest one, because there are so many different factors that are hammering away at the integrity of our power supply grid. One of them being the political, socio-economic, geopolitical angle, like Russia, China, whatever other enemies are, and then the natural angle, whether it's the sun or some sort of supernova threat or something like that. Okay, so both of those are coming at the same time. And then I do agree with what you said, that perhaps some of the former, the human angle of it, might serve as a cover for the latter, for sure.
Just to jump in, I shared something to the Nest. There was a notice that came out. Russia's going to be firing missiles off the west coast of the United States between the U.S. and Hawaii. So there's going to be a no-fly off the west coast, no-fly zone off the west coast due to the Russian missile tests. It's very strange.
Yeah, that's interesting. And one of the run-ups to an actual World War III scenario is if Russia starts doing more nuclear testing, making it publicly known that they're doing nuclear testing. And it's not so much that they're doing the testing to figure out, how can we improve our missiles, or how can we do that? It's more of a show of strength, right? So Russia, there's a territory off the western coast of Russia in the Arctic Sea area somewhere, where they do a lot of nuclear testing. So once you hear in the news that they're starting to do that, and if you also start hearing the news that America or France or some of these other NATO countries, they are also starting to do nuclear testing, then we're getting really close, because that's just one of those mile markers that happens on the run up to a World War III scenario.
Interesting, very interesting. I'm not sure whose hand was up first. Ulrich, did you want to jump in?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to ask Tiff, Fringe, how do you guys want to handle hands? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think we could go to a couple of hands and then either get back to the topic or see where the topic goes.
UFO Shane, welcome to the Doom Room, man. How's it going?
Oh, yeah, mate, it's going all right. How you fucking doing, dude? You all right?
We're doing well, man. How are you doing?
Yeah, dude, I'm doing good. To preface on the previous statement, if there are hot Nordic women, I'll take that as well. Just want to throw that out there real quick. Also, yeah, I mean, is Russia doing? They're firing missiles. Are they nuclear missiles, or are they just missiles? Because we fire missiles everywhere all the time. So that's you probably don't want to go straight to nukes, but this is the Doom Room, so I get it. I like this Tom Montalk dude. He doesn't speak in exacts. He speaks in hypotheticals or a hypothesis-based reality. I enjoy
Something
that a lot
else I
better.
like is he's super smart and he doesn't always talk in a way that I can't understand.
All right, well, let's not build him up too much. All right, he's not UFO Shane. All right, sorry, Tom. You're not me, but you could be one day if you keep training. I'll teach you some ninja techniques. We'll get down in the dungeon, bro. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about like shielding from EMPs or whatever the fuck, like what are they gonna do? Like what the United States is huge. Were they gonna just go around and fix the already collapsing grid? They've let the grid go for the last 50 fucking years. I was talking about this earlier. You can drive down the road. I live in the deep south, and you can drive down the road and like all the power poles are sagging, hanging over. And you could go talk to people, as I've done, that live there, like, when I used to do deliveries and stuff. They're like, yeah, they only fix it, whenever, a tree falls on it or whatever. And that's it. And like if a major storm is coming, they'll send all the energy guys to that area just to put patches on it. That's all they do. The linemen and stuff like that, that's all they can do. is to put patches on it, because it all has to be redone. In fact, it should all be ran underground. Back then they didn't do that, but that's how it should be done now. It should be ran like underground. And even when they build new grids, they don't build it underground. They don't give a shit. They're not going to do it. Not going to happen. And like Tom said, just to defend against that one thing, what if a meteorite hits us, or an asteroid or whatever? Or what if anything else happens? And, saying China and Russia can do this we can do that to them too. We could have done that to them years ago. And I'm not too worried about Russia. I'm more worried about the United States becoming the bad guy, because we always have to be like this shining example, even though we've dropped the only 2 nukes on cities, to prevent a more worse war. But, the real thing I would worry about when it comes to World War III would honestly be the United States becoming the so-called bad guy, where we start being the aggressor, right? Because, I'm not too worried about Russia. They can barely fuck with Ukraine. You know what I mean? And that's through, and that's because we've supported Ukraine just with money. Money doesn't exist to these people. It exists to you and me, right? That's what keeps us in check. There's a national debt number, all that shit. None of that matters. They're just going to keep printing, producing, and doing whatever. And if the United States, I know a lot of people in here aren't from here or whatever, but let me tell you, the time when I would be worried the most of the end of the war through a war scenario would most likely be when the United States just had enough of it and just went full ape shit. Another thing is if it was a natural disaster, talked about this as well earlier, would be a Carrington event. If that happens now, dude, it's over. You know what I mean? I'm going to have to start eating my neighbors. And like I said earlier as well, I've already plotted out what neighbors to eat, what their diets are, the quickest way to get into their homes. This is all survival, guys. It's not me just being a creep, but I'm going to eat human flesh. I'm going to survive. I'm not even joking right now. I will live if I don't get taken out in the initial blast. But a Carrington event or the sun doing something is really what you have no control over, celestial level events. So are we going to kill each other? Look at other civilizations, probably. But, also out of nowhere, the sun could just be just lick the surface of the planet and then we're all fucked. And there's no EMP shielding. There's nothing. And these motherfuckers don't care. They don't care. This whole shit was lost in the 70s, right? JFK died, that's kind of where the line really gets drawn. After that, it was let's just build some more bunkers in mountains, guys. Let's just haul out bunkers. And then when this shit goes down, we'll take a maglev train somewhere and fucking ride this shit out and rebuild it in fucking Fallout. They don't give a shit.
They're not reinforcing our infrastructure. And no matter what the reason is, it's not in our favor.
Well, if they were going to reinforce it, they would have had to have done that 30, 40 years ago. That's the real shame of it. When we were all either kids or not here yet. That's whenever it should have started, because it's a lot of shit to do. Now you could argue that they could take, because money is whatever, $2-3 trillion and start rebuilding it, but that would take 30 or 40 fucking years. Literally, it's just massive. There's not enough people, especially these days, that are even trained to do that. I mean, I'm an electrician. I'm also a maintenance guy. I work on sprockets and gears and all that kind of shit. And dude, the number of people that don't know what the fuck they're doing is wild. I watch people get electrocuted all the fucking time because they have no idea, how to ground themselves or what wire not to touch or what 120 volt is or 240. It's wild. And yeah, we're fucked. I mean, I don't really know what else to say on that. I know it's a doom room, but it doesn't have to be fucking aliens, guys. I mean, I think saying, oh, it's aliens, they're not going to come save you. I'll promise you that much. If shit goes to shit, they're not coming for you. They're coming for you, but not to save you. Maybe just save a couple people for the human race, if it's even going to happen. These motherfuckers, no one's going to come help you. You're going to have to do it yourself. And God forbid that day comes. Anyway, that's my doom. Thank you, guys.
No, man, thank you. It's always nice to have your legendary rants. Tom, I'm going to go ahead and let you jump in after this, but should I let up Karl Marx or not?
Tom,
that was a great UFO Shane. That was a great doom rant. That was perfect. Excellent. I was going to get to the part with Tom maybe where, to talk about what happens if and when this EMP hits, whether it comes from the sun or from China or wherever, what this looks like. I think we're looking at about a 90% population reduction within about a year. But we'll go to some hands and we'll keep those questions for the back burner for now.
you talked about America going apeshit, and now that's a big threat, and I can definitely see that. And then the question is, well, what is it that would bring the U.S. to that point? And when I was thinking about that question, I was thinking back to Germany during the 1920s after World War I. And I asked myself, okay, would Germany have been capable of waging World War II in the 1920s? And I would say no, because they didn't yet have the national unity, the economic powerhouse, the coherence of their culture and military and everything in order to wage an effective World War II. See, that took another decade or two in order for that to happen. But the reason why it happened is because of the demoralization that they faced after World War I, after the Treaty of Versailles, and undergoing an economic depression and all the guilt and shame, which then led to what? It led to blame. It led to a kind of populist fanaticism, and then eventually Nazism kind of rode that towards success. And I see a similar trajectory happening in America, where you do have now a deep level of demoralization going on, not to mention economic troubles and everything like that. And if we get a resurgence of populist fanaticism here, like ultra MAGA or just something beyond that, I can see that happening. Where, for example, what if it's discovered that COVID was definitely bioengineered and released on purpose, and China had a hand in it, as well as U.S. deep state, and both are then fingered as the cause of so many of the troubles. Like if you've got a mom or relative who died, if your loved one died, if you suffered because of COVID, if you lost your job because of it, whatever, that amongst all these other conspiracies that are brought to light in this kind of political disclosure could definitely whip up enough national unity that I think you could have a resurgence perhaps of some of the military capabilities and national unity, which then would give the proper conditions needed for just a massive World War III blowout that follows from that. So I'm just speaking hypothetically there. Shane, did you want to follow up on that?
Thank you, dude. Yes. No, I agree. I get what you're saying exactly. And I'm going to do it in a more like layman's term, because I'm not quite as nuanced with words as you are. I never have been. And once again, we will get you trained up, Tom. But no, I'm just fucking with you. It'll just be the same shit it's always been. It'll be a holy war. It'll be crusades. It'll be Nazis. And while not maybe directly referencing like a superior being that you're fighting for, it will still be a group of people idolizing a certain situation and the pain that they felt, coming together and pushing that onto something else that they feel is the right way to do it. And it'll just be a holy war. It's always been that way. It's literally, that's how all the crusades happen. It's how a lot of wars happen in the Middle East and everywhere else. It's always due to some ideal and some thing that a group of people that start shouting, and they get more people and more people and more people. Like you said, like people who have died from COVID, or my mom died from COVID. I feel you. It'll just be a lot of like people who really don't even understand what's going on, but get swept up, and then it just leads to just madness. And it's like that, like in Nazi Germany, dude. Like they all started hating, and I'm also Jewish. They started hating on all the Jews, they ran all the banks and the bread bakeries and all that stuff, and then they just started coming together against this one group of people, and then look what happens. And it's always been that way. It always seems to come out that way, and it's really sad that we just keep repeating that process. Because if you look at I love history. It's one of my favorite things. Love it. But I love history, right? But it sucks ass to look back and just see the same fucking mistake over and over and over again. You can literally go and read about all these civilizations and how they fell, and it's always the same shit. And it's just ironic and sad that we keep doing that. And like I said, like guys, like, you can hold out hope that something's going to come and save you, but the only thing that's really going to save you is not to be ignorant of the past. Learn from the past. Don't repeat the past. Grow from the past. Don't fucking keep doing the same mistakes. But I'm not sure if we're there yet, right? Like it might be some civilization beyond what we've done. Hopefully, whatever memory we leave behind leads to the advancement of humankind in some way. That's all I can really hope for, because I don't think we're going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. Thanks for bringing a lot of doom to the Doom Room. We appreciate it. Who's next, you guys?
I'm going to start keeping track, but I have not. Yeah, I have not been writing them down. If somebody could help us with the order, I'll try to be better.
I think it was God Sauce. God Sauce, what you got?
Hi. So it's like a mafia racket. I'm getting back to the grid. So there's no sense in fixing the infrastructure if you know a huge coronal situation is about to occur. And so you just quietly spray a secondary grid above the one and quietly tell the leaders that if they don't fall in line, you'll remove the sprayed grid, which is grounded, and their grid will be fried and they won't be able to do anything about it. They won't have time, especially if their bridges keep going out and things like that. Like, we are being extorted.
I love that he said we're being extorted and just quit. Exactly, brother. Hell yeah.
What can you just flesh that out for us? What exactly is the extortion?
Your soul.
It's like the mafia thing, you know. It's like, I can protect you from these coronal mass ejections, you know. It'd be a shame if this spraying stopped happening over your city, wouldn't it? So they can basically extort them for whatever, and it could be any number of different social or there could be so many political or social ramifications that there would not be any way for us to trace how these decisions came about. You know, this is all backroom politics. We're not going to know. Things are just going to start happening, and the people that are doing it will think in their hearts they're doing it for the greater good. Because imagine how many people are going to die, you know, if in a major city the entire grid got fried. You know, so they're doing it from a good place, right?
I was wondering why they weren't canceling flights when there was all those corona mass ejections. I'm glad, that none of the flights crashed or anything like that. There are real risks when we're having such active solar activity with the current state of the magnetic field. And I see a lot of infrastructure bills passing and not a lot of infrastructure reinforcement happening, though. And I feel like that there's a reason for it. I've spoken to people who work in special forces, and they've explained to me these drills that they would perform where it's like if the grid goes down, there's uh, like backup generators underground. We bring them up. It's got limited internet options, things like that. And I feel like it is its own operation. The grid going down, so there's a reason they're not reinforcing it in case they need that option.
Yeah, Douglas Adams spoke about this. He called it police tribes, right? So imagine when the shit really hits the fan, you have all kinds of different sects that have different partitioned orders, and they're all like, they have bunkers and, you know, facilities that are tucked away, and when they come out and do things, they aren't exactly the same motivations as other tucked away branches that are partitioned with their own blacklisted possible disinformation. You know, it's like this could get ridiculous, you guys.
Definitely a concern. I'm not sure who was next. Let's go to Joseph, then Just and Chaotic.
Hey, I wanted to highlight since we're talking about catastrophe, I mean, catastrophe could come from a solar flare, it could come from war, famine, probably all of the above, or one or a couple. But what I wanted to highlight was the fact that the abductees have been constantly fed this subconsciously, right, for years and years. So I think, at least what I think right now, is that manifestation is really the major thing that has to be thought about when this is happening, because anything could happen. They could just do it tomorrow and then usher in a deep state and then do whatever they want. I mean, you could think back to really every single part of the entire deep state, the entire alien program, everything. They have the technology, they have everything. They could just do it. And I think that in order for anything to happen in this reality, we have to manifest it. So the abductees have, like, even subconsciously manifest it. As long as it's part of our thought stream that generates reality, then it can actually be reality. So, yeah, Tom, what do you think about that?
Well, I think so we got two things there. On the one hand, we do have the power of manifestation, or just the power of consciousness to influence probabilities. Okay, so we got that on the one hand, and you can prove that in your own personal life if you are someone who's had many synchronicities, who's noticed that your deepest beliefs and intentions and wishes, that a lot of times they do come true because you're somehow projecting your energy into, I don't know, the spread of quantum probable futures and resonating with some of them, whatever language you want to use to describe the mechanism behind it. So that's legit, and at least in my experience. And then on the other hand, you also have just regular old causality, cause and effect, dominoes, determinism, physical factors, where one thing leads to the next thing, which leads to the next thing. And that whole thing, it's separate. Well, for the most part, it's functionally separate from the whole field of synchronicity and manifesting and consciousness. So, there are certain things that we ourselves do have influence over consciously, probabilistically, maybe at a quantum or etheric level. Okay, but then there's other things that do seem to be out of our grip for the most part, at least by default. And I think wisdom and discernment, even prepping, it comes down to knowing the place of each. Like, what is the dividing line between what you can change and what you cannot change? And it's very important to recognize, what that dividing line is and to identify it correctly. Because if you don't do it correctly, then either you don't use enough of your soul or consciousness powers to make things safer than they, make things safer than they would be otherwise, or you go the other way where you become sort of naive or ignorant about certain threats that are definitely on their way, and there's nothing you can do to stop them, but you think you can because you think it's all just consciousness. Well, ultimately it is, but in terms of how much conscious power you as an individual have, I think that varies from person to person. And also, us collectively as a civilization, of course our collective consciousness affects the way things go, but is it 100%? And if it's not 100%, then there is this remainder, this certain percentage that if we are ignorant of it, it's going to bite us in the butt through a rude awakening, right? So we got to kind of look at both sides of it and try to identify the dividing line, and therefore cover all of our bases, both consciously, metaphysically, spiritually, and also physically. That's the whole point of prepping, which is to prepare for the things that we cannot change ourselves.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I don't think we're going to manifest ourselves out of here for sure. Like, we have to plan for reality. And I think manifestation goes on a really, really deep fundamental level of our consciousness, right? So I don't think even a small group or a large group of people can really just change that through, some sort of a visionary way or magical way, or however that works.
Yeah, well, because there have been studies where they do meditations, like peace meditations, and then supposedly they've discovered that there has been a statistical shift in the degree of violence, as measured by official statistics right around that time. There's been numerous studies based on that where the statistically significant impact of these things. But the problem is, it's not enough to change the entire trajectory of the planet necessarily. Because there are certain things that are already in motion, like, as a saying is based, from the Bible, the writing is on the wall. There are certain dominoes that are in motion that cannot be stopped. However, there are still pivot points or blank spots that can still be selected or shifted. And those are the things that we need to work with. Because as you know, like in judo, for example, right? Judo, you've got this massive body coming at you, but if you just pivot in just the right way, you can flip it. You can control that greater dominant force. Yeah, timing and leverage. Timing and leverage. It's all about that. And so it's interesting how when we look at our reality, including our own lives, it's really a battle between physicality, physics, programming, determinism, and synchronicity, miracles, consciousness, all that stuff. Those two things are intermingling and battling. It's like a fractal. Like when you look at a fractal, you've got the black areas and you got the colored areas. And mathematically, those are two different things. But they intermingle, and it's almost like they're battling, right? And that's what creates this rich tapestry of experience in our world. It's like a battle between darkness and light, between the frozen aspect of existence and the conscious, living, warm aspect of existence. So I think that is, I mean, those are the white and black, squares on the chessboard that we are both playing and that we are the pieces of. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that. I think light and dark is not something that people think about enough. And I think if you think about it in that way, I think, yeah. So as far as what we can do, it's very limited. There's a lot of things that have been set in place and that are happening and that are going to happen. But we might have enough energy and might be able to have enough critical mass to actually manifest it if we did it, even if we did it in a small group. But if we did it specifically for a specific purpose in a certain way. And so we need you to lead us to do that, Tom. You got to write out a plan, man. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for your input on that too. One thing I wanted to add to this is that when you think about just like an infantry soldier on the front line, okay, he or she is given a set of orders. You go take that hill over there, whatever. But they don't know the grand battle plan that the generals know. Okay, they don't know that. All they know is a little tiny part of it. But as long as they fulfill their instructions carefully, they play an integral part in the grand scheme of things. And I think that's an analogy to how we ourselves, we do have the commander's voice within us. We do have the general's voice within us, even if we don't know his or its or hers divine plan. Okay, there's this divine plan that we can be part of, but the problem is we need to turn on that radio within us. And so much of life is about distinguishing between the two voices within us. The lower bass part of us versus like the higher intuitive, divine, spiritual part of us. And so I think when you ask about what can we possibly do, like what can we do in the face of all this? Well,
like
we have to keep in mind that we do have, practically.
Hey guys,
we do have to keep in mind that.
I'm not gonna.
Hey, hold up.
I'm not gonna stay here all day. You guys are catching up. If you go and you look at my profile, there's a document on there in the profile, and it's a bunch of recordings that explains a lot of this shit that you guys are talking about. You in particular, Tom. So I just want to offer that up. I've got other things that I have to do, but I'll probably be at the UFO place tonight. Wait. That's all I had to say. Good luck. God bless.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot for that. So, so I was just going to say that, we do have this higher voice within us, and aligning with that can give you an edge because you're working with an intelligence that knows more than you do, right? So it's not all on you, but it is on you to use yourself and your abilities to your full potential. And then anything beyond that, you kind of have to have faith in it and align and connect with it.
Cool. So, I hear a lot about the higher self and higher source, right? But I think we're really powerful, and we are that manifestation in this reality. And I think what we consciously decide to do, and I know we can't be more than God, which we are a part of. But I think we do have to think practically. And thanks for expounding on that, on different ways we can think about doing it practically.
Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate that a lot. We have quite a few hands up. Justin Chaotic, I know that you were in line in Shepherd of Truth. I'm gonna get to you after that. Happy to see you here. Big fan of your posts. And then Shane Fletcher and Panama Orange.
Okay, so Fringe said basically 10% of the population would be left. I'm wondering what that was. Also, I saw that I've seen him say this before, but remote viewer Lynn Buchanan always says we're going through times now where there will be a lot of earth changes, a lot of population will be lost. So that kind of scares me. And it's not written in stone, but it seems the sun is heating up. There seems to be this underlying feeling of like something's coming, and I don't know what. And just things are changing, whether they're for the better or the worse, I don't know. But I wanted to know what Fringe was saying about that.
So, Jay, that was just some random statistic. Tom might have some better numbers on that, or anyone else is welcome to jump in. But once the grid goes down, it just turns into chaos. I mean, you think that just 100 years ago, life was quite a bit different than it is now. I think the very first people we'll lose is anybody in the hospital. Then we lose the people who are on medications. Anyone who needs a life-saving medication is gone. And then it just all goes downhill from there. It's not a great scenario. I should say, so much of my personal prepping is revolved around the idea that we have no electricity at all. And so, yeah, you could have a solar generator or this or that or the next thing, but most of what I plan for is to have no electricity long term. And if you listen to Ben Davidson, we could be looking at 5 to 10 years of no electricity. So just kind of even use your own imagination and, see where that takes us. It's not good. Tom, do you have anything on that?
How would we do that? Actually, I did have something to say regarding the remote viewers. They were talking about a micronova. So if it's a micronova, nothing's going to survive.
I would like to say that I believe that there was a micronova in recent times, and they found some of the nova particles in Antarctica. So it doesn't necessarily always lead to, but it's an indicator of major things to come. I don't know, but I don't know everything.
So can I? Yeah, when you're done, Tiff, I want to comment on the micronova thing.
No, go for it.
Jay, just what makes you feel like if it's a micronova, nothing is going to survive?
Well, from what I read today, the commenter said nothing will survive. Do I know it's true? I don't know. But uh, I've had dreams. I have to say, I've had dreams, something like this. And that's why it scares me.
So, but specifically about the micronova, is there a reason why you think that one is not survivable?
Well, you tell me.
Well,
It's
a
the
solar.
series, I think, afterwards is the problem.
Yeah, and I want to address this because one of the huge areas of confusion and one of the areas of upset that people have is that everybody has their own personal apocalypse. And somehow when everybody has their own personal apocalypse, there's no room for other cataclysmic events. And that can cause you to really misunderstand the timeline. So, for some people, their personal apocalypse is COVID. For some people, their personal apocalypse is the grid going down by hacking. For other people, it's the grid going down through an EMP, right, in like suborbital space or near Earth orbital space. For other people, it's the grid going down from a Carrington event, which is a micronova. So 1859, we had a solar micronova. It didn't kill everybody. If we had a similar one today, because we have already 30% less shielding than we did in 1859, the apocalypse there is the human psyche, right? Everybody losing their shit, slitting people's throats. It'll make, the vandalism of a drugstore look like nothing. But what are we missing when somebody says they see a micronova coming? The last one was in 1859, J. Just. So what I would like for people to really be freaking out about is how on earth are we predicting a micronova 0 to 5 years out? The only way you can justify that is if we're in the middle, in like knee deep in a real pole excursion. A real pole excursion is one where the geomagnetic anomalies and the magnetic anomalies throughout our solar system, they're all screaming, you're in a pole excursion. Does that make sense? Like a micronova is just one of the many events. And it is really important for the timeline because it means after the micronova, we're not running doom rooms anymore. Like Tom Montalk is, unless we come up with some great system on our ham radios, right? That would be great, but it's not happening on X. So the timeline shift because it forecloses on global organization. Once we lose the grid, how do you make disclosure happen? Jay, just does that make sense? I don't think at all that a solar micronova on average is not going to be survivable. But if it is happening soon and we expect it in the next 0 to 5 years, we should be expecting a cataclysmic crustal displacement roughly 10 to 15 years out, after we're already in total darkness. Does that make sense? It's one of the building apocalypses. Just like the nuclear apocalypse should not be viewed as the apocalypse. It's one of the many ways, for me, on the path toward total annihilation.
Well, are you really prepping?
Well, no,
I
I'm not
am.
prepping, but I should be. But everybody should be. But for me, I'm looking at the time window as 6 months. I want to break shit. So I'm not trying to do some hydroponic gardening. I want the world to wake up to all of the apocalypses, especially the pole shift. So I view, if you're looking at prepping, I think the most important thing is communication. That's the most important thing. If you lose communication, then you're not going to be able to figure out like who's enemy and who's friend, right? I absolutely should be prepping, so I'm being reckless. But the most important survival tool right now I'm viewing is information. I think if we can make disclosure happen before the election, we might be able to look at life where it's not just a breakaway society or you try to have enough food for your family. I have 2 sons. I want to avoid a Walking Dead scenario. So I want to break this world in half and let everybody know what the fuck is happening.
I've noticed all the tech nerd guys are bodybuilding and stuff right now and building bunkers. So that's where their priorities lie at the moment. Chaotic, thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, Just. And then we'll get to Shepard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Was I next or Chaotic?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, it's Chaotic and then you, Shepard.
So I put some resources up in the nest for everybody. I've actually I put out a series of videos back in 2022 when I started to see significant failures in the financial and economic sectors. In that, I'm concerned that there's a lot of different ways that there could be a blackout. It doesn't necessarily have to be military conflict. They could shut off access through the cloud, services that are hosting online banking to prevent bank runs. There's all kinds of different ways that we could see either total or partial loss of utilities. I feel like we can all agree that like access to the internet also is considered a utility. If we don't have active ability to access the internet, things like credit card processing systems will be offline. I'm a second generation prepper and also an active disaster zone cleanup volunteer. I have experience through a number of different types of natural disasters. I was at the waterline after Hurricane Harvey down in Beaumont, Texas. And then after Hurricane Maria, I went out to Puerto Rico, was then out in Arecibo backpacking supplies through pretty remote areas of the mountain range out there. I've seen what it looks like when people have no utilities for a long period of time. So I have experience actually like traversing areas where you have to deal with basically it is a Walking Dead scenario when you have something that's a storm situation. Like Puerto Rico is a great example. They spent over a year without regular working utilities like electricity after those 3 hurricanes hit them. The government basically, I was Operation Whitefish, I believe is what it was called, completely fucked up and walked off with a ton of money through a shell company instead of fixing the power grid correctly. That being said, I put together a list for everybody because I'm concerned. I know a lot of folks are new to the idea of prepping. So you see Blackout Part 1 and Part 2 up there. It doesn't have to be aliens. I agree that it doesn't have to be aliens. It doesn't have to be China. It doesn't have to be any one particular thing. It could be more than one thing at the same time. But I have a universal type prep list that I feel like is good for, basically most emergency situations. If you've got all of these items in your house, you're probably okay to float through, most. My goal for me in a disaster situation is to be able to lock myself inside my house, have all the supplies that I need, and be able to just ride it out till things get a little bit less chaotic. Unless something is forcing you to physically leave your house and have to travel, you don't want to leave your house. That is the safe place to be, is indoors, locked inside, board up the windows if you have to. So part 1, of the video in the nest is all the, just a montage of scenarios that I found in the last like 3 years. There were situations where there were partial or total loss that disrupted the general public in a meaningful way, and that includes 911 service. So I'm not just like spouting conspiracy theories. There have been times where like it has almost happened, and in the very, very recent history too. So I don't ask anybody to ever just take my word for it. I want you to see what I'm seeing and understand why I draw these conclusions the way that I do. Part 2 is the prep list. Things like you were talking about life-saving medications, first aid supplies, food, water, self-defense, all kinds of other things. I just run through the list really quickly. So if you're not sure where to start, I feel like that's, I've been working on the Hitchhiker's Guide to Prepping for Economic Collapse for the last couple months. I'm almost done with it. And it's basically going to be like a printable guide that you can take shopping with you. I'm trying to help everybody at least kind of get familiar with these concepts. That they're, if you've lived in an urban city environment your whole life, you probably haven't come across anybody that does most of these self-sufficient type things. But make friends at the goddamn farmers market, y'all. Go find you one. They are going to have the least poison food, the widest range of skills. Make friends, learn some shit. The 4-H people know exactly what to do in an apocalypse, because when you're part of an agricultural community, you have to learn how to do these things. There's a level of self-sufficiency that's required that you don't need in an urban situation where everything is super convenient and at the store at the end of the block. So I won't keep y'all for very long, but I wanted to throw that out there. I didn't realize that you guys were prepping. So I wanted to at least offer my assistance. And if you guys have questions, you can always message me. And my son's pulling on my shirt to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, even though he just ate all the meatballs.
Thank you, Chaotic. We really appreciate you and the lists that you put up into the nest. Everybody have a look at it. Give her a follow. We sit around in these spaces talking about aliens all day long and the UFOs all day long, but we're not really seeing past the surface to the actual agenda, which seems to be them waiting for chaos, like the grid down scenario, and then them swooping in to offer us, these 15-minute cities, internet service, food, etc. And they're going to want us to voluntarily go to these areas. So thank you so much, Chaotic. You might be able to avoid that if you take some steps, the kind of steps Chaotic's talking about. Shepard, welcome to the space. Thank you so much for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, I found the kooks, didn't I? I found the room. No, I was kidding. I can't say that. I didn't say that with any sincerity because many of you follow me, so you know that I write about a lot of this stuff. I'm probably a good portion ahead of most people, but not everybody in this room, for sure. It seems like there's a lot of knowledge in here. And I've been taken aback over the last couple of weeks. I'm really confused. I see things that challenge my my knowledge of science. Things like the way we talk about the solar flares, halo CMEs. Why, just like you said, why planes were still in the air, things that weren't happening. I get confused, so I backed off of all this stuff, and I'm just confused. What do people like me who think they understand all this stuff, but don't want to take the wrong steps, like don't want to say the wrong thing or not say the right thing? I'm kind of looking for what my role is because, look, I'm an expert in this. I am an expert in this. It's not. It wouldn't be prudent of me to not want to talk about the things that I've been interested in so much, which is all of this stuff and the science. So I kind of pose that up to anybody. I heard Tom. I'm following you now. A lot of what you said sounded awesome. I don't know if anybody else has some guidance to me.
I'm going to jump in and just say that Fringe and I's interest, the host and I, our interest in the topic comes from download experiences, like from non-human intelligences or whatever, and we both received apocalyptic visions. And throughout from that, we obviously became doomer followers, following the doom and becoming more knowledgeable. But I'm wrong constantly, especially when it comes to catastrophe. Like, I see the warnings and then things just don't go how I understand they're supposed to. And then I see amazing events, and then the things that are supposed to occur when that happens also doesn't happen. So, and then I also see civil unrest, the war, people making mistakes. So it's we have an idea of the warning signs, and I think dooming, prepping, all that stuff has been it's historic. People have always been like this, but there is a time going on right now where I think even the people who weren't paying attention, observing before, are starting to feel something strange. And so you being so knowledgeable and having so much to offer on the subject has to continue. I understand I'm going to be wrong a lot, but I've been talking about the Carrington event for a while, and people call me fearmonger. People say this about me or whatever, and I understand. I do, but I'm literally compelled in my heart to continue talking about it. And so I don't want to say I'm relieved now that I'm seeing major news sources and people who people actually care about and find reputable, unlike myself, uh, talking about the things that I'm concerned about. But that's the only reason I've been talking about it. So we have a responsibility to go with our instincts, because our instincts are much more powerful than anything else. And the only thing that our instincts cannot detect, and even so we can, is man-made catastrophe. And that is something that is also, I feel like, occurring. We are playing God in a lot of ways, and I think we are exacerbating an already chaotic situation.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. I was going to host some space coming up on weather and climate, all that stuff. I'm going to take a screenshot of this room so I can invite you guys. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Shepard. Tom, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I want to return to just a couple of points that were mentioned over the past 20 minutes or so. One is something that Ulrich was talking about, how if there is any sort of micronova event or something like that, there's going to be definitely not only a grid down situation, but a communications blackout. And of course there would be. I mean, the problem is, even if you had, let's say, a ham radio, even if you have battery power for it, you might still be dealing with extreme solar events that cause ham radio blackouts, right? So you might not be able to communicate through ham radio either. And funny enough, that kind of ties back to what Dan Sherman, that supposed insider, said about how in his secret military program that he was preparing, or he was trained in, it was supposedly preparing him or the people that ran his program for communicating in a future grid down situation where not a single form of electromagnetic communication would be operational. And what is something that could cause that? Well, severe ongoing solar storms could cause that, which would be the case if you have things like what Ben Davidson was talking about, and also just the Earth's magnetic field being way weaker than it is even now, right? Because then there's no magnetic shielding, so therefore anything the sun does is going to affect us like 10, 100 times more than it does right now, all right? So blackout comms would be an issue. However, if it's not that severe, but there is still a large blackout comms or comms blackout situation, that would actually work way in the favor of these these breakaway black ops shadow government types, and also the alien agenda, because it would be we people on the surface without fancy technology. It would be we who would be in the dark, whereas they would have backup communication systems, and aliens, of course, they operate telepathically or through some sort of weird scalar technology. So they would still have it. They'd be able to coordinate their hybrids on the ground. They'd be able to go from town to town and control the narrative locally. And also, even just if we had like a national major emergency where things go down, that's what the emergency broadcast system is for. And that gives a one-way monopoly on the narrative by the government, you see. Because people wouldn't really be able to communicate with each other, but if there is still some means of communication like radio or something like that, there would still be a control of the narrative by the authorities. And that's a way better situation for them than to have us be able to call out their lies and send memes to each other about their latest shenanigans, over the internet. If they can take down the internet, or at least really highly restrict it under some plausible excuse, like, oh, there's been a cyber attack, so now we can only have CNN and all the other major news sites up, but we can't have any individual sites. We can't really have too much social media anymore. Then that would give them a major advantage. So that's something that I'm keeping an eye on, which is that as we head closer and closer towards the ultimate singularity of just, the end of the old world as we know it, there's an acceleration towards that, so like a gradual acceleration. And in the beginning phases, it might not be, oh, it's a micronova, so now there's no more electricity. No, it might not be that. It might start off with a simple little cyber attack or a simple little this or that, where, okay, now, shoot, online banking is down for weeks at a time, or maybe there's rolling blackouts. See, it's not total grid down, maybe it's just rolling blackouts, right? But then over time, it starts accelerating more and more and more, and it just starts building up. So during those first initial stages, yeah, you might have situations where maybe you can't use your cell phone, maybe you can't text, but you can still receive emergency messages. And that would be a very valuable time for things in control to start steering the narrative to prepare people for whatever comes next. So I wanted to bring that up. Another thing I wanted to mention is that when we talk about prepping, I mean, if you think about it historically, I mean, prepping today is merely a return to normality and sanity. Because even just 100 years ago, it was normal for people to have an entire pantry full of food, right? To have supplies, to garden, to farm, whatever. I mean, that was normal. And it's only because of this artificial urbanization that's happened, especially over the past 100 years, that a new level of normal has arisen out of that, where we think that is the way things should be, and therefore the preppers are crazy. But it's actually the other way around. It's the urban people who don't prep at all ever and have no consideration or even any worry about it. They're the ones who are living in la la land, because that's not even in accord with reality. It's placing way too much faith in an artificial system that only exists because of the good times that have been pumped into technology. And I read a statistic that basically the world population right now is like 8 to 9 times bigger than it would be if, certain, high level technological systems weren't in place. So if those things fail, yes, we are looking at like a 90% reduction in population. So that's where part of that 90% figure comes from. And also, Fringe, when you mentioned the 10% figure of how many people would be left, the first time I read that was in the EMP Commission report, one of the EMP government commission reports, where they did look at possible fallouts of EMP situations. And yeah, they estimated that worst case scenario within a year, about 90% of America would be deceased. Okay. But of course, when they say worst case, it's not really the worst case. That's more like the middle, more probable case. And they just use kind of weaker language saying that that's the worst case when it's actually the middle case. So I posted in the chat here a link to Jonathan Hollerman's EMP Grid Down report. So it's like a free PDF. And he went through history looking at all cases of starvation and, situations where the grid collapsed, and also like the modern situation and its different trajectories. And he put together this report for like a government commission on what that would look like. So if you guys really want to know the hardcore aspects of just how unprepared even our military is for it, then yeah, definitely take a look at that free PDF that I posted.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. And I just always like to throw out, Amy's not with us tonight, but just to bring it right back over to the whole negative alien agenda, don't go to the 15-minute cities looking for food, internet, and water, because you're not coming out. Where are we going for the hands, you guys?
I think it was UFO Shane.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Well, his hand was up, and then after that, I wasn't sure. I think it's Fletcher and Panama Orange, but Jace is up now too, and HI's after that.
All right. You can prepare all you want, right? And that's great. I can hunt with a bow. I've done it my whole life. I can start fires. I can eat my neighbors. I can do these things. But like this stuff's just going to happen like that, especially if it's like a cosmic level event or like a worldwide cataclysm, not like a area driven cataclysm, like a flood in the coastal cities or in Louisiana or whatever. Like that shit really all sucks, but it's all repairable and there's loss of life. But like a big fucking explosion or air burst or something that wipes out everything and everyone's having to fend for themselves, that's all going to happen just in the blink of an eye. It's not going to be something that you really get to prepare for it. Now, if you are prepared for it, that's great. I guess the best thing to look forward to is no more credit card debt. That's what I'm looking forward to. But yeah, it's just going to happen just like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, see, that's why any degree of prepping, it's not so much necessarily, it doesn't guarantee survival, but it does buy you time, and time gives you time to think, to assess.
Yeah, and don't tell people you're prepping people. Like everyone in here, you just told that you're prepping, block them. Don't let them know where you live. Don't come to me or Tom when shit hits the fucking fan, because you ain't getting in the bunker. You ain't getting nowhere near my beans and rice, son, unless you're Tiffany or French. That's it. Tom, maybe. I just met him. I don't know. We haven't vetted you yet, Tom. But real talk, man, people will come and take your shit. They do it now. Think about what they'll do then.
Thank you, Shane. I'm just going to wing it here and go to Fletcher.
Hey, yeah, I really like what Tom said about the jiu-jitsu reference. I put something down in the chat, and it's a paper by John Boyd. He was a fighter pilot, and he kind of revolutionized the way that they do things. And he went on to do a bunch of studying into the ways of movement. He had this energy management theory, but he wrote this paper. It was kind of his life's work paper type of thing called Destruction and Creation. And it has to do with exactly what you were talking about. You know, there's these voids that you can fill. You can create stuff and fill these voids. And then there's old stuff that doesn't work anymore. And you can basically take it apart and reuse its ingredients to make something new. But it's a really interesting paper, and it covers a lot of different, physics and philosophy and a lot of different things. And as far as my prepping, I just bought more axes and hand saws because those are hard to find, and I like them.
Thanks, Fletcher. One thing.
Fringe, really.
Go ahead, Ulrich.
When you're done saying what you wanted to say, can you explain what the 15-minute cities are after that too?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to throw out there that one thing that someone I was working with who is a researcher and she's fairly psychic, she was saying she tells everybody she meets that to add a set of bolt cutters to any preps that you're doing. So I always like to throw that out there. Yeah, so Tom can speak to this as well, probably better than I can. But the whole idea with this whole negative alien agenda is them taking advantage of some type of chaotic circumstances we might all find ourselves in. And if we do have a grid down scenario, let me say that what they have shown some abductees is that there's going to be some safe areas that we will be able to go to, and they're going to kind of lure us in with some internet and food and water and, come to this space to protect your family. And the person who told me this has, highly recommended to avoid that if at all possible for your own survival. So, Tom, I'm not sure if you just heard me give that little rundown to Ulrich's question about these locations that might get set up by the hybrids to give us food, internet, what have you, in one of these type of catastrophic scenarios, and your thoughts on that.
No, so I missed that. So basically what you're saying is that hybrids are going to be, that they're going to be managing these locations for abductees to go to? And then what's the question?
Yeah, not just abductees, but the hybrids will be managing these areas where just people can come to get food, water, and internet, and to be able to get a hold of their families, etc.
Oh, I see. So almost acting in a FEMA-like capacity to create these little green zones, something like that. Well, I mean, it would definitely be a good way to gain favor and to gain control and to kind of create seeds for whatever I don't want to say civilization, but whatever society structure comes out of that. Because usually after a period of chaos, it's because chaos is kind of like a forest fire, where a lot of the old brush gets burned down, and then you've got these seedlings, these new seeds that have been waiting for that fire to come out. So it's this kind of regeneration of the landscape of the local flora. Well, I think something like that could happen in that situation too, where hybrid type situations where they would be forming green zones essentially, and people would go to them conditionally, and then possibly be indoctrinated or yoked under conditions. Like if you guys leave, or if you don't get with the program here, if you don't conform to our routine, then we're going to kick you out, and you'll be back in the wasteland. So it would make sense that it would come like that. getting walled cities, fortifications, things like that. And then that eventually turned into feudalism.
Thank you, Tom. And does anybody know the order? I am being completely derelict in my duties.
No, I put the order in our chat, so I think we got Panama, Jace, NHI, and then Rich. I think that's it.
Panama Orange?
Yeah, what's up? I just thought I'd chime in here. Interesting sort of, side note about me. I don't know if I've mentioned this in a space since one of my first spaces, and that is I was on the New Orleans police during Hurricane Katrina. And it's proof of that. You can actually go to my Twitter page, go to my linked tweet. It's an interview of Stephen Cambion, who, he leans kind of skeptical. But in the interview, he talks about how he called the personnel department to confirm that, I was there for 2 years. I joined not too long before Katrina, even though I'm originally from Chicago. So I've got some experience with severe disasters, at close range. We didn't have water. We had, the same pair of clothes for weeks. But as far as how much of that I can apply to the next major disaster, I don't know. I do know that in my MyLabs and my abductions, the last time I had contact with the reptilians, like a year and a half ago, and I've talked about this program many times before. Recently, they showed me this program where they're going to be given these rectangular zones outside of certain big box stores where it's like a rectangular piece of diplomatic property, and essentially you have to pass through that to enter or exit the store. And technically that marked rectangle, again, like the size of a football end zone, not the exact dimensions of, but just to visualize it. Once you're walking through that area, you're technically in their diplomatic territory, and they can legally, intercede to stop you if you're looting, for example. And apparently they're basing it on international airport law, because there's international airports, for example, in Ireland and the UK, where there's these strips of land where you're technically in the USA, you step in this rectangle, and then you're not in the USA once you're out of the rectangle. But getting to the point, as far as grid down scenarios and more severe things like that, I haven't been shown that personally, but I'm not saying it couldn't happen. Of course it could happen. I know how fragile the system is, because right now I went back into something similar to law enforcement. I supervised at a private security company in Chicago, and my God, it is a disaster, because we have a 30%, every month, about 30% of our employees just walk off the job because, the $20 an hour to work at these dangerous gas stations, they're very stressful, where it's, unstable, unhoused people and gang members and junkies. And people just walk off the job. They just quit right there. But also, because of the economy, you have people calling and saying, I can't afford to keep my car. I can't afford to put gas in my car. I can't afford to eat. And you see this in many industries now, where young people literally cannot afford to work. They can't physically afford to get the work to feed themselves. Which of course, as far as doom scenarios, is going to make the next the Democratic National Convention riots here in Chicago. We already know those are going to be bad, but also as far as the next sort of wave of riots like we saw in 2020, young people are poorer now than they've ever been. Because even back in 2020, I don't remember young people saying, I can't afford a car. I can't afford a used car. I can't afford to go to McDonald's. I've never, you're hearing people say things that you've never thought you'd hear. Literally, I had to relieve a guy 2 days ago. I had to relieve a guy at his post in an emergency because he was having a panic attack because he has 3 kids and his utilities just got shut off and he can't afford the rent. And so I had to go relieve him because of a poverty panic attack, essentially, which I'm sympathetic to. I mean, I don't have a ton of money at all. So I'm just putting it out there as far as, there's a scenarios of grid down and things of that nature. But there's also the scenario where we just kind of slide into a third world level of violence that's normal and crime. where it's not Mad Max, but it is, it's the crime level you'd expect in some like the worst places in South America, which well, Chicago right now is pretty close to that. But again, I'm not saying the EMPs and hacking and all those things could happen. As far as at a psychic level, I have seen a scenario where the internet is kind of like put into emergency mode, like most of it's shut down, like someone said earlier. I have seen that at a psychic level. I haven't seen the grid down, but I have seen where it's like, okay, most of the internet is turned off and there's like essential services are still on for some, after some cyber attacks. I've seen that, but you can't fully rely on just, a vision. But I'm open to any questions about what I just said.
Yeah, thanks, Panama. You're right. I mean, we could get to a situation where it doesn't even take the grid to go down before we evolve into chaos. And I always have been interested in that little tidbit you have thrown out there a few times about these areas where the reptilians are going to almost have some type of sovereignty on our soil. Very interesting. So thank you very much for that.
Well, yeah, and one thing too, one impression the reptilians gave me one time about working these areas is that when they're not working these specific zones, they don't want people to approach them, talk to them. I mean, not that they're like monks or something, but just like they don't want to be like stopped in the street to have philosophical conversations, or if they're, I had a reptilian just tell me that telepathically, like, because they know people are, you see a reptilian going to one of these posts and you're going to want to stop them and, ask some profound philosophical question. And they're going to be like, I'm on my lunch break, leave me the hell alone. Which, and just as far as, and this is one thing too with reptilians, there's a really good YouTube channel. I believe her name was Sheila Cooley. She was a reptilian abductee, and she had a bunch of really good videos just on things that I agree with based on my own experiences. I mean, she talks about how generally in most reptilian cultures, not all, but the ones I've experienced, they're a very cliquish culture, and you don't walk up to a stranger in their culture. For example, she made a great point. In reptilian culture, you'd never walk up to a stranger and ask, "How are you doing today?" You could walk up to and say, "Oh, have a good day." A reptilian would never walk up to another reptilian they don't know from some of their family or some of their clan and go, "Hey, how are you doing today?" Because it's like, you don't ask personal questions of someone you don't know, because it's more of a sort of feudalistic, cliquish society. So it's definitely, there's a cultural difference there. It reminds me a little more of Japan, really. I'm not some huge fan of Japan, but I'm just saying culturally, in some ways, some reptilians are more similar to that as far as in public spaces. You would just walk up to a stranger and go, "Hey, what's going on?" So I just wanted to throw that in there because I haven't talked about that before.
Thanks, Panama. Tom, do you have anything on that, or should we go to Jace?
No, that was really interesting. But yeah, just go ahead and move on. Thank you.
Yeah, I've always thought that was very interesting too. So I did there's a photo down in the purple pill that I put up into the nest of someone's preps. So everyone have a look at that, and you have your goals. Jace, welcome to the space. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm glad to be here. I really appreciate all the practicality that was shared in today's thing, because it's often easy to forget about, having at least a little bit put up. As Tom mentioned earlier, having enough to be able to have a breather when the chaos hits versus being thrown directly into it can probably mean life or death, or a make or break situation moving forward. So just having enough to be able to collect yourself, collect your loved ones, and be able to think clearly will be huge. And I say that to say, because a clear mind and a clear spirit is going to be one of our biggest tools in times of what we're all talking about here. Because I've had a lot of dream visions, a lot of end-time dream visions, a lot of UFO alien dream visions. But one in particular that I wanted to discuss this evening was that when it all happened, it was chaotic. It was, it catches us off guard. One day it's a beautiful day, and then snap your fingers and here we are. It's time to go. And in that particular moment, though, I just knew what to do. And when I woke up from that dream vision, I remember that. And I had this years ago, but I just remembered that. It's like every step forward I took from that moment on, I just knew what to do. I just knew where to go, and things had a way of lining up. And I'm not saying it's just going to happen in this fantastical way like that. Obviously life is complicated and chaotic, so rarely are things a straight line. But I just say that to share, when things happen, because I heard a lot of people ask earlier, what do I do when this happens? What do we do? Or, food runs out, this and that. As I said earlier, a little bit ago, a clear mind and a clear spirit is going to take us a very long way. And if we're clear on those channels, we're clear in that, we'll know what to do. We'll know where to go. We'll know who we are in those moments. And it may sound crazy, but I've seen this happen where a lot of people in these times, as crazy as they are, as devastating as they are, a lot of people are going to feel more alive than they ever have before. A big thing today is purpose and meaning and whatnot. And a lot of people struggle to find that in life as we know it now, versus when that collapse happens, a lot of people are going to truly discover who they really are in those times in ways they wouldn't be when the world was still intact, for lack of a better word. We're always teetering on that precariousness. I hate to say the world's intact, but it's held together with bubble gum and duct tape right now. But when that happens, a silver lining is that these times are going to cause a lot of people to step up in ways that they won't even, if you showed them in a glimpse of the future and say, that's you, they're going to be like, that's not me. You must be joking. No, that's really going to be you. You may not be able to see it now, but when these times happen and we're thrown into this other world, um, a lot of us are going to thrive in ways that we never have before, and we're going to be able to contribute our skills and knowledge and wisdom in ways that we just never could see possible right now. Some of us can, but I know we love to want to see how this is going to go, A, B, C, D, E. I know that. I'm a chronic overthinker myself. I have to have what's going to happen. Obviously, that's impossible, but just know that intuition, spirit, and some good forces that are on our side, we're going to know what to do. We're going to know where to go, and we're going to know what to be. And that's all I wanted to share.
Just a quick Doom update. And thank you, Lyle. Jace, I'm sorry. I was reading this article right now. Houston, like 1 million people are without power right now from a storm. So I thought big Doomer breaking news. Jace, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jace. You put that very beautifully. Thank you so much for that. Tom, if you could check your direct messages, please. And I think we have NHI up next. Welcome to the space.
Hi. Yes, I just wanted to, this is for Tom, just going off of what Ulrich said regarding 6 months and breaking the world in half. I love that. It seems like the negative NHI certainly would be counting on anything that would slow things down, whether it's war, politics, or events, or even debates over just the process of disclosure itself. And the urgency seems to be accelerating even more since there's been spaces with Jason Sands and Steve, that the negative NHI could certainly see even the spaces as threats. And so this is the question for Tom here. With regard to Steve's recent space, he mentioned that he felt he experienced a faction of positive NHI that were protecting him, and that they had been asleep for 2,000 years but were waking up, and that Steve was told that the negative NHI would be exposed and then allowed to leave. So I guess my question for Tom is, do you feel that there is a chance that any positive NHI would try to combat the negatives, or try to slow them down at least?
Well, I mean, there are different indications from the ufology literature, abductee stuff, contactee stuff, that it points towards something like that. But the problem is, a lot of that data, you have to kind of dismiss it because it's got signs of manipulation or negative forces pretending to be positive, right? So it's very tricky, as I mentioned in previous spaces, it's very, very tricky to pull out that signal of what the genuine NHI, well, I want to say ET presence is on Earth versus all the imposters that are masquerading as them, right? Now, I mean, I've read a ton. I've known a lot of people And I've also analyzed my own life and tried to figure out some of the influences that have been helping me in life. And there's definitely a positive invisible hand involved. But as I mentioned, there are also so many imposters that it's kind of tough distinguishing between them. So the exact answer to your question is, I don't know exactly. However, I would say that if they were to try to combat it, I think they would do it mostly through subtle guidance, maybe information, knowledge, intelligence that's given. Kind of like when America doesn't want to get involved in a war, but they do sort of by giving satellite imagery and intelligence to the opposition in some country. So they're not actually on the ground fighting, but they're definitely giving some sort of aid without exposing themselves, right? So I think it would be a similar situation where, well, and not to mention, it's not only in live time, but it can also be ahead of time, where using their precognitive abilities and maybe their ability to scan who would be a good candidate amongst newborns, where they can pick someone out from the population and cache knowledge within them, maybe get them sort of instruction that would be activated at a future time. That might give them the heads up, and maybe they would end up being instrumental in helping out during a chaotic situation. So that kind of ties into what Jace was saying earlier about how when a situation arises, you might act in ways that you couldn't anticipate ahead of time. And part of that is simply our innate, realer, more authentic nature being pulled out of us by the exigent nature of our circumstances. Okay, so that's part of it. But I think there's also other possibilities for certain people. For example, programming during abductions or contacts. Okay, there could be that. If you believe in reincarnation, there could be things that you train for in between lifetimes, or maybe even in past lifetimes, for this one, for this particular moment coming up, or this particular time period. Maybe certain people are here for this, and maybe their life up to that point was not that meaningful. Maybe they were like fish on dry land, just kind of flopping around, right? But what happens when the flood comes? Then they're in their natural element. Okay, that's a possibility that we have to consider. That people that feel like they're just fish on land, they might actually swim quite well in these waters. So we don't necessarily know how it's going to go, but there are different factors and forces, both internal and external, that are shaping up. And everything that I'm seeing is that it's going to be a major competition. A spiritual war, information war, perhaps even a physical one, over the outcome of this whitewater rapids that we are approaching on this timeline. So that's how I would put it. Yes, I do think that there are positive forces, both truly non-physical in the true sense of the term NHI, like spiritual non-human intelligences, and also semi-physical or physical benevolent intelligences. But as I like to warn everyone, there are many imposters. So just because some group claims to be positive or speaks in sappy language, that doesn't mean that they are. And usually if they do speak in very sappy language and so on, then they're probably not positive, because they're kind of overcompensating for what they truly are. So if you do want to look for benevolent forces, they tend to be a bit more realistic, more clear, more concise, more matter of fact and to the point. And they definitely don't do what we see in a lot of New Age channeling literature, which is like, hello, dear ones, blah, 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 here's the update for today. Like what positive alien faction is really going to be doing that? I mean, they're not going to be doing that. They're not going to be talking in that kind of sappy language. So I don't know. I would say just be mindful of the possibility that, yes, they could exist, but a lot of the ones that seem to be so probably aren't.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that again, Tom. A lot of times we only look at one angle on experiences that seem positive, but when you really take a closer look at it, they look a little suspect. So thank you so much for throwing that out there again. I think we have Rich next. Rich, welcome to the space.
Thank you. I feel like I'm asking a question to the modern day Carl Jung. And
that is my stolen line, but I have to agree.
That was a great.
I don't know where you heard this, and I'm glad it's spreading. But this guy is the modern day Carl Jung.
That was a great question, Tom. NHI, and great answer, Tom. What is the best way to use our individual free will or consciousness to manipulate the timeline in our most optimal future beyond just defensive positions like prepping and healthcare? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, because it gets into solutions that aren't often considered. Well, I would say it's considered in the New Age field, but the problem is they take it to the other extreme, to the point of ignoring negativity, ignoring anything that they call fear-based, which includes actual factual things and actual knowledge, right? Actual like data, like real data that they need to be mindful of. But they say, oh, it's because it's fear-based, and I don't want to create that in my reality. Therefore, I will not acknowledge it. I will not think about it. And unfortunately, that's a fallacy. Usually, when it comes to a lot of topics, it's not black and white, right? It's not only one thing or the other. It's like this higher discerning middle ground, right? There's this higher middle center balancing point that we have to consider. And so the balancing point, to get back to your question, is we have to act on multiple domains simultaneously. If you think about what we are as beings, we know that we are more than just physical. If you've ever had an astral projection, right? If you've ever had a departed loved one give you a sign or come through in a dream with an important message or whatever, anything paranormal, you know that matter isn't the only thing that's out there. So we are physical, yes, but we also have a non-physical component to us. And then if you were to study that even more precisely, either through your own clairvoyant perception, if you have that, or through the writings of mystics and occultists and theologians who talk about matters of the non-physical, you realize that yes, our non-physical also has different layers to it. You've got what some would call the spirit at the very top, and then you've got these intermediate layers. And so we operate on the physical layer, on the spiritual layer, and on this intermediate layer, which I guess you could call the occult layer, or like subtle energy, etheric stuff, that. So that's at least 3 domains that we can act within. And so when you talk about the future, if we act on all those 3 simultaneously, that would be the optimal course. Now, physically, yes, that's easy, right? That's just doing research, keeping your eyes open, watching the signs, just watching the trends and where they're going, and doing the physical actions that you need to in terms of prepping or relocation or whatever, okay? That's easy. And then the consciousness component, well, there's 2 aspects to the consciousness component. And this is something that you can observe in your own life. One of those things has to do with awareness and what you expect or anticipate in a very calm way. And this kind of goes back to quantum physics, the whole observer phenomenon, where if you observe a quantum system, then that's what causes it to supposedly collapse into a real tangible single instance of an otherwise nebulous cloud of possibilities. All right, so you kind of freeze it in place into one single thing. And something like that does happen when we anticipate an outcome that hasn't happened yet, something that's still up in the air. The more you kind of expect something and prepare for it, the less it tends to happen. I mean, I've noticed that over and over and over again. It can be small, it can be large, whatever. Because usually the surprises, the things that are improbable that really get us, those things tend to blindside us for whatever reason. Maybe it's a quantum thing, or maybe it's just negative entities trying to use their blind spots. I don't know. But if you were aware of it, then it's far less likely to happen, okay? So awareness has in itself a kind of blocking effect on possibilities. So that's typically why when there's like a particular doom date that's mentioned on the internet, it doesn't really happen. Either it wasn't legit to begin with, or it could have, but perhaps because so many people were focusing on it, that tended to block it. And then usually, therefore, things end up happening that people didn't anticipate, or it happened that they did anticipate, but not at the particular time that they did. There's always this weird uncertainty principle that leaves an element of surprise intact. And that's typically how the more synchronistic phenomena in life happens. It happens in that things happen in a surprising way. So whatever that window of surprise is, that's how it comes through. And so therefore, if you want to block negative things, you have to expect it so that it takes the element of surprise out of it. All right. So that's one aspect of consciousness. And then the other aspect is, I guess, just the typical manifesting, what you kind of attract, what you resonate with, that whole idea. Well, that's New Age lingo for what it really is it's more of a kind of resonance that you establish between yourself in the present moment and yourself in a particular probable future. So if you want to attract a future where you're happy and safe, then if you just do a meditation on the feeling of happiness and safety right now in the present moment, you set up a kind of feedback loop between those two things, and it increases the amount of energy exchange between the two, and therefore starts precipitating it or pulling it more into your present moment, as you kind of move forward in time. So the thing about that, though, is that the principle that operates by, it's called like begets like. So whatever resonance pattern you establish in the present moment, you tend to resonate with and attract. But see, the mistake that the New Age makes is in thinking that's the only thing of how it all works. And so therefore, if you deny or ignore anything negative, you're not resonating with it, so therefore you don't attract it, so therefore it doesn't manifest in your reality. But that's false because, as I mentioned, awareness is what has a blocking effect. This whole resonance stuff about what you resonate with, that has no blocking effect whatsoever. It's only attractive. So you're only attracting something, whether it's something really paranoid and fear-based or something very whatever, that stuff is only half the picture. And the other half of the picture has to involve knowledge, awareness, anticipation, expectation, because that is what actually blocks things. So if you ignore the negative, all you're doing is you're removing the block to it. You're allowing it to happen. If it wants to happen, it can, because there's nothing in the way to block it. Your anticipation isn't in the way. All right. So those are the two aspects of consciousness. So ideally, you should be in a mindset that is, I call it the positive side of neutral. So it's not like crazy, drugged up, giddy, manic, like some spiritual mystics try to get into. And but it's also not neutrality in the sense of, I'm on Prozac, I'm totally flat zombie. Okay, it's not that either. It's more like, okay, I'm kind of good natured, I'm lucid, I'm confident, I'm clear, I'm thinking cool headed, I'm strategic. I'm me, I'm authentic, I'm alive. Something like that. If you combine that attitude with awareness, knowledge, discernment, anticipation, expectation, that's a deadly combination towards anything that is trying to get you down, because then you're not pulling it in necessarily through resonance, and you're also blocking it through your anticipation, your expectation, your awareness. And then you add to that the third component, which is merely the physical component, where you actually take physical action to head off those negative probable futures for yourself. And now you've got a three-component system for dealing with pretty much any threat that can come your way. And then the only limitation to that would be if it happens to be something so strong and so physical that you simply can't do anything about it. For example, you're in the middle of a hurricane bullseye zone. So of course a hurricane's going to sweep over you. It's going to get really windy. It might rip off your roof. And in that case, amongst all the possible futures that you could go through in that experience, within that envelope, that is where your consciousness can decide, are you going to be towards the worst end of it or the better end of it? Maybe you'll be the one house in the neighborhood where the roof doesn't get ripped off, even though you were in the eye of the hurricane, and maybe even if it did spawn tornadoes. So the situations that we can't change, all they do is they draw the general envelope of the situation that we'll find ourselves within, and then it is our own free will, our own actions, and also our own internal conscious power, I guess, that then tunes us as to what part of that we occupy, the worst end or the best end. So that's pretty much how I would sum it up.
Thank you for summing it up like that. That was quite in depth and very important to unpack. Thank you.
Tom, it's awesome to have you here because we can ask ridiculous questions that are perfectly appropriate to be asking you. I want to get the order straight so that people know what to expect. Googly eyes, if you have a question, please keep your hands up. My short-term memory only sees yellow hands or
The
hands
thing
that are
is, the
permanent.
only reason I called in was because I am on ground zero of the Houston storm. You know, the one that knocked out like 1 million people's electricity. Here's the thing. I got a bunch of power surges, but I didn't get knocked out like a single bit. Like, look, I am talking to you right now. I have electricity. I was pretty much in the blast zone. I had like tornado, I think, watches for what is it, like 4 hours before leading up to it, and I don't know why I was spared. Might be LOA stuff, but I just was, and the vibe was weird. I definitely picked up a weird vibe. The sky was green, so I don't really have much else to say after that, but Ground zero.
Okay, so you're just giving us a doom report on the storm. That's all. I didn't know we had reporters on the ground.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. Well,
I
look,
lived
if
through
you
it.
do have a question, just keep your hand up. And we have a lot of people asking. If you can, I think, restrain it to your questions for Tom, because this man is wildly in demand. That'd be awesome. So just lift a hand up if you do have a question.
No, I was
and we
just
might
doom
start
reporting
recycling.
right now, so I.
Thank you, Google
I
Eyes.
appreciate the doom report, and I'm happy that you're safe and you have power. Of course, the most important thing that your power is used for is the internet and getting on X and coming into the doom space. So you did the right thing.
Especially if you're
that's
a
like,
lucky one of a million, you know, that's
that's like
surge.
the single thing. I don't think I've one in a million. I don't think anywhere in Conroe has had outages, but like we were in direct path, and yet the entire town was saved. While downtown, well, clearly. Like, I was expecting this all the way from the winter, because back in the winter, I had one of these storms where I'm like, uh-oh, yep, summer's gonna be insane, because if the skies are that volatile when the temperature's like 70, look how it is when it's 90 outside.
This account Into Thin Air that I have been following, they are talking about a lot of radar, HARP, kind of weather manipulation sort of thing. But he is at least like when he's predicting that storms are going to be hitting, they are hitting, and he's associating it with radar. But he says that storm's moving to Louisiana now. So
yep, I've seen it. I can read a bow echo. I think that was actually a full-on hook. So it was a tornado generator, and it's not unexpected that you would see this kind of damage in downtown Houston. It's just a bit unusual because usually we don't get tornado alley tier storms, you know? And also
well, thank you so.
And the etheric component.
Go ahead.
The etheric component was crazy because I got this weird fucking vibe, and I feel like my timeline shifted in the middle of it. Or maybe right before it hit, I felt like I had a timeline shift, which I normally don't do.
One second, Googly Eyes. Hold on. Alex, welcome. Okay, there we go. All right, Googly Eyes, I'll let you wrap up the Doom weather report, and then we're going to go to Kevin next.
But normally I don't experience timeline shifts, like, the Mandela ones, until I am sleeping. It's usually under sleep-wake cycles, but more and more recently I've been experiencing daytime timeline shifts, I think. Like, I'll just blank out of awareness of this world, at least, for like half a second, and I'll come back, and the world looks different. And the sky is green, so...
Well, thank you, Googly Eyes. And by the way, I hang out in a lot of other spaces when I'm not dooming in the doom space, and it's truly amazing to see a lot of the people follow along. I'm having a bit of a hitchhiker effect. People are finally checking out our doom spaces. This is the best hitchhiker effect ever. So, Kevin, welcome to the Doom Room. It's good seeing you in here. And feel free to ask Tom whatever crazy questions nobody else could answer for you.
Hey, Doomer, thank you. I was just listening earlier, and I wanted to relay something from my life that a lot of people are going through right now. After the energy crisis back in the 70s, I'm from Northeastern Ohio originally, and I'm there now. The steel, after the cars and everything, American cars went through the crisis and sales dropped off, and then the steel industry crashed. Steel was big around here, and the economy went to the crapper. Right when I was getting ready, halfway through high school, and this area just, went down, and, most of the jobs in this area just went, disappeared, and they disappeared for good. And if you're in an area where the economy's bad, don't wait around forever to get out of that area, because the economy here never recovered over 40 years. And a lot of people kept waiting and waiting and waiting for, things to turn around, and they never did. And, once I got out of high school and went to college and stuff like that, I had to go do something because, you weren't going to get anything with a high school diploma here. And you weren't going to get, anything around at the time. You needed to get out of this area, period. And I ended up moving 600 miles away to eventually, get steady employment and stuff like that with a decent job. So if you're in a place that you're just not making it, don't wait around. Don't sit there and say, "Oh, well, I'm staying with family here, and I'm working this and I'm working 2 jobs and this, that, and the other thing." Go somewhere where you can gain employment. Somewhere where it has a low cost of living or a decent cost of living, and make a new start and do it right away. Because chances are, if you wait too long, then that area is going to have no longer going to have want or need people, and they're not going to be paying that well and stuff like that, and their cost of living is going to go up. So don't be on the tail end of something. Be on the beginning of something, and make a new start. Make a fresh start with your life, and don't just sit around and suffer. And that's really what I want to say. When I bought my first house, the interest rates were over 8.5%. They were going up to 9%. And that was 40 years ago. Okay. Credit card rates were over 18.5%. That was 40 years ago. So you're looking at, what things are now versus back then. The economy right now is better off than it was back then. Okay. And I'm not making light of anything. Things are tough. Yes, things are a hassle, but you adjust. You make adjustments in your life. You don't go out and buy coffee. You make coffee at home. And I know a lot of people are cutting back on things, and they do things. Well, you just work at things a little harder, and you do your best, and hopefully things will work out for you. And God bless everybody. And good luck with the storms and all, and good luck with your families and everything. But like I said, try to find some place that's better off for you if things aren't working out where you're at. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Who was it that we had next?
I was going to jump in real quick with a comment on that.
Yeah, please do, Tom. I'm sorry, I'm spacing out here. Please.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah. So what came to mind there is just the idea of when you take physical action, you kind of help meet God halfway. The idea of meeting God halfway. Like why even meet God halfway? Why not just sit back and let God do everything? Well, it's because if you view it from the more technical perspective of probable futures and probabilities and consciousness influencing reality, well, the higher the probability, the easier, or the less probability bending power you need to help it happen. So if you live in an area that's going down the toilet, your probability of doing very well in it is way smaller than if you lived in a better area, right? So when you take physical action, you're kind of shifting yourself towards a different set of probable futures that are more conducive to the kinds of things that you're praying for or wishing for or trying to manifest. So once again, that is why physical action is an important counterpart to anything that you do on a metaphysical level.
Thank you for that, Tom. And thank you, Kevin, for sharing that. I think it's great advice. Thanks for sharing something personal with the space. Spiro, welcome to the room. Do you have a question for Tom?
Yes, I'd like to know about the, hang on. I've got a clipboard of notes. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the first thing I'm mentioning is that strangely, before things happen generally, before I'm going to go drive somewhere or before a lot of things, I get this sort of fatigue-like feeling, kind of like a caffeine crash almost, a mild caffeine crash. What causes the sort of almost caffeine crash before something major? It's happening during this before this for some reason. I mean, I did drink coffee, but it shouldn't have been enough to have caused a mild caffeine crash. Is this neg activity or some kind of anticipation that's causing this?
Well, Yeah. I mean, like if you can rule out the physical causes, like a sugar crash or I don't know, hormonal changes or adrenal fatigue or whatever it is, if you can rule all that out, then all you have left are unconventional explanations. And once you go to those, and yeah, you get things, for example, like if you're someone who has a negative entity presence in your home and it's stalking you, watching you, and trying to worm its way into your life more and more. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that it'll do is interfere with your ability to, I don't know, network with others, to have friends, to have a better life, to work on projects, anything productive. So in that case, one of the methods it can use is making you sleepy. And that's very easy to do. All it has to do is use its existing etheric connection to your subtle energy body and start just kind of siphoning off your life force energy, like tapping maple syrup from a maple tree. It can do that easily. Another trick it can do is induce a moment of forgetfulness during a very critical time period. Like, I don't know, you have to be at this important job interview, but oh shoot, you locked your keys in the house. So now you're late for it, and therefore you don't get the job, and that changes your entire future trajectory just because of that one little quarter-second oversight. Now, of course, forgetfulness can happen on its own. It doesn't require an entity to do it, but an entity has the ability to do it. So that could be an example of sleepiness. And I've known a lot of people who they're totally fine right up until the moment, let's say, they need to read something that is very important. Maybe something that exposes some sort of negative entity manipulation happening in their lives, or some interesting information that they need to come across, and all of a sudden they feel like, oh shoot, I can't even keep my eyes open. I got to lay down and take a nap.
Yep, that's happened.
And then right, yeah, and they forget all about it. And I mean, it's happened in my life and to people that I know, and we ended up calling it the sleepy beam. We don't know if it's a cult or if it's some sort of electronic scalar mind control warfare kind of thing, or what.
Like that too, I believe.
Sleepy field.
Yeah, we called it a sleepy field back in 2021.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a well-known thing, but the problem is it can't. The moment you use it to do something useful, like I try and lucid dream with it, it fucks off.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it does.
Like on that note, exactly. How do I get myself to sleep when I have like a totally fine energy reserve? Is that like just?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, but see, that's how you can play it against itself. Like, so, for example, in my case,
they're catching on to that one, though. That's the thing. It's like I wish I
I'll give you an example.
You know, like in the computer, you can just go click, shut down. I wish I'd worked like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, you can play it against itself. Like, for example, in my case, I might get interference where I wake up after, I don't know, 5-6 hours and I can't get back to sleep, even though I didn't have any caffeine. And normally that would wreck my day because I get super tired, and it's just at that threshold where I'm not tired enough to fall asleep, but I am too tired to function well, right? But what I realized is, you know what? I can use that tiredness to lay down and do meditations where I'm sort of in this half awake, half asleep state. And then maybe use that to work on myself or do some sort of subliminal, subconscious reprogramming or something. And once I started doing that, that entire phenomenon went away because now I was using it for good. See, so that's how I got rid of it, by kind of discovering that hidden level within it and using it for good, and that ended up stopping it. So typically, a lot of times in life, the obstacles that we face have a hidden level to it. And if you can figure out what the hidden advantage is, like the hidden opportunity within the obstacle, then that's the ultimate way to really beat it. So I always try to look for the hidden opportunity within obstacles.
Is there a practical etherics guide out there for things like exiting negative feedback loops and clearing out negative presences from a space, and maybe measuring and producing etheric energy? Like you measure the quality of the ambient etheric potential, then somehow add good etheric energy to a space. Is there any guide for doing that that's like legit?
Well, as I mentioned previously, there was information out there in the past that isn't really that accessible right now, right? So even if it existed, maybe now it's harder, and you would have to find substitutes. For example, I know Robert Bruce's work with astral projection and psychic self-defense. I love his material because he was working empirically from personal experience and doing experiments to see what would work. So Robert Bruce's material is decent. There's plenty of others. I mean, even going like traditional Eastern stuff with Feng Shui or something like that. I mean, there's a lot of superstition involved, but there are some true principles there as well. So unfortunately, you asked me, like, is there a guide? And I would say probably not, but there are many sources out there from which you can gather fragments to put together something yourself.
So at some point, someone is going to probably have to put together. I mean, that might be a project I could do. I have a program on my computer called LogSeq, I think it is. Logical Sequence, I believe, is what it's short for. It's a open source version of that program, Obsidian, basically, for taking notes. I think I got to write something, so maybe that might be the contribution I make is search for etherics. I don't know, though. On that note, would a nuclear fuser, Farnsworth-Hirsch fuser, have some kind of etheric energy effects around the environment? There's like a sphere of plasma in the center.
Yeah, I mean, it should, because the relationship between electricity and subtle energy, they're not the same thing, but they are closely related. So you can use electricity to generate things on an etheric level. One of the anecdotes that I like to cite is one time where I was astral projecting spontaneously, but I found myself partly out of the body, and I pulled my head through the wall behind me, and just to see what that was like. And the closer I got to the other side of the wall, the louder this weird mechanical electronic whirring noise was getting, and I didn't know what that was. So it wasn't until months or a year later where I was playing with an AM radio and I heard that exact same sound in that part of the room, and I realized, shoot, you know what? On the other side of the wall, when I traced it, it was coming from the Ethernet cables connected to my modem.
So not from the Wi-Fi router, but the modem.
Yeah, it was wired, and it was specifically coming from the Ethernet cables. So I looked up what is an Ethernet cable.
They're twisted pair
what does
cables.
it consist of?
Yep, they're twisted pair copper cables.
Exactly, they're twisted pair, and that means that you got signals kind of going forward and backwards, and what they end up doing is they end up
in this little copper core. And I actually
because they cancel out.
Yeah, I actually do computer networking. Yeah. The way they do it, I think, is just because of EMF interference, because otherwise you get a shitload of false signals, and that would not be good for drop packets.
Right. See, so the signal goes out and comes back, and it cancels in such a way that it cancels out only the noise, and it allows a common mode signal to go through, right? But the thing is, when you got twisted pairs like that, number one, you form a capacitor between the two, and number two, the signals that you're canceling out, well, energy can't be created or destroyed, so when you cancel out something, you're not really canceling it, you're merely transforming it into something else. And if you take an electric field or magnetic field and you cancel it out, it turns into something other than those two things. And what that is essentially a scalar, longitudinal, non-electromagnetic field. And I think that's what my astral body was picking up on or hearing in the astral, the local etheric environment from that. And it's funny that they're called Ethernet cables, right? Because I was hearing it.
There is a lot of weird etheric things going on with computers. Like sometimes if it's at night and let's say it's like a bad neg night where there's like just this haunted feeling outside, and it seems relatively safer near my laptop. I have no idea why.
Yeah, I know a targeted individual who gets a lot of weird etheric occult stuff, and he found that when he's near like a white noise electromagnetic generator or something like that, it definitely stops it.
I think it might be that the computer is some kind of host, like Warhammer 40K. There's the machine spirit. The computer might have some kind of echo of our own consciousness, and I believe that if your consciousness is imprinting on an area, it becomes...
Might also just have to do with fast switching frequency and transistor
geometry. Might just be the transistor geometry. Like that one theory from 4chan.
Most computers are operating at like over 1 billion cycles a second these days.
Where there's the processor is a sigil. Well, what if the processor is not a negative entity sigil, but it's some kind of etheric feng shui thing that basically intentionally or unintentionally patterns the environment around it to disrupt weird shit.
Well, it's a noise generator. If not electromagnetically, then probably also etherically.
Like I noticed, it's sort of like a mini version of fusion. Like I sort of theorize that that the scalar output of fusion is actually bigger than the heat output, and that's why it's so hard, according to NASA or whoever you want to blame the mainstream science on, to generate fusion electricity. Is because a lot of its loss is basically scalar energy, and they don't detect it for the same reason you don't detect light from an incandescent light bulb. That's like 90% of the energy you put in there. Shout out to my fifth chakra for not working.
Thank you, Googly. Spiro, did you get all your questions answered?
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's a paranormal thing I'd like to mention. There was way back in 2008, I think it was, somewhere around 2007 to 2009. I would be in the living room of my old house, right, and to the north there was a window. To the left there were two windows, and to the right the TV. Just describing the layout. There were these picture frames on the wall, and time would seem to stop, or there would be some kind of like perception filter, or like some kind of dimensional isolation or something. And if I remember correctly, I'm not quite certain, everything would have a different index of refraction and a yellowish tint. I would be levitated up to the wall, up to a couple picture frames on the wall to the left of that north window, and the thing would be making a sort of weird, almost breathing kind of noise or something like that. And once I was up against the two picture frames on the wall, it would make this sort of almost screech noise, or like a cartoon character sliding down glass, or sometimes like when you're wiping a mirror or a glass window, there's a sort of screeching or squealing noise from it, right? It would make that kind of noise, or like a raspy laugh almost, which would be quite apt to what it did, because I would feel sort of tickle from it, like almost like a magnified version of what you feel from the front of a TV almost, but not exactly. From the front of an old cathode ray tube TV that's been recently switched off or on, or been blinking black and white, therefore would have a static buildup. That kind of thing, but also different. Then I don't know how I got back to the ground. I theorize maybe I was levitated down from there, but I don't remember being levitated down from there. And there was like a dream where once in the dream I woke up, it was dark. I walked through most of the house and then to the living room. I walked up to that thing, and it had like a deep reverberating kind of voice. Like if you were to expect a creepy bell clock tower thing to have a voice, that would be it. And then it shot this laser of a double helix of green and red at me. And I believe one of the picture frames, or both of them, glowed a sort of almost turquoise. And the center of the line was either the center of the beam was either turquoise or yellow. Can't remember. And the TV was on in that dream. I think it was tuned to static. Really weird ass dream. And I heard that voice again in a much later dream, 2020, rather than way back in 2008, 2009, where there was these asteroids flying from east to west in a red, cloudy sky, like there's dust, like the asteroids are flying through the lower atmosphere. And the voice was ranting about the Catholic Church or something. And then, and then another dream, more like 2015, 2016, there was Hercolobus. It was the Mexican and Spanish name for it, but I believe in America it's Nibiru. Yes, here in America we call it Nibiru. But in the dream, it was called Nemesis. It was like a red dwarf star, and it was like going to invade the solar system or something. Yep, that's everything on that.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. It's interesting that you mentioned Nemesis, because I was going to bring that up earlier, actually. There was this professor named Richard Muller, who came up with the Nemesis theory, like back in the 80s, I think. And the theory is that our sun is actually part of a binary star system, and that its twin is actually a burned out star. So like not a brown dwarf, because that's like a pre-star. but like a post-star, so like a brown-colored red dwarf, essentially. Okay, and from looking at historical record, archaeological statistics, and so on, and the cataclysm cycles on Earth, he detected a 27 or 26 million year disaster cycle. Okay, and so he believes that, doing the calculations, that this twin star, which he named Nemesis, comes around roughly every 26 or 27 million years. And when it does so, it punches through the Oort comet cloud, which is like a halo of cometary and fragments that are really far out beyond even the reaches of Pluto. But anyway, it punches through that, and it drags with it, behind it, gravitationally, a tail of all this debris, and it shoots it into the inside of the Oort cloud, which is where the solar system is. And so then these comets, or these they would be comets, they establish their own gravitational cycle, which recurs roughly every 3,600 years. Okay, so you get this 27 million year cycle, and whenever it does punch through, you get this clustering over time of these 3,600 year cyclical cataclysms. And then he believes that the dinosaurs, or at least several of the mass extinctions, were linked to this. And the reason why I bring this up is because I started off tonight's space talking about one of the biggest near-Earth threats would be a swarm of smaller objects that are too small to detect, that are too far away, where because they've been so far away, they've been exposed to too much cosmic dust and radiation and so on, so their surface has gotten darkened. So therefore, they don't reflect light like some of the younger comets or closer asteroids and stuff do. So if you got a swarm of these dark, smaller objects coming towards us, we would be barely able to detect that until it was way too late. So if Nemesis has any validity to that, of it dragging into the inner part of the solar system a comet swarm like that, we would be in trouble. And then the problem is, back in, I think was it the mid 1600s, or maybe it was early 1700s, this astronomer named, this has been a long time since I researched this, but I think his name was Flamsteed or Flamstein, something like that. Anyway, he observed a star at the outer reaches of the solar system that it appeared and it moved, and then it eventually disappeared. And he didn't know what it was, and astronomers to this day don't know what it was. Some think it was a supernova, but they can't really confirm that. But there was a possibility that this was the actual Nemesis, getting close enough to be illuminated partly by the sun. And since that was several hundred years ago, there is a possibility that if that is what it was, then it is dragging behind it a large swarm of Oort cloud debris that would be several hundred years behind it in lag, just because that's how long it takes for the gravitational field to kind of yank it out of the Oort cloud and kind of drag it along, So Flamsteed star, which is what they called it, it's already moved on. Okay, it's probably like heading back out into darkness, but behind it by several centuries could be this comet swarm, and it could be heading towards us right now, and we wouldn't be able to see it because they're made of small, well, we think it's small, but it's not small. It's like 50 to 100 meter sized particles or bodies that are too dark for us to see, right? So that's yet another thing to add to the equation of the apocalypse, since you brought up Nemesis.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. I've had those dreams too. Go ahead, Ulrich.
I just wanted, and we see you, Chris, so we're gonna get to you in a second, but
I hope you guys can still hear me. It's switching from my Bluetooth, but can you talk a little bit about? Okay, so I'm guessing you still hear me, Tom. When we had the last set of geomagnetic storms, Ben Davidson put up a chart, and this chart evolved a little bit, but it was a KP 5 through 9 chart, which indicates the severity of geomagnetic storms and interferences you might expect on Earth. KP 5 and 7, I think 5 through 7 were considered 99 to 95%. And then when it got to like KP 8, maybe it was 5 and 6, 95. And then KP 7 was something like 60%. KP 9 was like 30%. And then for a kill shot, meaning a solar micronova that wouldn't kill us, but would kill the electrical grid, he ranked that at 12%. So all of a sudden we found ourselves in a place where the odds of of a total global grid blackout was 10% or higher. And I'm like, since when does humanity gamble like that, right? Even 1% is high. Apophis has a 2.7% chance, according to official figures. And I assume that might be a glancing blow and not a direct hit. But isn't it highly suspicious that we're not already sending a bunch of nukes and Bruce Willis and a bunch of other people to blast Apophis far away from us? Isn't that percentage already dubiously high?
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of high. Of course it is. But like I said, if it was a threat that was big enough for them to send something towards it to blow it up, then it would also probably be big enough that they wouldn't tell us about it as much as they could. I mean, obviously, if it's big enough, then even amateur astronomers would be able to track it. But if it's something that they, but I mean, there's like secret government technologies and the secret stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and the technologies that they have, if they're able to track something that's big enough, they're probably not gonna tell us about it. And I'm sure there are many other threats that that particular group of people would be aware of, going back to the 40s and 50s, even if not earlier, that they have been secretly preparing for. And thus all the underground bases, the endless construction underground, beneath Denver Airport and everywhere else, and all the maglev tunnels that are between them, the vacuum tunnels, which, by the way, Elon Musk, everything that he's doing is just laundering old, outdated Black Ops technology. And we think it's all new and shiny, but it's all stuff that's been used in underground bases for a heck of a long time if you go by the MyLab abduction accounts and all the insiders. I mean, it's the same thing with like when you pull out a credit card and remember you got that magnetic stripe on the back and that's how you used to swipe the card. Well, magnetic card technology was used by the Nazis even back in the late 30s in their underground bases. And I know that from my grandpa who was a German at the time, so he had inside connections, and he told me all about it. And so that technology, we didn't really know about it until maybe the 60s or so. And wasn't it true? I think that the Nazis were so far ahead that the Americans, in order to, I think, record Eisenhower's speech or something, they had to steal or repurpose Nazi magnetic tape technology and record over the reels because they didn't know how to make the magnetic tape themselves. So anyway, that's just like a weird tangent, but point being that they have technologies to detect things, and they simply wouldn't tell us about it if they knew about it.
Well, on that note, though, right? When we maybe we need to get into this later, but you are the science guy. At least in my mind, you're the electric universe guy, or at least electric universe adjacent. And maybe I'm just delusional and a Venn diagram overlap of what is a genuine mystery right now in geophysics, especially as it relates to geomagnetic excursions, the failure of the convective model. While it might explain Earth's geodynamo, it currently cannot explain the geomagnetic excursions, the shorter timeline ones, right? 6 and 12,000 year excursions. It can explain reversals through complicated computer models. But the fundamental misunderstandings we have relating to gravity in the electric universe, relating to how it might all be an electric, a magnetic, an electromagnetic, and a gravitational phenomenon, has implications for asteroids as well, doesn't it? If the current geomagnetic excursion is influenced by the galactic current sheet, the magnetic anomalies we see on Mars, almost every planet in our solar system, beyond our solar system, and even beyond our galaxy, wouldn't it also have potentially gravitational ramifications for meteor showers, and could even pull or deflect Apophis a couple degrees and make it a direct hit? Am I crazy here? Am I reaching?
Right, because when they do the calculations for Apophis, at best, and this is just recent as of last year, at best, they factor in potential collisions with smaller asteroids that they're tracking, right? But they're not factoring in other objects which they, number one, don't know of yet, and number two, anything that the sun might do in terms of crazy ass, coronal mass ejections or solar flares, things like that. I mean, there's just all these X factors that can complicate things. So when they say
And meteors are many of them are largely consisting of iron, meaning we may not just have a gravitational component for slingshotting and collision, but an actual magnetic component, right? In the what is that called? The constant for magnetism is way higher than it is for gravity. So if we have magnetic anomalies going on, that could also
Right.
change the actual trajectories. Or am I just way too dangerous and I'm saying crazy stuff here?
No, that's good thinking, because it is true that a lot of asteroids, they do have cobalt, nickel, iron. I mean, those are magnetic materials, right? So, but the thing is, it would require a very strong magnetic field to do so, and that could happen. It definitely could happen. It's just that it hasn't happened enough yet for science to be forced to figure that into their calculations over the past, let's say, century or two of observations. But see, we're talking about things coming up that are unprecedented, at least within modern human history. So,
And
just
yeah,
go ahead.
No. Keep going. If you can just talk about Nibiru as well when you're done.
Okay. Well, so the problem with Nibiru is that term itself. If it weren't for Zecharia Sitchin, we wouldn't be using that term. And Sitchin himself, there are some issues with that. Okay. But then the problem is also that you got Sitchin and everything that came out of that, and then you have the New Age channeling community kind of riffing off of Sitchin, and then other things figuring in, and then of course you got channeled entities also lying their asses off with the disinformation that pumps through channeling, and it all coalesces into this general trope of Nibiru. So when we say Nibiru, what are we even talking about? Are we talking about this planet that comes around every 3,600 years with Anunnaki on it?
You're right. Like Nibiru is is a can of worms, right? So let's say the perturbations of Uranus and Neptune, planet, what do they call it? X, planet 9. It could have implications both for the pole shift, could it not?
Well, let's see. It could if it got close enough. Then you would get electrical, magnetic, and gravitational effects screwing things up. But the thing is, typically the smaller things are influenced by the larger things. So the largest thing in our solar system is the sun, and the sun itself is dwarfed by whatever goes on from the galaxy itself.
Typically.
So I think that's why
Typically, but there are exceptions like magnetars.
And what about a black sun? This idea proposed by I don't think he was the originator of it, but Matt LaCroix talks about, he suspects there might be a black sun that we just don't see, that maybe even interacting with the planet 9 or Nibiru.
Holy
that has
NASA
huge
symbolism.
effects on these cyclical pole excursions.
There could also be asteroids that are highly magnetic. The one that NASA was looking at is a lot stronger of a magnetic field than the Earth.
Sorry, Tom, I'm not hearing you. Maybe it's just my phone.
Can you hear Star Captain?
No, I don't.
I do.
Star Captain.
I'll board back.
No,
I can hear him. I can hear him just fine. So
he'll be right back. He's gonna just drop down so the host can hear him.
Yeah, actually, I'm good now. My phone just glitched out for a bit. I'm sorry about that, you guys.
Is that like an iOS thing?
So we still have Christopher's hand up. Christopher, do you want to jump in while we get Star Captain back
thanks
up?
for being so patient, man.
I didn't hear that. You guys talked over each other.
Yeah, we said go for it.
Okay.
While we wait for Star Captain.
Thank you. So, Tom, thanks for being here. I feel like unprepared to ask you the best question that I should have, because I still have to catch up on your 10-hour positive, negative NHI thing. And somehow I always miss the first 30 minutes of these things. So when you actually laid out your main points for the night, I missed all of it. But I do have a couple quick questions, then one slight change of topic. But did you post somewhere that you're in a doom metal band, Tom? And if so, can we? Is there any way we can hear some of your material? Is that you?
Well, yeah, I did post recently that as a doom metal musician, that I'm into the doom thing, even though I'm an optimist. Because, as I mentioned in previous space, I think there is a light at the end of the tunnel, even if it's a very long and dark tunnel. So, yeah, I live and breathe both doom and optimism simultaneously in my life. It's a weird paradox, but somehow that's me.
Okay,
yep,
but
yep. You guys
don't
know
have some demos on that we can listen to somewhere?
Oh no, yeah, you totally can. Just go on YouTube and look up. My project name is called Thiocryptos, ThioCryptos, Cryptos, Thio Cryptos, and I got one track there. And the only reason I didn't make more is because I couldn't top that song, so I didn't want to ruin it by doing something subpar. But anyway, it's a song called "The Shipton Prophecy," and it's based on prophecies of Mother Shipton. So if you check that song out, that is like that is everything. That is everything I want out of doom metal right there, both topic wise and the melody and everything. So yeah, check that out.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm definitely going to do that. I also hope it's one epic 40-minute doom song. But anyway, okay, so this whole pole shift thing, which I know is something the Doom Room likes to cover a lot, I'm totally new to that. I caught a Y-Files episode on that Adam and Eve story. It was the first time I ever heard of it. Is there one sort of resource you would point people towards to catch up quickly, kind of summary overview, or how to get into this topic? Do you have something yourself, or can you just point me to beginner where to start?
Oh yeah, well just check out Ben Davidson, or he also goes by the name Suspicious Observers on YouTube. And the reason why I cite him is because he's active, he's doing daily updates, and he cites real research papers, but he also cites other, like, I guess, less mainstream sources, like the Adam and Eve story stuff, or what's a guy's name, the Holt Foundation. I think I'm getting that wrong, but yeah, but they also talk about Earth changes and pole shift mechanisms and so on. So check out his work. Actually, one person he hasn't mentioned yet, as far as I know, is this guy named Herndon, Herndon. And Herndon, he was what was he? I think he was an engineer. Anyway, he's got credentials, and his personal theory is that the core of the Earth isn't crystallized iron, as mainstream science believes, but it's actually a much smaller core made of radioactive materials like uranium. And he himself, I think he was a nuclear engineer, so he knows about that subject, right? And he says that because it's a smaller core, it's capable of magnetic pole shifts way quicker than the mainstream science model assumes. So I think his model gets a little bit closer to the mechanism of how magnetic excursions can happen. Although I think Ben Davidson says that those things happen because it's ultimately sun-driven, or actually not even sun-driven, but driven by the ups and downs in this galactic electric current sheet that comes from the center of the galaxy. So anyway, I'm just saying that there's different sources that have different theories, but they all sort of overlap, and they all point towards a similar picture. But yeah, I mean, I think Ben Davidson is sort of the axis or key that radiates spokes out into all these other different sources. So do check out Suspicious Observers on YouTube if you're into this.
Okay, thanks. I've started.
I have to jump in here also. If you want to catch up on the pole shift, we had Sun God Ben Davidson himself on our space, and the first hour and 20 minutes he's in the space, so you can, if you just want the data, you can dip out after that. You don't need to listen to all 3 hours. But that is maybe the densest summary you can get on everything pole shift. Might be the very doom space we hosted with him. That was a crazy doom week that we had, and I of course second everything else that Tom said. I think the pole shift from a scientific perspective is the closest thing to the big fuck up we made with gravity, right? In terms of geophysics, everybody's lying about understanding the core, or they take it for granted that we really understand the geodynamo, maybe in the most general sense. But I think, is it me who's losing connection? I'm getting connection warnings. I hope it's not me.
It's you.
But I think this might be the... Oh, really? I'm so sorry, you guys. I think this might be the biggest, oh my God, we really don't understand what's going on moment other than gravity right now. I think it would be geophysics, the geodynamo, and the excursion. So who really knows what's in the Earth's core, what's really going on? We're downplaying how much of a mystery it is from my perspective.
It's the data is not predictable is the biggest problem, and it's like every time they think they've got it figured out, it escalates, or they get surprised, and that's the unfortunate when the conspiracy theorists are like, oh, we're getting proven right. It's like the doomers though right now, they're just like, we've been, we've got lots of, don't worry, we've got lots of content you can look at, but yeah, it's crazy that I just don't understand why they're not having the conversation. You see it trickling right now.
but they're like it's just the Alex Joneses who are covering it big time. I see Carrington event being mentioned sometimes lately by bigger journalists, people who speak better than I. They are talking about it, but it's so small. Like I feel like they need to really like have a conversation about people having disaster preparedness and things like that. I mean, they used to make us do earthquake drills and fire drills in school all the time. They should like normalize the conversation of, I don't know, the grid going down. But I was going to recommend to Christopher, there is a free ebook online on the archive of the Adam and Eve story, and they make it very easy to digest in that book, the information.
Thank you, everyone, for chiming in on that. That Ben Davidson space, I was on the road. That's another one where I missed the first 30 to 45 minutes, missed the core material and heard all the Q&A. So I'll go review that. And okay, so this is a little bit of a shift in topic. I'm curious to get Tom's thoughts on this. It's very timely, you know, on the eve of the Vatican press conference on apparitions and supernatural. I wondered if the room would humor me reading the text of one such apparition. And Tom, if maybe you want to share your thoughts on these sorts of apparitions, is that okay with everybody, or is that too far off track? So my mother is a devout Roman Catholic, and I'm an Orthodox Christian. We're both apocalyptic dooming in our own particular ways, but she started sending me these sort of every other weekly updates. There's a group called Luz de Maria that is purportedly receiving these messages from apparitions of the Virgin Mary, Michael the Archangel, and Jesus Christ himself on like a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And she's been sending me these emails. So I thought, this is the type of stuff I think that they're going to be addressing in this tomorrow. And I just wanted to read one of these. I picked one of the more interesting ones just to give you all a kind of flavor of what's going on. So this is from, let's see, April 17th, message of Saint Michael the Archangel to Luz de Maria. And this is this was in Spanish and has been translated by Google. So, you know, bear with that in mind. But here we go. Beloved children of our King and Lord Jesus Christ, I come to you with my word in order to share with you God's will. As Prince of the Heavenly Legions, I have to tell you that you are very close to the warning. Each person will see in their conscience even the smallest of their errors, sins, acts of humiliation towards each other brothers and sisters, contempt towards their brothers and sisters with pride and arrogance in all its forms. You will see your selfish interests, whims, infidelity, lies, denials, lack of love for your neighbor, wishing harm to your neighbor, the lack of charity. You will see how many times you have scorned God or stopped loving him. You will feel the pain of denying the most holy Trinity. Above all, what you will see the most will be the lack of love for God and neighbor. Those who are loving possess a treasure from which every jewel comes: charity, forgiveness, the wisdom of understanding, and the wealth of hope. Love makes all things possible, achieves all things. It has the law of God to hand and draws near to what is good. Okay, now here's where it pivots a little bit and starts to get doomish. You have forgotten about the warning, and this is not how it should be. Keep in mind that during the warning, you will experience the pain of every act contrary to the divine will. The pain will be spiritual, but at some points you will feel that the pain is united to the flesh, being almost physical. There will be light on high, and then darkness in the soul. Those who have confessed their sins, who have repented from the heart, have made a resolution to amend, and have not committed the same sin, these human beings will feel to a lesser extent the pain of wrongful acts committed. Humanity will experience suffering because of having taken bad decisions, especially due to stubbornness and disobedience. Children of our King and Lord Jesus Christ, you are under the constant threat of war, turning pale at the excessive attacks of some nations against others. War should not be an option. It is rather a form of madness in which many innocent children die. War is taking shape and drawing in other nations, involving those who do not want it, and chaos is increasing. Remain spiritually attentive. Do not allow evil to dominate you. You have the ability to discern between good and evil. From north to south and from east to west, you will see your brothers and sisters fall and will groan in great pain, such as this generation has never suffered before. Creaturely hands are marvelous at creating, and unfortunately they are marvelous for creating destruction. Beloved children of our King and Lord Jesus Christ, the waters will flood the coasts in order to cleanse human wickedness, this being a form of purification. The wonders of the powerful hand of God the Father will be present in the moments of greatest difficulty for the human race. God will not allow the human race to destroy his creation. In the midst of the war, great miracles will occur, wonderful miracles among human beings of firm faith. Continue without fear. Divine love is infinite, and you will not be alone. My heavenly legions will defend you and hide you if necessary, but prepare and remain within love, so that hearts of flesh would be preserved until the new dawn of peace among men. And we're almost at the end here. It turns to a prayer. Children of our King and Lord Jesus Christ, without fear, anxiety, or despair, continue without turning back. The children of God will know how to distinguish between freedom and everything that is worldly and sinful. Okay, here's the prayer. Pray, children of our King and Lord Jesus Christ. Pray regarding the suffering caused by the volcanoes that will erupt throughout the earth. Pray, children of our King and Lord Jesus Christ. Pray. The earth will shake. Strong earthquakes will occur in one place and another. Pray, children of our King and Lord Jesus Christ. Pray. War will continue and will be fiercer. Pray for yourselves. I bless you with the same sword with which I defend you, Saint Michael the Archangel. And then there's a little bit of commentary underneath, which I'm not going to read, except to say that the guy that is interpreting this says, he talks about the danger in which we find ourselves involved in war. We will have to experience this bitter pill of the Third World War in a constant struggle for survival. Okay, so there you go. There's the flavor of these kinds of things. It's pretty...
Christopher, real quick on this particular one you just read, if I could interrupt, I might have missed it in the beginning. Is this an apparition? Is this being seen by multiple people? Is this channeling? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure on that. It's attributed to Saint Michael the Archangel. And I'm not quite sure what this community is doing. It's my impression that it's an apparition, but you know, it's kind of that sort of stuff is weird in the Catholic Church. It's often like a couple people go into a trance and some can see it and some can't. And I just don't know the answer to that. But they send out emails that seem to rotate between Archangel Michael, Mary, and Jesus Christ. And they all sound kind of like this. It's sort of repent and vague and general threats, you know, and cataclysms.
And is this something official from the Catholic Church or just this group you're talking about?
Well, that's the whole, I believe that's the entire purpose of tomorrow's press conference, is that they're going to come out and say, you got to watch out for this stuff. None of this is official. The Catholic Church's official position is these are called private revelation, which, you know, even when they endorse something like Fatima or Lourdes, and they say, we think that's authentic, even then, you don't personally have to believe a word of it. There's nothing new added to the corpus of revelation by these things. It's meant for personal growth. That's the official Catholic teaching. But they've got a lot of problems because there's all these little communities with these little prophets and their apparitions, and there's cults growing up around them, and apparently there's abuse and, you know, even sexual abuse with kind of these leaders receiving visions. So I believe that's what tomorrow is going to be about. But, you know, yeah, that's exactly the question.
Thanks, Christopher. So you want Tom's take on what you just read in the whole thing?
Yeah, on the Marian apparition phenomenon in general, what I just read, any thoughts in general you want to contribute to this topic?
Yeah, sure. That particular text that you just read, I mean, it is pretty much identical to so many of the other apparition type things. I mean, I think all of them were just riffing off of the original Fatima messages. And actually, the real third secret of Fatima is like extremely doomy. I mean, it talks about the destruction of humanity and the church be getting infiltrated by Satan up to the highest levels and so on. So if you combine that with like the old Malachi prophecy about this current pope or maybe the next one being the last pope, I mean, things are the clock is running out according to these prophecies, right? But I mean, as far as texts like that go, I mean, the thing is, you could take that exact same text and change a few words. Change like Michael with Ashtar or something, and it would read the same because you find the exact same tone and wording and message typically in like New Age channeling stuff as well. It's just different words. It's like some sort of weird astral entity Mad Libs that they're playing, or like with Bledsoe's The Lady, her message. It's very simple. I mean, it's like, oh, humanity's bad, repent, and if you don't, then war's going to happen, blah blah blah. And you know what? Sure, that's probably true, but it's extremely trite. And maybe as you just said, the point isn't to inform or to really give any actionable info. Maybe it's just moral support. And I guess, all right, maybe from that viewpoint, it's fine. I mean, it's not like some of these other channeling sources, like the people behind the Nasera scam, where they ask people to send in money to fight for the liberation of this law that's going to give everyone $1 trillion. I don't know. That sort of thing, that's where it gets really bad. But I guess you mentioned cults springing up around it with sexual abuse. And yeah, that is clearly bad. But at the same time, the church trying to get involved in this, part of it strikes me as probably astral entities infringing on the trademark of the church, and they want to take back control of their own intellectual property.
They want to keep the narrative for their community able to control the narrative, because if they don't have the answers to those questions that are being asked by society at large, why are they going to be asked about it?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And one of the things I wanted to bring up is, all right, so this might take a minute to explain, but so in the abduction phenomenon, it's known that when you are around an alien that is extremely psychic, there is this inductive effect that happens where its energy field somehow activates your own energy field, and you might find yourself becoming more psychic in their presence. Or, they might do it intentionally to make you a little bit more psychic so that they can telepathically communicate with you more easily, all right? What that goes to show is that you, just as a regular old human being, you can become psychically activated so long as the right type and intensity of subtle energy field affects you. It's almost like magnetic induction, right? If it's a strong enough magnetic field, it can turn an ordinary iron nail into a magnet itself. So, what if something like that were to happen on a cosmic scale? What if Earth were to, by some mechanism, whether a cosmic cloud of energy or something from the sun or the center of the galaxy, some sort of wave or something, what if something like that were to irradiate the Earth? And what if people were to suddenly become more clairvoyant, more psychic? What if the veil, I guess, between our physical world and the etheric or occult dimension would thereby be ripped away? Would that not also be a kind of revealing, a kind of apocalypse? So that's another dimension to consider here, which is that when some of these old Christian texts, whether the Bible or the Gospel of Thomas, talks about a time coming when the wheat and the tare, in other words, the wheat and the seeds the weeds will become obvious, which is which, and it'll be extremely plain to see which is which. Well, by what mechanism would something like that even happen? It would have to be through some sort of activation of a third eye or the Holy Spirit working through you, something that allows you to see beyond the five senses in order to distinguish the more subtle things. So, what if part of the revealing does involve a sudden acceleration of paranormal phenomena, psychic powers, hidden things being revealed like that? What if that's a component of it? Then if that were the case, well, in that case, aliens would not be able to hide anymore. They wouldn't be able to use their reliable cloaking technology because we no longer would be operating strictly by the five senses. And what if they wanted to get ahead of that And the only way that they can do that is by making sure, through programming, political manipulation, geopolitical engineering, to get society locked down and get us all programmed so that by the time they can no longer hide themselves, we are already conditioned to accept them as our brothers, as our saviors, as our partners, as our founders, okay? So perhaps that is a component of the alien agenda as well, to try to get ahead of a kind of apocalyptic revealing whereby they can no longer hide themselves, because not only they, but all kinds of paranormal phenomena is going to be coming out more. So I don't know. I just was thinking about that when you mentioned that text.
Thanks, Tom. I kind of have suspicions or thought about that as well. By the way, the phrase astral entity mad libs, that's amazing. And that so well describes all these, apocalyptic, sort of marshmallow apocalyptic visions that both abductees and these kind of apparitions seem to love to deliver. So, well, thank you for humoring that side quest.
Yeah, sure thing. And I forgot to mention that a lot of these messages, isn't it funny that as much as that particular message talks about everything that's wrong with the world and humanity and repent, how they don't actually give any actionable intelligence on who is responsible, or the fact that there is an alien agenda, or the degree to which demons have been manipulating human will and history, right? I mean, there's all these other factors that, I mean, of course we are responsible for our actions, but there's also a lot of manipulation and deception happening where the cards are stacked against us. And I think these kinds of channeled messages, if they were truly legit and sincere, they should be mentioning more of that so that we would know where to focus our energies for solutions.
Yeah, it's extremely bland and generic, and there's not a lot you can do with it. As much as a lot of people have lots of conspiratorial thoughts about the Catholic Church, I expect tomorrow to be extremely bland. I think people would be surprised to the degree to which the Vatican tends to be super skeptical of these sorts of apparitions and even saints. The amount of hoops that have to be jumped through for the Catholic Church to actually, elevate a saint and stuff like that. It's extremely rigorous, and I think that there's this bland, legalistic, bureaucratic side of the Vatican that I fully expect to be on display tomorrow, and that a lot of people don't maybe know about. But I do think they know stuff that they don't tell us. But anyway, I think tomorrow will be pretty boring.
Thanks, Christopher. Pix, welcome to the space. Go ahead.
Hey, folks. Like Christopher, I got here a little bit late, so I didn't really hear the intro portion. But, Tom, I found this conversation extremely interesting. Two things. The kind of like Christopher, I think we're going to see kind of a rehash of what the Vatican has already said about the NHI issue. They may pump it up a little bit. Who knows? We might be very surprised and they jump the shark, but I just tend to believe it's going to be pretty boring as well. Last point is I snuck a listen to your Shifting Prophecy song. It's cool. I don't normally like this kind of music, but I really enjoyed it.
Oh, that was nice. Pix, you need to post
thanks.
it. Oh, sorry, Tom. Post a link, Pix, if you have it.
Okay, I can do that if I can figure out how to put it in the nest. No worries. No worries.
Tom, are you jumping in there?
And thanks for being here, Tom. Really, thank you very much for being in the room.
Yeah, sure thing. I'm really glad you like that song. I've gotten a lot of comments on that song of people that aren't into metal that still like it. So that's usually a good sign. Yeah.
So, Tom, part of this whole Vatican thing, I'm not sure if you were caught up on this, but Game Tech Politics had a space the other day. And the gist of it was that in October of 1978, there was a mass number of sightings of UFOs. And also during that month, the Vatican had briefed some of our intelligence agencies on something to do with non-human intelligence, but nobody knows really what it was. And then apparently a couple of weeks ago, they did the same thing. And now they're coming out with this announcement tomorrow. But going along with that is apparently Game was given a map or some type of information that we are going to experience mass sightings in October of 2024. Somehow the Vatican's involved in this. And then he had a list of the areas that are going to experience mass sightings in October of 2024. So I think that might also be why people are very interested in what's happening with the Vatican, because apparently they have been known to brief our intelligence agencies on UFO and NHI. I'm not sure if you have any information on that historically or even any thoughts on that.
Well, I just want to say that before there ever was a U.S. deep state, you had the Vatican with the Jesuits going back a long time and everything. I mean, you know, the Catholic Church has been around for over 1,000 years, and they've had their hands in many different cultures, vacuuming up their texts, knowledge, and treasures. I mean, who knows what's in the Vatican library? I know, like, people can get special access to it, but who knows if they're getting access to the entire thing? You know, there could be sealed off areas of it, which they don't even know about. So they are in a position to be concerned about things going on, and they're also in a position to know. And I suspect that even the Vatican leadership fully doesn't really buy into the kind of dogma that they are propagating to the rest of the world. You know, same with any religion. You know, you've got the exoteric outside circle, and then you've got the inner circle with their inner understanding of what their religion is truly about. So at the inner part of it, they're probably quite aware of the whole NHI issue and cyclical cataclysms and what's really going on. And I do think that they're trying to, at least politically, socially, image-wise, trying to get ahead of that through announcements like the ones tomorrow, and also any sort of coordinations and meetings that they have with other governments.
And Tom, do you think it would have anything to do with the Vatican? It seems like they're promoting this extraterrestrial hypothesis and kind of staying away from the whole NHI thing being related, or these apparitions being related, or UFOs being related to the paranormal and the supernatural type stuff. It seems like they're promoting more of the clean extraterrestrial version. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, right. It's because if the Vatican is going to have any relevancy into the future, no matter what happens, well, I mean, assuming a relatively safe course for humanity and not total collapse and wipeout, then they have to balance it with a science side of it. So, you know, imagine if aliens do show up. How is the picture that they're going to present mesh with academia and our current scientific paradigm? Well, our current scientific paradigm is not going to be too open to the idea of supernatural, you know, demonic or some other occult type aspect to the phenomenon. They're definitely going to prefer the extraterrestrial hypothesis. And I'm talking about the Neil deGrasse Tysons and Michio Kaku's and, you know, all the science opinion leaders that the mainstream buys into. All right. Obviously, people like us, we're more on the leading edge of the curve, but you have to remember, like most of the population is way behind on the curve, or, you know, right in the central part of that bell curve. For them, the extraterrestrial hypothesis is the easiest to wrap their minds around. It's like a convenient explanation. It fits with science. It fits with what they were taught in high school, in junior high, and elementary school. So I think the Vatican, if they're going to play the long game strategically and try to maintain some sort of relevancy, they're going to have to side with science, and they're going to have to side with the aliens, who would be siding somewhat with science. And so therefore the ETH is probably going to be the easiest, safest, most convenient picture that they can push.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Tiff.
I was going to add, so when I heard Game Tech say that there was going to be a mass sighting in October, I was thinking, because I've just been doing so much research on the Eisenhower situation, and when he met with allegedly the Ethereans or the Nordics or whatever, that was in 54. And so if the aliens allegedly come every 50 to 75 years, that would be like right now, right? So like this would be 75 years from now, right? So the 2027 timeline maybe isn't correct, or they're just saying that in case it goes well when they come here in October, I guess. That's just whatever. And regarding the Vatican, I feel like they're going to be touching on the apparitions, redefining it maybe, just to fit with the new advanced state we're in. and the aliens, I think they're trying to push the intergalactic family kind of idea.
Right, yeah, because the Vatican, even in the past, 2008 or so, with the Vatican astronomer, what was the name? Guglielmo something, I forget now. But anyway, he talked about how, yeah, I mean, he gave sort of a theoretical background from the church background, or a church perspective of how you would fit aliens into it. And it's just the idea that, God is the creator of creation, and he not only created humans, but there's other creations out there. And so now when they visit us, they're just other children of God that are visiting other children of God. Something like that. I think that's probably how they'll end up framing it, just kind of expanding the idea of creation, beyond Earth towards other planets as well. Yeah, so I think that's what they're going to do. And as far as October, yeah, we'll definitely see about that. I'm pretty close to the election. Maybe maybe because illegal aliens are allowed to vote now, maybe they're coming here to vote. Maybe that's all that's about.
The mass sighting.
Yeah. But we'll see though.
Watch it happen on the same day that Elizondo's book is released.
Oh, so that rumor that Elizondo's book was being released on the 21st of November, which is the Feast of Hathor, and Hathor is a name that's coming up a lot right now. There's so many like weird niches in ufology that people I'm sure we've all heard them in these rooms, but like the divine feminine rising and the Egyptian deity goddesses, they're coming up a lot more in people's, not only their experiences, just in normal conversation, like the concept of divine feminine is coming up more and more. There's like an algorithm with our consciousness, and I love it. I love watching it occur.
Yeah, well, if you guys want to go down a really crazy rabbit hole, look into the true origins of the original Israelites. Not the 2 southern tribes, but the 10 northern tribes. What actually happened to them, what they were into, and who they actually did worship. Part of it involved a worship of a cow goddess, which in Egyptian was Hathor. So that ties into a lot of other things, including the Ark of the Covenant and ancient alien technologies and bloodlines that spawn from that. And basically, I'm just trying to say that maybe there are things going on today politically, even things that certain UFO opinion leaders like Elizondo or others, maybe whether they know it or not, they're part of something that goes back thousands of years. So just kind of throwing that out there.
Yeah, agreed, Tom. And I think the lady Hathor, I mean, she's definitely in that Chris Bledsoe thing too. I believe she spoke about this divine feminine, which, by the way, I'm not buying into, just in case anybody would ask me.
I always wait for a woman to say that first. I am also not trusting. I'm not
I mean, if
trusting
Hathor is
this
saying
specific
it,
one.
I'm out. That's what I have to say about it. So it's just going to be, to me, it's just another one of those deceptions. They're just going to come at us from all angles, you guys. They got so many angles to come at us, and they're going to use every single one of them. Just my personal opinion. Star Captain, go ahead.
So tomorrow they're just going to come out with 2 guys with the big pontiff hats on. And he's going to introduce his brother, who's half hybrid. And he's going to take off the hat, and he's got a big head underneath.
I guess I'll be watching the Vatican.
This would be the way.
Could happen. NHI, go ahead.
They would try to push the brother thing after that. I'm dropping it now, though.
Okay, sorry. Yes, another question for Tom. So I've heard and read interviews with people where they're in an abduction situation, and like the smaller grays can't get them under control, or they have developed a resistance, and then a taller gray will come in the room and increase the power and control. This is Jim Sparks I'm talking about. And he said the higher the rank, the more energy that they have. And he said you could even feel them, from 10 feet away, even if they're not in view. Is that biological or technology or both, do you think?
Well, so you find that pattern also in other accounts besides Jim Sparks. I mean, pretty much anywhere you look, you find that the alien presence or the alien factions are organized internally hierarchically based on capability. So you could almost call it a meritocracy, but it's not really meritocracy in a traditional benevolent sense. It's more like, okay, you're genetically, meaning biologically, more capable of higher intelligence, higher psychic abilities. So therefore, you're going to be a higher rank. I mean, why would you, with that, be beneath even a gray? It doesn't make sense. I mean, the one that's more powerful is going to be on top. So yeah, it's like whether that's biological or technological, and I would say it's mostly biological. Although, I mean, they do use technology, but the problem with technology is it's only good for a certain number of things. So it's not good for psychic stuff. So there has to be some degree of psychic power already, and that really only comes from the structure of the subtle energy body, which has more to do with the soul than it does the body. Although, the body itself is very important for genetically supporting the, how do you say this in English? So the body biologically it's important for interfacing with the subtle energy body, and it allows a higher degree of complexity and intensity of the subtle energy body to interface with the biological body, because otherwise there's just not enough of a biological mechanism there in order to even communicate with those higher sophisticated structures or its intensity without burning up or developing cancer or being ripped apart or something like that. So yeah, I mean, when they bring in a higher superior within that particular types of situation, those things are definitely always more psychic than the ones below it. And another thing you'll notice is that the ones that are more psychic, they tend to be more mantid-like, right? So at the very bottom, you've got just grays or whatever's beneath them. But then you get the tall grays, but then you get the more like mantid-looking grays with the long arms, and then finally you get to the true mantids. So it seems like that entire hierarchy was merely a kind of ratio of different hybridization ratios between mantid and something else, whether that something else is human or some other, maybe some artificial genome that they cooked up, or some other species from another world.
Great, thanks.
Hello again. This is sort of out of nowhere, but Tom, I really appreciate listening to you, and I'm wondering if, am I right that you are an experiencer of some sort, and is there a place we can hear your story? I don't mean to make you retell the whole thing right now, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, I am. And on my website, montalk.net, I have an article called Wising Up to Alien Interference. And in that article, about halfway down, I do recount some of my alien encounters there. So, and I've kind of rehashed it on different podcasts and maybe one of my spaces here as well. So maybe I won't go into it again, but I did have encounters as a baby in Germany, and as a toddler, like between ages 2 and 5, I would have abductions probably once, maybe a couple times a month, I would say, based on just how frequent they felt whenever they would happen. Because like each time they would start, that's when my memories would kick on of all the previous times that had happened, and that's when the fatigue would set in. Like, oh no, not this again. It's like it felt like it happened so many times. But the weird thing is, after it's over, you forget about it. So then you go on with your life until it happens again, and then that's how it was for me as a little toddler in Germany at the time. And my mom, being from Singapore, she also had alien experiences. So she herself was also an abductee, which is kind of weird because you don't typically think of Singapore as a haven or as a hotspot for UFOs or abductions, but she certainly was, and she brought it with her to Germany and then eventually to America, and then I kind of got it too. So yeah. When I speak about these things, I'm speaking, I would say maybe 20% from personal experience, and the other 80% from a combination of research and talking to hundreds, if not thousands, of other researchers and abductees and contactees.
Thank you. I'll definitely check that out. I'm curious to hear a lot more of your interviews and check out your website and stuff, because when you speak, it's very interesting. You clearly have a lot of discernment, and as an Orthodox Christian, I hear clear echoes of advice and counsels from the Desert Fathers, who were practicing monasticism and dealing with forces meddling with them, and I just hear a lot of overlap, which is very interesting.
Christopher, I posted Tom's website down in the purple pill, and right under his website, I posted the free PDF for the alien disinformation. But the website is just full of great information. Tom, I have a question for, this is a little off topic, but I think we're okay with going off topic. And Tom, any other topics you wanted to talk about today too? You mentioned something about that. So here's a question from the Purple Pill. Tom, do you know Ilana or Elena Dannon? Are you aware of that person, Tom?
Yeah, I know of her, but I haven't ever personally interacted with her.
Okay, she has a lot of more positive talk about the shift in NHI. She's my anti-doom go-to. And so this person would like to know what your opinion is, I think, on her material.
Okay, well, honestly, I haven't studied enough of it to have a really solid opinion on it. But what I will say in general is, if you go to my Discerning Alien Disinformation article series or book, I mean, you can get it on PDF for free on my website. There's also there in article format, and if you want a hard copy, you can just pick it up on Amazon. It's pretty cheap. But anyway, if you go there and you read my chapter, I think it's part 4 and part 3, where I talk about all the different core elements of disinformation, how it operates, especially alien disinformation. Just kind of like scan through that and see if any of those red flags stand out in any particular channeled or other material that you're looking at. And, you know, because a lot of times you read something and something might pass you by just because you hadn't considered it or no one's ever brought it to your attention before. So if you just look at that part of my book, maybe that'll jog your memory, or maybe that'll jog your attention, and it'll stand out more when you see it in some other source.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think, and I'm not going to say this is 100%, but I think Elena is one of the channelers who's saying that all of the negative grays and all of the abducting grays have been, well, what's the word? Somebody help me. They have been exiled from the planet and they are no longer here. I think it's very much along the lines of CAB and just a lot of these channelers who are trying to tell us we're all about to shift to 5D and we just have to raise our vibration high enough and we're going to make it. It's that kind of stuff.
Isn't she a secret space program person potentially? Like,
yeah, I think I don't know this, but I think she's a legitimate abductee. And I think it's just important to understand that just because we are abductees doesn't mean we're getting great information from the non-human intelligence. If anything, we are used and abused for them to get their message out there. And the message is usually full of crap, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, right. And usually the way it works, whether it's aliens or discarnate entities that groom a person from a young age into having a certain viewpoint, no matter which case it is, it always plays on the person's ego and sense of mission and importance, and it kind of tries to get them to become a zealot for the cause, right? To put that particular viewpoint out there. But the problem is, if you compare a dozen of such people, they'll agree on maybe like 50% of it, but then the other 50% totally contradicts, right? So if they're all getting the truth from the source, how come they're all contradicting like that? Well, obviously it's because they're all given half truths, and that is the issue. Right? Their message may contain actual truth to it, but that particular kernel of truth does not. That poison doesn't justify, or the sugar doesn't justify the poison. You know, just because there's good in it doesn't mean the entire thing is good. And so that's why when I look at sources, all right, when I look at sources, I look at what is wrong with it more so than what is right with it. And the only reason why I do that is because you can find a million reasons to substantiate a lie, but it only takes one contradictory data point to disprove the entire thing. So typically, you know, I look for the chink in the armor, the little, the crack in the facade, you could say, and that helps me weed out a lot of BS. So, yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, when it comes to sources like that, just be discerning, and just because someone is an abductee and they got it from the horse's mouth does not mean that the horse is telling the truth, right?
Yeah, that's probably the statement of the night. I think we should make that into a billboard. NHI, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think what Tom said, I agree with it. I think it could be very, very dangerous to just take what they say at face value and say, oh, we're here to, you know, we're turning off your nukes because, you know, you shouldn't use them, when they could also be turning off the nukes to test our defenses. So, yeah, I think it's good to consider both possibilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and on a related note on that, one thing we hear from some of these government UFO commissions and presentations is that they all just play up the military threat angle, right? Like, oh, our military ship got buzzed by these UAPs, so therefore we're dealing with national security threats, and it makes it seem like aliens are only a threat because they are threats to our military or because they're violent or aggressive or servicemen have been killed in the presence of these things. But I think if we focus on that too much, then we ignore the entire other half of it, which is these things infiltrating our society, manipulating people's minds, abducting, implanting, controlling the narrative through abductees and contactees and so on. And so basically what I'm trying to say is aliens don't need to be violently hostile to be hostile. They can also be covertly hostile, just through disinformation, manipulation, suppression of truth, things like that. And yeah, and so don't let that whole military, because the government said it, therefore that's what it is. I mean, don't let that distract you from the stuff that's pretty clear if you look at just the abduction and contactee phenomenon in and of itself.
We'll get to Christopher shortly, but Tom, it's interesting to me that most of us, after, maybe the age of 30 or maybe even before, if you're lucky, it's fairly easy for us to see through a human who's trying to scam us. You've got your typical used car salesman type tactics, et cetera. Your scammers, your send me money to the Prince of Africa or whatever these scams are that are going around. And actually, in the UFO community, we are very, very quick to call every single experiencer, it seems, either a grifter or a liar. Or, it's fine that this happened and that happened. But when we get to that weird part that sounds like science fiction, yeah, that's a lie. So we're very quick with that and being able to see these lies and scams in humans. But at the same time, we are eating up the lies that are coming from the so-called aliens. And it's something that I have a hard time wrapping my mind around. And it just makes me think there's something else going on.
Yeah, I mean, multiple things are going on. Like on the one hand, you do have an entire system of disinformation, propaganda, manipulation that is very slick because, I mean, at minimum, because they're psychic and they have a good grasp of biology and genetics and so on, they know the human mind extremely well, like very well. So they can manipulate and speak lies in ways that even we couldn't come up with. Not even our best sociopaths and psychopaths can come up with the kinds of things that they do. So that's part of it. And the other part is just that humans, I think biologically, by default, we are wired to respect authority more than anything else. Just be, because the thing is, so I remember reading experiments where they tested a human kid versus like a chimpanzee or like a baby gorilla or something. So some sort of ape. They tested their intelligence. And what they found is that the human kid would be more given for completing a particular task and repeating what the scientist does, okay? The human kid would be more given to repeating nonsense steps in that process, whereas the ape would skip the nonsense process and do only the parts that are necessary to, unlock the banana from a cage or something, okay? So what that means is that humans we're like wired, we're programmed to accept things without necessarily always thinking about it logically, just because some authority gave it to us. And the supposed explanation is that only because of this could human societies develop so rapidly. Because like if every single person questioned everything that they were taught, then things wouldn't advance quickly enough. It's kind of like the military. When an order is given, those on the front line can't like just sit there and ponder it over whether it's the right decision. No, they're trained to do exactly what they're told, because if they don't, then it just takes too long to make things happen, right? So even on a societal, civilizational scale, our ability to be programmed easily and to do what authority says allows us to have a higher degree of societal agility towards moving towards some sort of united, coherent goal. But it also works against us because now, through someone merely being an influencer or a celebrity or a politician, or in this case, aliens, a lot of people just accept it automatically because it has this aura of authority around it. When in truth, we shouldn't be given to that kind of programming, and we should definitely question what any authority says. So I'm like super against authority. I respect authority when that respect is earned, but I never give that respect by default just because it is an authority.
Tom, is there also a civilizational downside toward
agreeability and deference to authority, that maybe we get locked into cycles of repetition rather than progressivism, have these genetic interventions,
Right.
maybe they happen with every cataclysm, right? Have they been preventing civilizational progress? Do you know what I'm saying? Are we maybe constantly being genetically engineered against our own agency and rebellion?
Right. Well, I posted a quote recently when it came to the progress of science, and oh gosh, and so the quote was, "Science progresses one funeral at a time." In other words,
about to guess
right?
whether it was that one. It was some famous scientist who said that, right? Feynman or somebody.
Right. Yeah. So, and it's generally true, because once a scientist, well, I don't want to get into the whole politics of academia, but basically, its reputation's on the line, and people invest their ego identities into a particular theory, and then therefore they'll start giving up truth because the truth is now a threat to their very social ego identity and ego survival. That's part of it, but it's all biologically programmed as well. And yeah, totally, like the same cohesion and agility on a societal scale that can let you leap forward faster. At the same time, it does work against you, especially when you need to go in a different direction entirely on a mass scale. Then it just becomes a handicap. It's just like with bodybuilding and steroids. Like, sure, yeah, you get big muscles, but then guess what? You get heart problems and kidney problems and other problems between your legs. But yeah, the same thing happens on a civilizational scale as well.
Christopher, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So as an abductee and experiencer, Tom, from a young age, and a generational one, I've heard that runs in families. A lot of people, it seems like abductees are repeat customers. It repeats over and over again. And I'm wondering if that, are you still experiencing that? Or if not, how did that end, and to what do you attribute that? Did you intentionally try to stop that somehow? Or, how does that story end?
No, unfortunately, it has not ended. But it's just that when you're a toddler, because it's the beginning of life and it's your formative years and your brain is so flexible, that tends to be when a person gets abducted the most, it seems, from the different examples that I've encountered. And then as a person gets older, at least for the general body of abductees, it slows down a little bit. So maybe instead of once a month, maybe it's just once every year or a couple of years in some cases. But in my case, I would say it's, every few months I will have all the typical signs of it. And unfortunately, as an adult, your mind isn't as plastic as it was when you're a kid. And so therefore, it's easier to compartmentalize and keep compartmentalized, because it's like a solid block of stone. When you crack it, it stays cracked, versus like if you had like a tub of pudding and you cut it, it's going to merge back together. So it's easier to compartmentalize adults than it is kids. And for that reason, I don't have as clear memories of what happens nowadays in my life versus I did when I was a kid, when I did start to remember more. Because back then, even though I would forget most of the time after the abductions, sometimes I would still remember. And then therefore, I would always be asking my mom or my grandma, like, what was the deal with all these stone men or gray men that were coming around all the time? So I asked them, like, did I ever ask you guys about that? And they confirmed, like, yeah, you're talking about them all the time. So apparently the memory erasure wasn't complete back then, but I guess the aliens don't care, because if you got this little toddler babbling about gray men, like, who's going to take that seriously? Like, who's going to do it? They're not going to write it down. They're not going to, take pictures of their bruises or marks or anything. So I guess it doesn't really matter. But yeah, so in my case, I still get it based on after effects and also certain precursors. Like, one of the precursors that's pretty common is if you're being psychically monitored prior to an abduction. Sometimes, if you're even just mildly psychic, you can close your eyes, and in your hypnagogic vision, especially as you're starting to fall asleep more, you'll start seeing gray alien faces, or whatever the being is that's psychically monitoring you. And you'll start, seeing the gray black eyes, or the hybrid face, or something like that. It'll start popping in almost uncontrollably. So it's not like you're trying to imagine it. It's more like it's just there, filtering through your hypnagogic vision ability. So that might happen. Back when we used to have a black cat, the cat would be pretty antsy prior to an abduction stuff. So you have that. I would also get ear ringings prior to it. What else? And then in the morning, well, I sleep kind of late, so I guess it's the early afternoon. Yeah, you'd wake up, and the way you feel and the amount of dreams you had is not congruent with the amount of time you supposedly slept. That's another one of those dead giveaways. And you might also have PTSD type symptoms, like feeling just really nerve-wracked and jumpy. You might have marks on your body, whether puncture marks or scars, most often bruises, like weird anomalous bruises in weird places. I've also, all right, fine. So another thing I promised myself is next time I would get abducted, I would bite myself on a certain part of my body within reach and leave a bruise there so that the next day or the next morning, when I wake up, I would see that bruise and therefore know that something happened. And that has happened to me about 3 times now, where I woke up with that bruise in that exact spot. So it's possible that I did that to myself during an abduction, and I had evidence of it afterwards. So anyway, just the more signs you have of it, of the precursors and the during and the after, the higher the probability that something did happen. And for me right now, I can only speak in terms of probability because due to the compartmentalization of my mind, I no longer have the clear, obvious memories that I did as a kid.
Thank you so much for talking about that. I know that's really vulnerable stuff, and I'm grateful that I have no experience of this, so everything I glean is from someone like you who's willing to share about their experiences. And it sounds like for you, you had some more vivid experiences as a child, and that you recall that from actual memory, and you were never like hypnotically regressed.
Right. I was never hypnotically regressed. Like all of this stuff I remembered on my own.
Thanks, Christopher and Tom. Let's see. I have a few questions here. Actually, let's go. Let's see. I see Larry down there. Tom, do you see any circumstances, even if they're remote, where the good guys show up, the actual real good guys show up and give us free energy and save us all from ourselves without, I guess, negative counterparts?
Well, I think the best chance for that would have been under the old scenario, which I mentioned earlier in tonight's space, where like the whole Obama shaking the hands of ET type scenario, where society stays up, there's no EMP grid collapse, no stick to get us under submission, and it's all just sheer trickery and deception, and aliens are space brothers kind of thing. Because under that scenario, we would still have the internet, we would still have just the means of communication to organize and research and so on. It's just that during that time period, there wasn't as much anti-alien information out there as there is now. So they can't do that now, I don't think. But back then, if that had happened, then yes, I think it would have been easy if a positive alien faction existed to come out and basically give the other side of the story, give another picture, a counter viewpoint. And then therefore there would be the means for all of Earth to hear it and to think about it. But nowadays, I can't see that being even logistically possible. The best that I could foresee would be, let's see, how can I? Well, okay, there's different scenarios where it could happen. So one is where, yes, we do go through, let's say, a 10-year, 5 to 10 year period of grid down, communications blackout, maybe some sort of emergency broadcast, some sort of a narrative from either what remains of the government or hybrids if they're the only ones that are truly running the show. So we get that, but then if that happens, we could also at the same time start seeing counter movements from the ET side also on the ground in terms of messages being propagated, maybe from certain enclaves. Maybe they have certain proxies or abductees or contactees that they're able to somehow collect and shield in their own enclaves somewhere, maybe remote. And maybe they would filter out into other communities to kind of counter the prevailing disinfo narrative that comes out. Something like that. Okay, so that's one scenario. Another scenario is where it turns out that these positive NHI factions have been working with let's say, positive factions of our own government, military, black ops side of things, that they've been working together to basically do a counter coup on the coup that happened in America somewhere over the past century. Okay, so then basically the way that would look is that you would at first it would look like a political counter coup. In other words, a faction of the government, whether it's America or elsewhere or the entire world, kind of doing like a mass purge of the corrupt elements. And then those corrupt elements were the ones that were instrumental to implementing the alien agenda on the ground in the years leading up to that, whether it's human trafficking, whether it's disinformation, censorship on big tech, things like that, right? All those things help the negative alien agenda by suppressing real truth and keeping people asleep. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is that the war between supposed positive and negative alien factions, I think would first show up on the ground in the field of politics, military, geopolitics, things like that. And they would evolve from there towards the eventual coming out of the alien component of it and a more obvious competition of messages between them. I mean, it sounds kind of vague, but I can only speak in generalities here because I think we're facing so many different possible scenarios.
So, in your opinion, where are the good guys right now? Why aren't they coming to save us and giving us free energy? Like, where are they?
Okay, well, see, here's the thing. Free energy in itself, you also have to ask, well, why is it that inventors that do have free energy are being killed? Why is it that not a single nation, I'm not even talking about America or China or Russia, but even some smaller nation like South America, Central America, or Africa or something like that, or India, why aren't they like leading the forefront on disclosure on free energy? I mean, they could. I'm sure they've got their own secret programs or access to inside sources. Where
energy war, man. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. There's things going on behind the scenes that we don't know. And so the point is, as far as free energy goes, there's a lot of reasons why that isn't out yet. And it's not all just selfish interests. Part of it also has to do with the consequences of it under the current circumstances of the way our society and economy and governments are structured. Because as I mentioned in a previous space, so much of the way our society right now works is it's all based on debt. It's based on lies. It's based on extortion, blackmail, bribery, right? All these dark things. It's like a bunch of wolves tearing at the same poor little lamb, and that tension is what keeps the balance in the world right now. And when you add free energy into that mix, well, a bunch of things happen. Number one, you empower a lot of these wolves to have as I mentioned before, tanks and drones and whatever that runs on free energy weapons that run on free energy that never run out. I mean, you could have the craziest Terminator scenario you can imagine just based on free energy alone, or you could have a utopia. But the thing that decides one or the other is who is in power and who controls and runs the show when that sort of power is given to humanity. And that's why it is so important that some sort of purge or cleanup of the power structure happens before the technology is proliferated. Because otherwise you're just pouring fuel on a fire, of a horrible fire, like a forest fire, and everyone's going to burn up. But if you can have some sort of purge first and get things cleaned up and clean up culture, restore things, human unity in a positive sense, then yeah, sure, you can have free energy, you can have anti-gravity, and maybe that's what some of these positive things are waiting for. Maybe they first have to deal with the corruption in the power structure and culture and civilization itself before they can give that. So maybe that's the part that they're working on, and obviously they can't work on it openly, so they can only work on it covertly. And then we, not having access to that information, we only see stuff happening in the news and current events, and there's things that are happening that may be serving much deeper agendas that we don't know about yet, but that are possibly working in our favor. We'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, thank you, Tom Picks. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Tom, real quickly, are you familiar with Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly and their efforts to speak to angels through the Enochian language?
Yeah, I am. Like they were using scrying mirrors to contact some of these what they thought were angelic beings.
I was just curious.
Then,
I was just curious if you had any broad observations on that.
Well, the message itself, I'm not too familiar with. I'm only familiar with the general idea of what they were doing in the Enochian alphabet and how occultists since that time have tried to use that alphabet to contact these beings. But here's the thing. I mean, if you have to use a specific alphabet to contact supposed angels, then they're not angels, because angels, they can read the human heart, the human mind, the human soul, and they don't need a special alphabet to be communicated with. I mean, it's not like they're aliens or something from some other planet that don't even know us and don't even speak our language, and they're very familiar.
That question was just to see if that was in your wheelhouse of general issues that you like to talk about. Second thing that's in a related vein. The trickster phenomenon is talked about a lot with NHI. Do you have any observations on that?
Yeah, so I do think that the trickster thing encompasses maybe 3 separate phenomena that are kind of lumped together, kind of conflated together. So one of those is just discarnate entities that aren't, I mean, they're not even alien. They have nothing to do with ufology, but they're just discarnate beings, whether demons or dead humans that have stuck around the Earth plane and now they got nothing better to do but troll us. You got that element, and if they have enough psychic ability, they can operate through channelers, they can induce artificial hallucinations in people, and once they can do that, then they can feed any BS storyline that they want, or they can induce any sort of visual within a person to make them think that it's this type of alien or that type of alien or some alien that doesn't even exist. But whatever works on the belief system of the person, they can use and play upon through these artificial hallucinations that they can psychically induce in that person. So you got that. You've got the aliens themselves sending up smoke screens in order to drown out their true activities. And that's easy to do by taking any abductee or any contactee and giving them a BS spectacle, a show that makes them think that this is who the aliens are, this is what they're about, this is what's really going on. But really, it's all a big half-truth. And so the person then comes out of it, and they're allowed to keep their memories, because that's the whole point of it. So they're allowed to keep their memories of that, but the memories are really artificially induced hallucinations or screen memories from some sort of sideshow, right? And so then the person comes out and they go to some abduction researcher and they give their story, or they're hypnotized. But the hypnotist only looks at the surface layer of the memory. They don't go past the second or third screen memory. And so therefore they never get to the original true thing about what was actually happening. They're only helping the abductee recall what they were programmed with during this abduction session. And so that's when you get things like, all grays are very spiritual and all aliens are good. And, like some of these disinfo narratives, that stuff starts coming out and starts contaminating the ufology abduction literature field, because aliens themselves are involved in seeding these false storylines in order to cover up the true things. Because then if another abductee comes along and says, no, reptilians eat humans or whatever, then someone like Bud Hopkins or someone like that might say, well, that can't be the case because I've got these 10 other abductees who say aliens are good, or they're just innocent, curious scientists. You see, so by putting enough smoke, they can drown out that signal, the stuff that they don't want out there, by making it look too boring or too incredulous compared to the other things. So you got that, and then the third component, I think. It could be, I don't know, just something like basically what Jacques Vallée is talking about, how there is like a trickster element to it. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's entities or just some sort of like mass thought form generated by humanity or by the researchers themselves. That is just in there as almost like a nonsensical echo in a way, or like a crazy chat GPT that is just off its rocker and is just generating a bunch of nonsense, like noise in the signal. So, just something that's not even alien, it's not even like a demon or anything. It's just like this phenomenon that is just noise that doesn't really mean much. You still got that, and then, like I said, you got the aliens themselves disinforming, and then you got demons and discarnates that are pumping out disinfo for their own control reasons. So all those 3 things together creates the illusion that the UFO phenomenon is just a bunch of nebulous phenomena, and there's just a bunch of trickster stuff, or as Jacques Vallée says, like a control system. Like, well, a control system of what and how? Are we talking about our governments being infiltrated by hybrids? He never talks about that, because in his mind, he wants to be all academic and all credible. So he only talks about, the phenomenon, the trickster phenomenon, you know what I mean? The control system. Like, keeps it really general. But I think the truth of it is much more hardcore, just much more real than this academic nebulousness. But I don't blame them, because there is a lot of confusion, a lot of disinfo in the field, and once you mix the occult entities into it, also pretending to be aliens, it gets very confusing very quick. And the only real way to
on the third point, that kind of mirrors what Grant Cameron calls the theory of wow, and that the NHI are just throwing stuff out there to kind of titillate, and some would say to raise our vibration and challenge us and help us evolve, but who knows?
Well, I mean, because when they are in the sky, they don't have to turn their lights on. They don't have to show themselves visually if they don't want. I mean, we know they have cloaking technology, right? So why do they let themselves be seen a lot of times? And sometimes they don't, right? But a lot of times they do. So to me, it seems just like this gradual acclimation process that's been incrementally going on since at least the late 1800s, if not the early 1900s. So during that time period, it's been ramping up. And if we are to say that they would show up in the, 2027 or 2030s, I mean, think about it. That's only 1 century since the start of the general UFO craze. That's not even, that's a blink of an eye in human history. So it would make sense that things would have started back then. And the fact that they did start really ramping up starting back then kind of shows that we are approaching a crescendo. We are approaching something, a singularity in the
I don't think anybody would doubt that being the case. I mean, we're in the saddle of change. What it all means and where it goes is anybody's question. One last quick question. It may not be a quick answer, but if you were to place odds, what would you say the odds are that there are differing and likely competing NHI that have aligned with different factions on the terrestrial plane, particularly, countries, political realities?
I have the map. I'll post it.
And that they are, we're all in a proxy war between those entities.
Yeah, well, I'll be conservative, and I'll say the chance is only 99%. Because I would honestly say 100% of that, but maybe there's a 1% chance I'm wrong on that. But that's exactly what it looks like to me, and it's the only thing that explains so much of everything that's been going on and is going on and probably will be going on in our near future. So I do think that that's what's going on.
Which is like the Tom DeLonge narrative.
Can you say anything further on what you think? If you're that certain that it's real, okay, go to the next step. What do you see?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I do see the potential that there are competing factions even within governments, within the deep state military or the black ops military. Because as you know, that whole level of it is very compartmentalized. I mean, you've got one project that has no clue what another project is doing, and they don't know who knows the bigger picture. Well, that whole thing, it's very easy for it to be fragmented along the lines of different alien or different NHI influences, where you got one sector of it that might be influenced by one faction, another sector by another faction, and amongst that entire milieu, you could have potential, what we would consider a benevolent aspect to it. And as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, one of their main priorities would be to create socio-political change on Earth in order to create conditions where they can take it further with any sort of further levels of intervention in a positive sense. And of course, that gets into the philosophical idea about whether intervention is positive to begin with, or if it's just all manipulation, and that's a whole other discussion. But in terms of very deep specifics, I could go into that, but it gets too much into politics, and there's just too much disagreement on that, and I don't think it would be productive. So I'll just kind of tap out here.
Thank you for your answer very, very much.
Thank you.
Hicks, it's awesome to have you in here. Tom is way friendlier, way less arrogant. Well, not arrogant at all, but I see Pix almost every day in the spaces. So if there's any hard question that you would throw my way, Pix, over the next month, we only get Tom once a month. Please throw it his way right now. So I have an easier time arguing with you tomorrow or the next couple of days, because I do think I do think that humanity does not want to face that it might be dealing with a parent with Munchausen that wants to kill it. I do think it's so easy for us to imagine that we're what's the only thing that's flawed and intelligent, but one of our parents might actually want to wipe all of us out. And
I know you're total doom, and I am not necessarily total doom, but I look, anything is possible. I leave open the door to just about anything, because we just don't have enough information to make a hard analysis about what the hell is going on, because the government's not telling us, and it's so opaque and wild and crazy to begin with. So, and hey, we'll have plenty of exchanges going forward. You know that.
Well,
brother.
I'm saying I just wear total doom clothes, but Tom is probably just as doomy, if not darker. But he's not as obnoxious about it. So,
well, you've heard me say before. I mean, I'm an analyst, and I look at things, and I think that unless something significant changes our trajectory, we are doomed. So I'm a doomer in that sense.
Oh, wow. What's happening here? Larry, did you hear that? He's down there in the listener section. I just want to make sure he fucking heard that. But yeah,
that position has not changed. But also the other side of that is we have the tools to move the human spirit and our collective consciousness, so to speak, in a different direction. I'm definitely a humanist and believe in our capabilities to do amazing things. We're still children, and we're monkeys with matches, and it could go bad and it could go good. But if I had to bet, I'd say that we're looking down the barrel of a gun.
Well, yeah, and I'm not. I actually have probably the most disgustingly hubristic view as to what we should be doing as humans and what our potential is. One of the things I think that's coming up a lot is what is the role of positive NHI? So with all these whistleblowers raining down from heaven, we're getting more of a talk of conflicting NHIs, of a positive side, of a negative side. For me, the tectonic fault line is disclosure. So is an NHI pro-disclosure or not? I'd love to know what your view is, Tom. I don't know if it seems to me like you're so productive. You might be at risk of missing some of the UFO Twitter news and all the drama. So we've had, Jason Sands, we've had Steve. These are firsthand witnesses, voices of disclosure. They're coming in, and the narrative we're getting is a negative NHI and a positive NHI. And typically, this has opened a lot of the love and light people to consider, oh my goodness, there's negative NHI. But I'm very conflicted now, because I do think there is a positive NHI at force, but it seems like some of the tests that the witnesses get put through, or the experiences get put through, seem somewhat manipulative. And then on the other hand, they also seem to sort of make sense. Do you know any of these stories I'm talking about? How should we evaluate people coming forward when at least it seems like some positive NHI is pushing them for disclosure? Do you get the question I'm asking? How do we start evaluating this?
Yeah, well, if a positive NHI is pushing someone towards disclosure, then the question is what exactly is it that they're trying to disclose? Because if the sole message is simply that, oh, aliens exist or NHIs exist, well, no, that's not good. I mean, that in itself, purely in itself, is not necessarily good, because it doesn't come with any sort of discernment advice or even any mention of there being, positive or negative or something in between or whatever. It doesn't come with enough to make it worth that. And so in terms of discerning it, like I said, with any source that talks about aliens, you can ask them 3 questions, or you can ask them a couple questions. First question is, do negative forces exist? Like negative non-human forces, do they exist? If the person says no, okay, I strike them off the list, because how can you say that? Number 2, okay, if they do exist, then how do you distinguish them from the positive ones? Truly. And then the third question would be, okay, well, and then if the negative ones are pretending to be positive, how do you distinguish between those two, the imposters and the real deal? And if they can answer that third question in a solid way, then you know with a high degree of confidence that they are legit, because that is the hardest question to answer in ufology.
Can I pose a fourth question to that?
Sure.
Well, the one thing I think that people don't talk about, because we're always in this idea of black and white and both having equal weight, and that, may be the case in a lot of scenarios. But, if I believe that there's negative entities that interact with our planet and our consciousness. I do believe that. The question is, what percentage of the interactions that are going on are benign? What percentage are negative? What percentage are positive? And it's easy to think that all of it is, and even one of the negative side could be extremely dangerous to our survival. I understand that, but from a broad threat point of view, unless there are a whole bunch of them, if there's one or two, I think that lessens the overall character of how we should look at this.
Right. That's a really good point. And so on the question of what percentage it actually is, I did read, I forgot the name of it now, but like a private research group, and they did surveys of different abductees, and they surveyed them on, was your experience positive or was it negative? And a certain percentage was like 30 or 60% said that it was positive. And then so the study concluded with, look, these people are saying that the majority have had positive experiences. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. Number one, even if it is 60%, there's still a 40% that's negative. That's the point that French made once. That's one. Number two, it's self-reported. So it is what these people perceive, not what the actual reality was. And so it's not like they took each person and they had them psychologically analyzed for, is this person, how agreeable are they? How easily are they deceived? What's the probability that they were being manipulated? They didn't do any of that. They just asked these people a straight up question like, do you think your experiences were positive? And if they thought so, then they counted that as somehow evidence that the majority of encounters are positive. But that's really not the case, because it'd be very, very foolish for any negative alien faction to reveal themselves as being genuinely
I believe
hostile.
that was Edgar Mitchell's survey with the Noetic, what is it? Noetic whatever.
Noetic Institute of Science. Yeah.
Noetic Institute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. That is what it was. So you can look that study up if you want. So that's part of it. And so I think the actual true numbers would probably be closer to maybe 5%, 10% genuinely positive. I mean, that's pretty generous. And then the rest of it actually being hostile forces. And the only reason I say that is because it's the hostile ones who would be interventionists, who would be wanting to manipulate and control and be desperate about it enough to get as many people as they possibly could under their thumb and try to win just in terms of sheer number of controlling the narrative.
Since we're playing the odds game, if I could ask you a question real quickly. So there's negative crap out there that we need to be worried about. If you were to lay odds, do you believe that the negative side is going to have a prevailing hand in all this, or do you think that we are going to come out the other side, even though it may be fraught during the ride through it?
Okay, so I think that all depends on how much cooperation or assistance the positives would have from any part of our governments or military, deep military. If they have any sort of assistance from that, some sort of partnership, then I think the odds are low that the negatives would prevail. But if that does not exist, then we are looking at a grid down, post-apocalyptic, hybrids controlling green zones kind of thing, where they would definitely rule at least for a while. But I do think that there would be a while. So I do think that there would be enclaves in remote protected regions of positives that at some point in time could lead to a bifurcation or splitting of humanity into different orientations, assuming that it ends up in like a Cold War, like a stalemate, and not like a hot war where one side wipes out the other. I don't know. I mean, overall, I do think the chances for good is pretty high, but just to get to that point takes so much that I I can't see our way of life right now surviving any of it, even if it ends positive.
I totally agree.
Hey, Tom, let me run a question by you real quick. I hope you're doing well, man. Listen, I got a pretty wild story to run by you from one of my buddies. He was just kicking it at home one day, just sitting there doing his thing. When out of nowhere, he felt this kind of intense surge of energy building up inside of him. Like it just kept swelling and swelling until it hits this like crazy peak. And he described it as this like a warm, glowing, tight feeling. And but it gets kind of trippy. He said like the energy culminated in this like orb of light that kind of just shot out from the center of his forehead and just kind of blasted across the room through his TV and everything. So my question for you, my philosophically inclined friend, is how the heck do you make sense of something like that? Does it have anything to do with like this like age of enlightenment or spiritual awakening people have been talking about, or could it be related to like I don't know, like the position of our planet as it moves through the galaxy, maybe going through some sort of energy dense region that's amplifying humans' latent abilities, or could it be something to do with like the sun's current level of activity by factoring into this somehow? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I've heard of things like that over the years, going back even to the early 2000s, every once in a while. So I'm not sure that it's connected to anything currently happening necessarily. I do think it's probably more localized to that particular individual. Okay. As to what it is, I wish there were more detail, like more context of what happened before, what happened after. What kind of person this is. Do they have any weird experiences when they were younger? Are they doing any some sort of Kundalini meditations or visualizations? All these little things they factor in. Like, do they live in a haunted house? Have they ever had poltergeist? Right? All these little factors give context to what exactly that was. For example, I'll run through like a list of possibilities. One possibility is that they had a resident entity, or like it doesn't even have to be like a demon or anything like that. It could have been just something benign and curious, perhaps some other interdimensional thing that was kind of hitchhiking on him and in him, and it was time for it to leave. And so in order to get out, it had to like build up energy and kind of eject outwards. That could have been it. It could have been just a natural aberration of their particular subtle energy systems. Like the same way that a person might have a genetic disorder that eventually manifests as a heart condition, or I don't know, a cyst or something like that, like a tumor. Well, energetically, sometimes the subtle energy body can also build up these aberrations, and perhaps it resulted in a localized field of energy that just simply had to be purged. Like maybe the pressure grew too high. Could have been that. Another possibility is that this person has been messed with or surveilled or followed around by some kind of discarnate entity, and therefore, because the entity is manipulating that person's energy body, it starts to activate it more and more, and then the person starts becoming a little bit more psychically active, and that could have led to some sort of weird Kundalini awakening, or something like that. So as you can see, these possibilities are like really varied, right? And to narrow down all these different possibilities requires a bit more context to kind of eliminate some possibilities.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. Thanks. But I've never heard of other examples of like energy balls kind of like shooting out of people. That's a thing that happens?
Yeah, there's different contexts for it. I'll give you one example. So me, my girlfriend, and some other people that we've known, we've experienced it where during the night where we're trying to sleep, something comes around and tries to do something very harmful. I don't know if it was an abduction aimed to kill, or some dark occult entity trying to do something it wasn't allowed to, but some sort of natural defense mechanism happens within the body, or maybe not even the body, but like the soul, or maybe the higher consciousness, where this huge surge of energy, either in the form of like a lightning bolt or like a ball, shoots out of the body, almost like a air defense system, with a missile going up, and like attacks whatever it is that's trying to do this violation. And it comes from us internally, so it's not like some higher, guardian spirit or angel or something protecting us. It's like it comes from us, and it shoots out, just attacks the thing, makes it go away, prevents whatever it was from happening. And then afterwards, where that surge of energy came out of the body, there's like a I would say an eighth to a quarter inch cornflower blue mark that appears on the skin. It's pretty circular. It's almost like an energy burn that happens. It's very strange. But I've had it. My girlfriend's had it, and several other people I've known, they've had it, all in association with this weird etheric air defense missile system that we have. So, I'm not saying that was like a ball of energy that was coming out of us, but it was energy coming out of us in a spontaneous way almost. I guess driven as a defense need. So in the case of this guy that you're talking about, or this person, I guess it didn't sound like it was a defense technique, but it was some sort of energy surge coming out. So that's the closest that I've had personally to that, and I just wanted to mention it.
Hell yeah, thanks, man.
Sure thing.
Thank you, Tom and Logan. I do not know who was next because I am a derelict host, but well, let's go to a new speaker. Do right. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I mean, I think there was quite a few people that had their hand up before me, but I'm happy to go. Thank you for bringing me up. Tom, I've definitely been checking out your site for a while and reading a lot of your work, especially after I started having a lot of experiences. And I started at the Berkeley Psychic Institute out in California, started doing a lot of Qigong. And I remember one night, all of a sudden, my body kind of went into like automatic. It just felt like, almost like walk like an Egyptian, kind of like from whatever the Bangles back in the day. And it was like as soon as my hands got to a certain level, maybe around my waist, it sounded like a steel girder meeting another steel girder that was like, the size of like a parking lot. It was really big. And all of a sudden, it was kind of just like the Northern California plates are locked, is what somebody said in my head. And then all of a sudden, somebody said, "Would you like to come up on our ship?" And I said, only if I can look out the window, kind of being a little bit of a smartass. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the ship. I was burned when I was about 17, when I was 17 years old, where I burned off all the skin on my feet. And so they're working on my feet. And all of a sudden, then I'm looking out the window, and then I'm back in my bed. And all of a sudden, I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys have been doing this my whole life. And all the guides kind of started to walk up and introduce themselves. And that kind of predicated, like, that was like really mild compared to some of the stuff that happened later. Um, and then I learned about theta healing. I don't know if you've heard of theta healing by Anna Steibel, and the work she does. And ever since I've kind of started to play with theta, which we work directly with what we call the seventh plane, creator of all that is, we're witnessing instant healings of, terminal diseases over the phone kind of stuff, like documented stuff, really intense, awesome stuff. And they can't do anything to me now. They can't really abduct me. Like I've had a couple times where they try to, and it's just like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. And so just wanted to see if you could speak on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, so clearly, I mean, whatever these entities were doing, they're definitely activating your subtle energy body to some degree. So that's why you're able to sense things and feel things that you couldn't otherwise. And it's also necessary for them to either transport your consciousness or link into your consciousness in order to induce an experience. Now, I'm not sure if your experience on the ship was physical or if it was just, astral or some sort of induced artificial hallucination. But, I mean, they're capable of all three of those things if they're alien. And if they're discarnate, then clearly they can only do the artificial hallucinations because they don't actually have ships that they can bring you to. Now, as far as like theta goes and theta healing, yeah, I'm not familiar with Anna Steibel myself, but I am familiar with the theta state and what it can do because it shows up in all these other systems as well. Robert Monroe calls it the mind awake, body asleep state, for example, and there's others like the Silva method. They tell you to go down into alpha, but if you're really talented, you can go down into theta. And the deeper you go, the more powerful the conscious powers that you have. But the thing about the theta state is when you're in that state, it's only possible to really be in it if you're partially or fully under sleep paralysis. And in that state, your subtle energy body slightly detaches and expands from your physical body. So it's almost like raising an antenna or opening up like a satellite dish or something. And so you're able to interact with your local etheric environment, which is the underlying matrix code of physical existence in that state. And so therefore you're able to affect things on a physical level, including your own body, including like diseases and things like that you wouldn't be able to from a waking beta state. And I'm sure there's like a quantum explanation to it having to do with the observer and just how sharp that consciousness is. And if that consciousness is delocalized into like a theta state, then therefore so is the wave function. So therefore reality is more fluid and you can, rearrange things on a deeper level. I'm sure that there's that aspect to it too. But yeah, there's no doubt that theta is one of a few different avenues that people have for getting into a state where they can do almost superhuman things, as you mentioned, like healing. But you can also do other things in it, like remote viewing, remote influencing, and so on. Now, as far as using that or using what you've developed and practiced over the years to ward off abductions, yes, but I think partially that depends on whether what you're dealing with was truly alien or whether it was just discarnates pretending to be aliens. Because if it was just discarnates, then they don't have the benefit of physical technology and like extremely powerful psychic abilities to kind of get around the blocks that you put up. Like discarnates and demons simply are not that talented in my experience and in the experience of others that I've known. Aliens are definitely more talented and have higher power there. So it's possible that you were able to shield yourself against the abduction stuff. I don't discount that at all. But I would also say that you would have had a higher chance of warding it off if it was just some sort of discarnate phenomenon.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's interesting because in the third level, which there's 4 down, there's supposed to be 7 total. We learn how to move things with our minds so that we can rebuild bone, for clients and things like that. And the woman who created it, you had to be terminal to get in front of her at the end of her practice. She wouldn't even see if you weren't terminal. She'd refer you out. And then the doctors and physicians would come and study with her. So it was, really, really powerful healing. And even in the first level of it, you're learning about everything you just spoke about. Like you're learning about the waywards, discarnates, all the different kind of beings, definitely the ETs. I mean, I've pulled out so many ET implants from people, and it just completely changes everything in their whole life shifts after that. I obviously pay very close attention to that for myself. But yeah, theta healing's pretty cool.
Yeah, it does sound promising, because even if you are dealing with aliens, when they implant you or they tag you, it's not always necessarily just through physical implants. They can also do it through energetic, subtle energy implants, and so that's something that you can, theta method or some sort of other healing modality, as long as you're able to access your subtle energy body and identify what that is, then you can definitely expel it. And if that's what some alien being was using to track you, then it's going to have a hard time continuing to do that until the next abduction if you aren't able to prevent that. So, yeah, I mean, thanks for sharing that.
Thanks, Dory. Thanks, Tom. Tom, are we looking at 20 more minutes for your time?
Yes, I was thinking about another 20 minutes or so till midnight, and then we can call it a night.
All right, perfect. So I do want to get to a new speaker, and then we'll get to the remaining 3 hands. If there happens to be more time, then we can get to the other requests that are in the queue. Tom, Joseph, you spoke with him earlier in the night. Joseph is the gentleman who created the helmet hat that we spoke about earlier in the day, between a few of us earlier in the day. And I think he just wanted to mention the material he was using, et cetera, and that he'll be shipping it off to Amy. And we're hoping that it works. So he just wanted to speak about that very quickly.
How's it going, Tom? Can you update me on your knowledge of, if you have any knowledge or research done on microwave absorption?
Microwave absorption, I don't know, because I've been looking more into scalar absorption.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, so microwave specifically, I mean, are you talking about absorption or reflection?
Absorption.
Oh, okay. Well, absorption, I mean, typically people use like carbon for that, some sort of carbon material for absorbing microwaves, as far as I know. I mean, there might be other better ones, or maybe some sort of metamaterial or something, but I haven't really looked into that too much.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to know what your knowledge set was at. So for microwave absorption, according to Faraday's calculations, and you can verify this pretty quickly, in order to disrupt the electromagnetic wave, what you need to do is disrupt one or the other element of it in order to disrupt the whole wave, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So what the microwave absorption material does is, as far as the research that I've done, it either perturbs one of those in a material that you make. And so the material, usually what they do is thermoplastics, and then they embed that with another material. So there's lists of nanomaterials that they use. And so you want a electric component, you want a magnetic component, and then there's the dielectric aspect of the material itself. So that's, the ability to store electric energy. And then the medium transmits that energy into heat. And the magnetic and the electric component do that. So a backstory is, you've heard Fringe talk about the helmet she wore at night?
Yeah, the Velostat helmet. Yes.
Yeah. So that is created by Michael Mencken. That's how I got into that. And so that's a thermoplastic polyethylene and then carbon black as the electric component. And so what I did is I dove into research into the field, and then I found all this out. And so I ordered a bunch of materials. I got the ones I chose was carbon black magnetite. I added a magnetic component, and then I got barium titanate to massively boost up the permittivity of the material. And then I combined those, and then I put that into a hat. And it's more effective than the Michael Mencken, what he calls a thought screen helmet. It's like from a ancient sci-fi book that he read a long time ago. So yeah, that's the material. So Fringe talked to you about it already. What do you think?
Actually, it sounds pretty promising. It's funny enough because I also, I guess some minds think alike. I was also researching carbon black myself after looking into Velostat and thinking about its properties and how to enhance it. I remember Tom Bearden talking about dielectrics and how they can block certain kinds of scalar waves, unlike, which is like the inverse.
Oh, yeah, I'll fill you in on this real quick. And so the reason I really chose, you need that permittivity element to the material, but I looked up Maxwell's equations, hidden equations, and the only studies I can find that actually contain the element of that equation, I don't understand them, by the way, but they contain that element of the equation, are actual, where am I going here? Geologists, right? Yeah, they're geologists. And so they want to measure inside of the Earth, and the component that they had to use in order to fix their equations to make sense of their data that they got were Maxwell's equations, and specifically permittivity. And so that gave me an inquiry into how it could not just absorb, electromagnetic radiation, but interfere with the scalar aspect of it that we don't understand how they implement. But if you can get in the way of it, I think that's better. Can you fill me in on how that could be the case?
All right. So there's a paper by maybe I'll post it later, but it's a paper by Modenese and someone else where they talk about scalar waves.
I'll read it.
Specifically waves. Yeah, waves made of the vector magnetic potential and also the electric scalar potential. But anyway, point is they have the equations in there, and they talk about how certain kinds of scalar waves they can't pass through materials. But when they say that, what they mean is they can't pass through dielectric materials. That's what they're really talking about.
Okay.
So therefore, the weaker the dielectric material, the greater it can still pass through. But the stronger it is, in other words, the higher the permittivity, the electric permittivity, the more that they are blocked. And Tom Bearden said the same thing. So those sources are in agreement on that. One other thing I wanted to mention is
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. The other thing I wanted to mention is that where was it going? Oh yeah, carbon black. So the other interesting thing about carbon black is that, like shungite and some other materials, it has a certain percentage of carbon nanotubes, like nanostructures, like nano onions, nanotubes, different kinds of fullerenes. And if you look up how those carbon nanostructures operate, like what their physical characteristics are, they have extremely high electron mobility. And they also exhibit a collective electron motion. So it's like some sort of quantum delocalized electron phenomenon going on with them. What I'm trying to say is a carbon black, beyond just microwave absorption, beyond just a carbon component, it might actually have some weird quantum etheric properties as well, due to these nano structures that are in there.
Nanomaterials work on the quantum scale.
Yeah. Because the electrons can move so easily around them, the electrons as a whole become like a macroscopic quantum phenomenon. So they might be able to exhibit waves that non-nanostructures might not. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
all
and
of
then
the
last thing,
literature,
when you talk
I'll
about,
add to that though, that adds on to what you just said,
Mhm.
is that all of the literature agrees on the fact that having it smaller and smaller, like in the smaller nanometer range, makes it better at microwave absorption. I don't know about
Okay,
the
interesting.
scalar part of it though.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then the next thing I was going to say maybe doesn't apply as much. But I was going to say for blocking magnetic fields, usually like mu metals. Mu metal shielding is used for blocking magnetic stuff, but that's just like a solid piece of metal. So maybe in particle form, like a magnetite or something, it might do something different.
Yeah. You're correct. I looked into mu metals, and they're a little cumbersome, especially if you want it to be like mobile.
Yeah, and they're expensive too.
They are.
But if you were to get it and cut it into hexagons and kind of glue it to one of your existing things, it would probably block magnetic fields even more. So.
Well, another aspect of it that might be is because you get a lot of reflectivity off of the material. If there's not a medium, you don't get absorbance if there's not a medium, because it'll reflect off instead of being absorbed. And so maybe my materials would be good for that. And maybe when I get a little money, and then I can buy some nano materials too. There's instead of carbon black, I was looking into nano silver, and a kilogram is like $2,000. So anyway, there you go.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you.
Hey, Joseph, thank you so much. Joseph wrote to me quite some time ago, and he had heard about how I was sleeping in a helmet made of Velostat. I slept in that helmet for 7 months. I got the tip from Tom and also from Amy, and I was very grateful for that Velostat helmet, but it turned out to not be as effective as I would have liked. Joseph, just out of the kindness of his heart, wrote to me and he said, hey, I might have some ideas. And he started working on it. And so I just want to thank you, Joseph. And what we're going to try to do, and just for everybody else, this is just a technology that might help us stop abductions. So it's something that's very, very important to abductees. And we're just going to try to do some loose scientific experimentation with this material and see if it's effective and see maybe what improvements could be made. And so, Joseph, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll add really quickly is that when you use this material, so perfect, if you think about the electromagnetic waves that we're trying to not interact with us psychically and through their technology, and that's why the testimonials on the Velostat website they sound really good, right? But when you get higher level entities, they can bypass it through sheer power. And so a perfect mirror, so let's say the electromagnetic energy is the sun, right? Which is electromagnetic, but instead of microwaves, the sun. If you put a perfect mirror, like an actual mirror in front of you, you have perfect reflectivity. That's a Faraday cage. You're not going to get perfect reflectivity from an absorbing material. You're going to get varying degrees of shade. So, if Michael Mencken's had his light shade, mine is a little more than that. We don't know how much that is. It might be enough to interfere with their projections into you of, putting emotions or thoughts that you don't want, right? And so I just want to caution against, hoping too much as it'll stop abductions, but I think has really good potential of stopping their interference on a day-to-day life scale.
Yeah, that would be great. And Joseph, if you're on to something, there could come a time when we will all be dealing with these hybrids with this same type of technology. So this is huge. If it's effective, if it takes a few tweaks, whatever it is, to put a barrier between our brains and their technology is beneficial. So thank you so much, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you. And just real quick, I just posted a link to that paper that I mentioned by Mo Denise in the Purple Pill chat area. So Joseph, if you want to grab that link, it's there.
Okay, Tom, we are running out of time. Anybody who's waiting, we might not get to you, but we're going to try to get to these 3 hands that are left. I'm not going to go in any particular order. Christopher, go ahead.
Oh, I think I'm dead last in this group. I would pass to the other two.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. NHI, go ahead.
Yes, Tom, I saw an interview with Whitley Strieber where he said we're not going to be able to disclose anything that the NHI, that they don't want the public to know. And I was just wondering if you think that the fact that more congressional hearings have not been called is a result of a negative influence to put a stop to the momentum that was sort of speeding up with Grush? Thanks.
Well, I think so. What I think is going on is that Grush, whether he knows it or not, he is enacting a particular narrative of disclosure that some other parts of the government don't want. Because I think there's a competing narrative disclosure agenda that doesn't want to go where Grush is going. And so if they were to continue with these congressional inquiries, especially with Grush involved, it would go too far down the path of a narrative that they don't want happening or happening yet. I mean, maybe they've got their own timetable. Maybe they will get there eventually, but right now it's just way too soon, and Grush is getting too far out in front of it. But I would honestly say that you have other interests that either don't want disclosure or they want a type of disclosure that that is not as honest or as discernment promoting as what Grush is doing. So I think they're just trying to put a lid on the fire before it kind of gets out of control.
All right, let's go to Sue. Sue, what do you got?
It's actually Diwa was my anon name. You can call me Darby. I had to hijack my mom's account here. First off, the Q drops, they are disclosure. They tell you the choice to know will be yours. They also mention that humanity can only handle about 20% disclosure. So I think the turnaround that you see currently with going from where we were with some of these congressional things to where we are now with, saying they don't exist is just, the world's about to be even more traumatized than they have been these past couple months. So anyway, you do have disclosure in crop circles as well. I decode them if anybody's familiar with my work. Anyway, I think I gave you all a follow, and just since we have a moment and you guys seem to have the energy in the audience, the Arecibo message, the crop circle message just before and just after 9/11, which pretty much proves time travel having to be involved. One of my claim to fame is redecoding it. They did not say that they lived on the third, fourth planet of their solar system. It's actually our solar system. And clearly they care about us because after they told us this just before 9/11, just after 9/11, they gave you, and these are the tall grays. These are my people. And they're a little tired of the jokes and the butt probing stuff, so they said just this in ASCII 2 computer code. Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises, referring to possibly deals with other ETs. Much pain in capital, like the Punisher, like the Q movement. Much pain, but still time. Believe, and they highlighted lie and believe, because if you have truth, you don't need to believe anything. You have facts, you're much better off. Believe there is good out there. We oppose deception. So they're telling you you're being deceived. We have been deceived. Point being, people say, oh, it's this, it's a psyop, it's all, nothing. Nothing that wants to oppress you is going to tell you that you're being deceived. So then I've tied it to the Verlon message. Actually, the very, very important part of that message, which a lot of people didn't catch either. Somehow I find these things. At the end, it says conduit closing. It's also been interpreted by Maurice Osborne as a toning or a bell sound. Now go back and watch the 1977 TV transmission interrupted, dubbed the Vrillon message, Vrillon, even though that is not correct, has nothing to do with the Vril. That is just a name people have given that kind of stuck because it was an unintelligible name that this being had presented itself with. Now, this just happened to interrupt a TV transmitter in the UK where 95% of your legitimate crop circles take place. So, that being said, once again, kind of proves time travel, in my humble researched opinion. They chose to interrupt the TV broadcaster when he mentioned killing prisoners of war, because it doesn't get any sicker than that. funny enough, the outro was actually a Looney Tunes cartoon. So in other words, maybe morning news followed by cartoons for the kids. I'm not sure exactly how it worked. I believe that to be the audio of the day, but there is no existing video. But I do have some of the best recreations with the easiest way to follow the little bouncing ball of words that go across the screen. So that being said, just add that into your brains and know that, I mean, we were a chicken nugget factory. And when this war is over, we'll, at a minimum, be free-range chickens with guns pointed up and down.
Thank you so much, Darby. I appreciate your patience while you waited with your hand up. Christopher, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm so grateful. I don't know if Tom wanted to respond to the last comment first.
Yeah, just real quick, and then we'll definitely get to you. So just real quick. Thanks for sharing that. So I know you've got your viewpoint and your research on it. I would also at the same time encourage you and others to keep a door open to the possibility that some of that was massaged or managed in some way, and by whom. Well, at least as far as those crop circles go, I personally think that they're made by some kind of military maser weapon from space, possibly.
You'd have to see them. There's more messages than that in there. I would respectfully say that anything's possible, but it doesn't necessarily make sense given the information available. But
okay,
thank you.
But I'll add to that.
However, I get it.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay, you know where else you find that exact same picture as a We Oppose Deception crop circle? You also find it in the Bledsoe case, where Bledsoe painted a painting of an alien, and if you overlap it with that crop circle, it is identical. So maybe it's just him using that picture printed out as inspiration for his painting, but yeah, it's a perfect match. And it's interesting that the Bledsoe case has had such high enthusiasm from others in the military intelligence community, like Colonel John Alexander and people like that. It's interesting that they're kind of flocking around that, and he's using a painting by that particular crop circle. And there were others. There was one that did as you mentioned, the Arecibo one, and another one of a face. All I can say is, if it were genuine aliens, I don't see why they would encode anything in ASCII, and I don't see why they would depict in that Arecibo message that they had a 3-helix DNA structure with silicon based instead of carbon based structure. I think the whole idea of
evolution. It'd be more computer based. And again, they also said no more war. Inky and EA were mentioned. There's a lot more than just that in there. I'm just letting you know.
See, that's right.
All right.
I know, I'm aware, and that's exactly my point. Is that they are putting these ideas, these tidbits forward that I find it almost patronizing in a way. That it's almost like if you're trying to deceive a human that you think is dumb, then you're going to say, "Oh, computer-based." Well, computers run on silicon, so these aliens run on silicon-based, DNA because they're computer-like. Well, okay, come on. That might appeal to the 80% of the population, which I guess is all they're really trying to aim. But I think that's kind of kitschy in a way, kind of garish. And if you check out my Discerning Alien Disinformation book, you can find that there is something funny going on with that, at least in my opinion. You may be right, I may be right.
What's the point of? Respectfully, what would the point of all the perfect sacred geometry and all the mathematical and the schematics for free energy? What it doesn't. You understand? It doesn't compute with me.
Oh no. See, okay, all right. So let me clarify. I think that a lot of crop circles are genuine, and that they are created by, at least some of them are genuine, and they're created by benevolent, probably ultra-terrestrial intelligences, okay? I believe that. And maybe that's what you're talking about there. But as far as the Arecibo one goes, and the one with the We Oppose Deception one, I think those, if you look at the way that they're made, and the type of message and encoding, those are out of step and out of line and a little bit too appealing to human cultural norms, versus the other crop circles, which almost speak to a more archetypal level of existence, that are more mysterious, I guess, and more magical in a way. I think they're being created by two different types of intelligences, and that's why I was especially suspicious about those ones.
Well, again, they're made with the balls of light, and they all have a similar thing. The crop is obviously unharmed. In fact, what they use to make the pictogram actually yields 2, 3, 4 times more wheat, corn, and barley, or whatever the case it may be, than what they don't use to make the pictogram. On top of that, the seeds from those plants used to make the pictogram will actually be far superior to the former plant. So again, it's all completely loving.
Well, that's what you believe, but I beg to differ. But thank you for your opinion.
All right, so we'll get to Christopher. Christopher, go ahead.
Thank you for that. That was way above my pay grade. And this is kind of a more basic question, and
it was about Tom's too.
I posed this to Fringe recently. I posed this to people that know more than I do. I'm curious to get your opinion. You've probably stated this elsewhere, but I'm ignorant. So if you would humor me to reiterate, what is your opinion on the nature or ontology of the aliens, the Greys, the reptilians, the mantids, the general characters of ufology? What are they and where do they come from? I know that's a giant question. If you can answer that briefly to point me in the right direction.
So, all right, so you're asking, like, what are the different types and where do they come from?
Yeah. Are they, the fundamental level is, are they extraterrestrial biological entities? Are they interdimensional, which is a nebulous word? Do they occupy some other plane of existence? Are they spiritual beings? What's your take on the ontology of the various species of popular ufological aliens?
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, so if you look at the abduction accounts and even contactee accounts and what some insiders have said, earlier when I mentioned how there's a genetic hierarchy within them and where the ones at the top are more psychic, well, the ones at the top, not only are they more psychic, but if you go high enough, there are some reports or there's some data that indicates that they are less physical than the other ones, which kind of makes sense because according to what Amy and some others have said, the hybrids, which is a hybrid between gray and the human, the hybrids were specifically made in order to take up a position on the ground here on Earth, to live in this environment on this planet, and sorry, and so they are the most earthly or physical or within our space-time continuum, I guess you could say, of that particular hierarchy. And then if you go upwards from that into, let's say, gray territory, then we've got some other stories where, some ship crashed and they saw some gray-like beings, but they didn't survive long. They just died, or maybe they were captured and they got sick or something like that. You get these things where it seems like the grays can't easily exist in our environment or in our conditions here as easily as the hybrids can, right? And then you go up above that to eventually get to the mantids, where you barely ever really see the mantids around physically on Earth. They usually stay up in their ships, and they only have like a supervisory position. And then above that, I guess you get into more like energy forms, like these nebulous, almost ultra-terrestrial things that barely even ever take any sort of physical shape. So, given that, it seems to me that that entire operation is being spearheaded by things that are the least physical of the entire hierarchy, which potentially points to the origin of it, which doesn't sound very extraterrestrial to me. Because if it's purely extraterrestrial, you wouldn't expect these energy forms to head up that entire operation, right? It's almost like either they are from another realm, another dimension, whatever that actually means, and so that does point more towards an ultra-terrestrial hypothesis up at the very top of it. However, because they have created this hierarchy, there is an element of the hierarchy that is closer to physicality, if not completely physical, like in the case of hybrids. So therefore, you can't take that entire thing and say it is all ultra-terrestrial, or it is all extraterrestrial, or all semi-physical. It's almost like a gradient between the more physical at the bottom and the more ultra-terrestrial at the top. Okay? And, when we talk about things like entities like reptilians, for example, I mean, there are people who encounter reptilian-like beings in an out-of-body state, or maybe they're getting harassed by them, or maybe their house is haunted by these reptilian-type beings. And the problem with that is, when we say reptilian, we're only talking about an appearance. What is appearance? It is just what appears to our senses, right? And that can include any number of things. It can include, well, I've heard this from multiple sources, that certain discarnate humans, when they're in this earthbound state and they're just trolling people and feeding off people's life force energies, they can engage in a kind of astral body modification through extended periods of occult practice and meditation, where they can transform their form into something other than their residual human identity. They can like project horns, they can eventually change the color of their skin, and they do this over time to become increasingly scary and more imposing, I guess. You see that kind of filtered down into the human domain amongst certain gangs where they engage in body modification and, get all these tattoos and piercings and stuff just to look more imposing. Well, it's a similar dynamic on the other side amongst these lost souls, where they can engage in that. So eventually you get something that could look reptilian, and so if you get harassed by one of those, oh, it's a reptilian alien. Well, it's not really. It's just some twisted lost soul that has modified itself into a freak horror show of an astral level. But then you might also, at the same time, on another sector of reality, have actual biological reptilian beings that are mostly completely physical. Maybe they are almost like a parallel civilization that lives in caves out in the middle of nowhere, like under the desert or something. You could have that. And then you can also have these interdimensional semi-physical, quasi-physical things, which are engaging in the, which are part of the abduction phenomenon, where, they're physical, but then they're also semi-physical. I think it's important to understand that it's not a binary choice between just physical, like we are, and spiritual or occult, like a ghost might be. See, those two things, that's not all there is. There is this weird middle zone where it's physical, but it's like variably physical. It's like quasi or paraphysical, meaning that there is still biology, there's still technology, there's still a body that can die, but it is not as locked into linear time as we are, and it is psychic, and it has the greater ability to work with, work within, work around, and be part of the local etheric environment, like the local subtle energy environment. So, for example, if you, as a human being, were to suddenly become this quasi-physical thing, number one, you would be very telepathic. Number two, you'd be able to see the human subtle energy body field, to manipulate it, to interact with it. And you'd also probably just, whether technologically or psychologically, be able to phase yourself through solid objects. You'd be able to change your quantum phase and almost to like tune yourself out of this reality station, or this radio station we call reality, and tune yourself just slightly outside of it, so that you can pass through solid objects. But you're still not a ghost, because you still have biology, you still have a body that can die, okay? But it is something, it's almost like physicality version 2.0 or physicality HD, some 4K version of it. That's what that is. And I do think that the majority of what we would consider NHIs or aliens that have ships and technology, they're in that category, because they're neither 100% physical like we are, which would be way too limiting, but at the same time, they're also not purely non-physical beings, in which case they wouldn't even need ships, they wouldn't even need clothing and technology, and have any sort of interest in our planet's biological and mineral resources, as a lot of them seem to do. So just keep in mind that there is this middle territory that is very ill defined within ufology. I mean, even people like John Keel and Jacques Vallée, it's like they kind of pick up on that, but it still escapes their full cognition, because it doesn't fit within our scientific paradigm, nor does it fit within the religious or occult or spiritual paradigm either. It's this weird middle ground. And in my book, Discerning Alien Disinformation, I give them this temporary name in this book. I call them ambi-terrestrials, like ambi, like, between two things, or spanning two things. So that's what I call them, as opposed to extraterrestrials or ultra-terrestrials. So just keep that in mind.
That jives completely. It's this very uncomfortable, nebulous, I don't understand. That made a lot of sense to me, and it's so slightly beyond the reach of our grasp, but so close. And one follow-up question that would be what is your opinion on the Mandela effect, which is pushing things slightly beyond the physical? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I said it in a recent space, and I might have explained it better then because I had my notes with me. But I'm just going off the top of my head. I think the Mandela effect, maybe a certain percentage of it is just people misremembering things. Because yeah, I mean, our memory isn't perfect, and if you never paid attention to something very well to begin with, then years later, how well are you going to remember it? However, there are clearly people that concur that it was. The Fruit of the Loom logo had that loom instead, and others say that no, it didn't. So there's disagreement there. If I recall what I said last time, I was basically talking about how even in quantum theory, the past is semi-fluid. It's responsive to selections made in the present. In other words, your memory is a form of quantum entanglement with the past, which is something that Jack Sarfati actually brought up, and I kind of agree with that. But the issue is when you've got different demographics entangling with different pasts, then yeah, you're going to get different memory sets. And unfortunately, there's not always a way to prove that. I mean, because even if you point to one set of clothing or underwear that's got the loom and another one doesn't, someone could just chalk that up to, oh, that was just a printing error, or maybe the logo designer himself or herself was confused about it, right? So the proof isn't always there. And because it's not there, that leaves it open to quantum non-determinism, like quantum uncertainty. And so is it just people having bad memories, or is it an actual timeline thing? And that sort of question breaks down in the face of memory itself being a quantum entanglement phenomenon with the past, which in this case, if it's alternate pasts, then yeah, it leads to divergent memory sets. And but that can only really happen if there is some sort of uncertainty element to it. And I would add that this whole quantum uncertainty thing, that also seems to apply to the UFO and alien phenomenon. And I think part of that is maybe because they are not fully 100% locked into our space-time like we are. And so because they are either from another timeline or the future, or physics will call it the light cone. Like, so when they're outside of the light cone in the so-called space-like region, if there's like a space-like separation, and that's a technical term, I don't mean like meters, but it's a term from general relativity. But if there's like a space-like separation between us and them, then our interaction with them cannot be, at least as of yet, 100% physical, tangible, reliable, certain, as we are to each other when we talk, like here. Like everyone tomorrow is pretty much going to remember the same thing that we talked about tonight. But when it comes to you interacting with someone that's outside of your reality bubble, your dimensional bubble, because you two are not part of the same thing, there's going to be there's going to be a certain percentage of your interaction that is either non-tangible or uncertain or synchronistic or just weird and paranormal and woo in a certain sense. So I think there are things going on that may be explainable from a quantum physics point of view, but no quantum physicist has really ever tried to apply it to this phenomenon to explain it. But I think it might actually underlie and explain a lot of the Mandela effect, UFO stuff, the reason why no one can ever seem to get 100% certain proof that convinces it to the entire world that aliens exist. Like, why is that? I think there's something going on that is kind of moderating or preventing certain trajectories into the future from coming to fruition.
There's something about it that loves to toe the line with plausible deniability, is my observation.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, exactly. So plausible deniability, what is that really? Well, as long as it's plausibly deniable, there remains choice to believe or not believe. And of course, there are strategic, political, economic reasons for that. But I think there are possibly also quantum reasons for it, because plausible deniability leaves choice open. It leaves things fluid. It leaves like for example, if you, in quantum physics, when you do a quantum experiment, supposedly, if you measure something and you get that reading back, you're certain that now it is that thing, so therefore you've collapsed the wave function. Well, what if you get a reading back, but you're not really sure what it is, and it's now plausibly deniable that it did or didn't do something? Well, then you didn't make a measurement, so therefore it remains in a quantum, delocalized state, right? So, I think plausible deniability to us, it just seems like a political move. But I do think that there might be something deeper to it that ties back into free will and quantum physics and the observer phenomenon. and all of that.
Well, Christopher, hopefully you got your answer there, or at least an answer. We could always hit it again next time. So we have run over Tom's hard stop. So thank you, Tom, so much for every minute that you give us. Looks like we're on about a once a month schedule. Do you have any, you were on a podcast recently or anything you want to throw out there for people to check out?
Well, if you just go to my Twitter profile, yeah, you'll see on my timeline any recent podcasts that I did. I did one with Ashton Forbes about scalar physics and anti-gravity and free energy. So all that science stuff. If you guys are interested in that, definitely check that out. And I've done others, and I'll be doing more. So just keep an eye on that.
Okay, awesome. And thank you again so much for being with us, Tom. Thank you to Ulrich and to Tiff, to everyone who came up and had a question, everyone who shared, and everyone who spoke, and everyone who listened. We really appreciate all of you. And Ulrich, what do you have? If Ulrich hasn't fallen asleep, we have our next Doomer Space, I think, is with Anjali. That should be super interesting. Anjali has the counter part to Steve's story that we did last Friday. Remember these two people, they're working in intelligence and they believe they're in contact with benevolent NHI sending messages. So it was super interesting. I can't wait for that one. And me and Tiff have an experiencer space on Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific. So you could look for both of those. Thank you all again. I apologize to anyone who's left in the queue who was not able to answer their question. We want to try to respect Tom's time as much as possible. So thank you all very much. Thank you again, Tom, and we will see you all again next time. Good night.